Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new, FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
What I like about chess, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total Chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
Two fields, 2 leaders. But as we near the halfway point in Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, the pressure is on. When one winner in Classical can blow the whole tournament wide open, nobody is safe.
For the first time in 13 years, Norway Chess moved from Stavanger to Oslo, bringing the biggest stars in the game into the heart of the capital. Over the next week, the world's best chess players attempt to keep their nerves together while the rest of us pretend we understand the engine evaluations.
Why did Magnus not play f4? Oh, the bar drops though.
This year's lineup is ridiculous. Magnus Carlsen returns once again and faces challengers like Ukesh Demorashu, Vincent Keimer, Wesley So, and Alireza Farusha. Every single round looks like a world championship match that accidentally wandered into another tournament.
He's feeling the nerves now, Vincent Keimer.
The women's event is just as fierce, with Zhu Xin'er, Zhu Wenjun, Hampi Kneru, and Anna Moonsjuk all ready to fight for every point like it's personal. But here's the thing that makes Norway Chess different from any other event on the calendar: there are no peaceful draws. If the classical game ends tied, the players go straight into Armageddon. 1 game, 1 winner, maximum stress. After last year, we know exactly how intense this tournament can get.
Oh my god!
So get comfortable, the clocks are ticking, the evil bar is about to go insane. Norway Chess starts right now.
After a rest day, we get back to the heart of Oslo, and beneath that calmness of the water and the harbour and the Aker Brygge, there lies nothing but drama, tension and action. We're going to tear our eyes away from this beautiful view, and we're going to go straight to the Dakeman Library, where our players are ready and waiting. We are here. We are eagerly anticipating what lies ahead. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and I am here with my personal dream team, International Master Tanya Sajdev, and he's still here despite Bik's best efforts. No, I'm just joking. Grandmaster David Howell. Guys, we're back after the free day. How was it?
Totally missed both of you and all the chess action, but it was the perfect reset. I'm going to admit that I committed myself to doing as little as possible on the rest day. So it was a perfect rest day for me. I got out, got some fresh air, got some Norwegian salmon. It was very delicious. Highly recommend that. And you know, now we're back at the Dijkman Bjørvika. It's a beautiful library, 4 rounds in the book. And David Howell, it's officially the middle game at Norway Chess.
Exactly. After today, we hit the halfway mark. Rest day for me was also fantastic. I'm fully fresh, fully rested. I hope the players are too.
Well, that is the thing, because day 4 left us with all the cinema. We had one classical win where Magnus Carlsen defeated Gukesh, and we had, as always, all those Armageddons. Let's take a look at day 4 recap.
This could definitely turn. If Wesley drops low on time, momentum shifts. And, mistake from Alireza. He grabs a pawn.
Alireza trying to survive this, but the queens are off the board now.
And there we go. The clock finally playing a role. Alireza falling to his first defeat.
If Alireza won today, then he probably had the tournament almost at wrap because he's got such a huge lead.
Bibisara, literally a perfect game so far. 97% accuracy.
And Queen H5, is that game over?
It's game over. Checkmate.
How much of your Armageddon game today do you attribute to the nice shoes?
I think so far it's my best Armageddon game, and maybe I will wear it a few times more.
Just made a move. This position.
Blunder!
Oh my god.
Double question mark.
There we go. Magnus still writing the moves down, still with 4 minutes left. Tough day for the world champion. And
He
handshake.
resigns.
Game over.
You know, he sometimes plays a little bit too ambitiously, and I think he did that as well. Now he kind of wanted to prove a serious advantage, and I'm not sure there was. Yeah, eventually he played himself into some trouble.
H5 blue arrow. She has to get on with it. She has to go for the attack, but she's pushing pawns in front of her own king, and that's a tactical mistake. Bishop takes a3. It's a deflection that Zuzhina is about to play. She's about to see it. It's just checkmate. Pawn takes rook. Queen takes c3. Queen takes pawn. And handshake. Humpy resigns.
Probably I should have played H5 instead of B4. B4 was just too stupid.
Move his knight across, then b4. Boom. He doesn't go for it. He misses it. And he's just blundered Vincent Keimer. Gives a handshake. He walks into a fork and then a pin on the c-file.
Armageddon is a bit difficult. I haven't really gotten used to it. Basically, every game I played here in Armageddon hasn't really been very nice.
Find a square, move it. You have to play on the clock. She gives a check. She blunders a queen.
She
blunders a queen. She cannot believe it.
I couldn't hope for more today. I had a difficult classical game and then Armageddon. Not a great game, but a game.
Yes, day 4 was a day filled with the emotions, but we are looking after the rest day whether the players have got done the big reset, and this is what we have in store for you today. And one thing that already catches my eye is that Alireza plays Vincent Keimer, but they actually haven't played too many classicals. In fact, they played none.
This will be their first encounter, and what a moment it is, right? Because Alireza Fire has been blasting his way through his opponents. Vincent Keimer, meanwhile, has had 4 losses, and they've all been in Armageddon. He's yet to adapt to the Armageddon format, so I'm wondering if part of Alireza's game plan will be to get Vincent Keimer into, his Achilles heels, which feels like it is when it goes down to that Armageddon. And also, what will be the reset, the mindset coming out of this rest day for these two players? Alireza also suffered his first defeat of Norway Chess just before.
In Armageddon, yes. And David, Magnus Carlsen coming back from the rest day after a big win in the classical against Gukesh. Now he plays Wesley So.
Yeah, this is a huge opportunity for Magnus to show he is properly back to top form, properly back in the tournament. He has a very good lifetime score against Wesley. It's 5-1 in decisive classical games. He does have the white pieces as well, Magnus. He's had 3 blacks from the first 4 rounds, so this is where he will want to start things moving. But Wesley's looked really good. Wesley's looked solid as usual and super sharp in the Armageddon. So this one, yeah, it's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah.
It's been impressive to see Wesley in the Armageddon. 3 wins back-to-back in that after that first-round defeat that he had against Pragg. I think Magnus today is definitely looking for his second back-to-back victory. He's hometown hero. This is time for his resurgence right now with the white pieces. He knows that a single win could really toss the standings up completely. For me, this is the king versus the wall of steel, and Magnus is going to try to break it down.
Well, he has the white pieces, and then we also have the all-Indian derby between Pragnanda and Gukesh. Gukesh losing day 4, but these two are so young. In fact, Gukesh just turned 20 yesterday, but they played each other a lot of times.
It was a bit heartbreaking, David, to see that Gukesh spent the last few hours of being 19, of being a teenager, trying to fight it out, survive against Magnus Carlsen. But I have to say that all the visuals coming out of the rest day on social media, it looks like the world champion was in quite good spirits.
Exactly. There we see him entering the playing hall. Gukesh, no longer in his teens. The teens are overrated anyway. It's all about the 20s. And yeah, it did look like he had a lot of fun. He'll have hoped to reset as well after a tough day. And yeah, this is, I think, going to be a decisive game. I have a feeling, we see it there, 5 wins for Pragg, 4 wins for Gukesh. It's very close, but they always produce some really, really topsy-turvy encounters.
This is the absolute Indian superstar showdown. Pragnananda versus Gukesh. It doesn't get bigger than this. This is Olympic Board 1 versus Olympic Board 2 for India. I mean, objectively, I have to say, Yovi, though, that Pragnananda has been the better player in form right now. He's also taken down Gukesh in their very epic tiebreaker at Tata Steel earlier this year, taking the championship. And here as well, currently chasing Alireza in second place, taking down Magnus Carlsen along the way.
Yeah, taking down Magnus Carlsen. And Divya, well, she will be playing black against Zhu Jiner. The two did fight it off against each other in the candidates. Today, it's all about Norway Chess and some potential Armageddons.
Yeah, Divya was the queen of Armageddon until just before the rest day when, I think just a moment of blindness, she hung her queen. She has looked very impressive, though, this tournament so far. Can she keep the form up? It will be difficult. Today, her encounter against Zhu Jiner, historically, has been very one-sided. I believe she's lost 6 of those games to Zhu Jiner before and only won 1. So she will need to turn around that trend.
And talking about turning around the trend, there's only ever been one woman who's won the tournament. No, what I meant to say is that there's only been one woman who's won one classical game, and that's put her in the lead. That's Bibisara Asaobeeva.
Absolutely. And Yovi, that was a massive one. It happened in round 1. It's been the only decisive game of Norway Chess women so far. And Bibisara getting that win against Humpy is what has propelled and kept her in the lead coming into round 5 today. And she's got a big clash because guess what? It's leader Bibisara against chaser Anna Muzichuk. Anna is the defending champion of Norway Chess and definitely wants to close the gap, right? And this could be the round that, when we look back, becomes a defining moment of Norway Chess women.
Absolutely. And there we see world number 1 Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces. He's going to be facing off against Wesley So. Wesley So, incidentally, has only defeated Magnus once, and that was in 2018 back in Norway Chess.
Only once in Classical, and Magnus has beaten Wesley 5 times in Classical. That's probably where he tries to get the job done. An Armageddon win would be nice, but won't help Magnus too much on the scoreboard. So I'm expecting Magnus to be very ambitious during the Classical game.
I agree. I think today is going to be one of those days where there's a bloodbath at the Björvika library. You know, we've been watching one decisive classical game, or 2 maximum. Most days it's just gone to so many Armageddons. I think the way the matchups are, the standings, the leaderboard as it is, I do expect us to see a lot of decisiveness in the classical portion today. And for Alireza and Vincent, 2 very different tales at the Norway Chess so far.
Yes. Well, for Vincent Keimer, it has been 4 draws in the classical, but he's lost every single game in Armageddon, which kind of indicates that he's struggling at the faster time control. He's not quite gotten used to the fact that after a draw, he has to play again. And this is a highly anticipated clash between Indian number 1 against Indian number 2, Gukesh against Pragnananda.
Yeah, I'm fascinated by this one. I think a lot of bragging rights at stake. What do we think? Is Pragg going to go all out? Pragg, I have noticed against his fellow Indians, does take a bit more risk. Feels like he wants to assert his authority over them.
Both have very uncompromising style of play and are always ready for fight. Now, Pragg's form obviously encourages that fighting chess more, but knowing Gukesh, the player as he is, I think he does come back with the mood that he wants to get the win in. And while they're extremely good friends off the board, I think that friendship has been put on hold for today.
And Zhu Wenjun, 5-time Women's World Champion, 4 draws, 4 Armageddon losses. She is playing Humpy Koneru, former Women's World Rapid Champion. Humpy, having suffered defeat earlier on in the Classical, she is languishing at the bottom. Both sides really need to get a win in Classical.
Yeah, and interesting that Humpy has a 5-2 head-to-head advantage over Zhu Wenjun. Not many people can claim that. And Humpy, yeah, it will be nice to see her get her first Classical win. Zhu Wenjun as well has struggled. I've got to say, I've been a bit underwhelmed by both of them. They don't look like they've really had the same speed, energy as we're used to seeing from them. So maybe now that they've had a rest day, their form might pick up.
And we usually see so many shifts happen after the rest day. Just the players come out in different modes, all guns blazing, as you've got one leader who's running away with things. On the other, in women's Norway Chess women, you've got Bibisara still within reach. I think today really shifts up and shakes up the entire leaderboard. I think today is going to be a very critical round.
Okay.
Buckle up.
I think so. We're in for a wild ride, especially because we're going to be crossing the halfway point by the end of the day, and people really need to get motoring. And talking about motoring, we're seeing the ceremonial first moves being played. What are we going to see? Some load of E4s, D4s.
And what is the preparation? Because with a rest day, we can expect a lot of novelties, new ideas of trying to get that combative play early on. We see the first moves, handshakes. We are off. This is round 5 of Norway Chess.
Round 5. We're alive. Let's go. And Magnus out of his chair after making a move. There we go. Probably just adjusting his jacket, getting fully ready for the game. That has started as E4, E5. Wesley, pretty predictable in the opening, only unleashes the Sicilian in must-win situations, but E5 is nearly always his choice when he's happy to be solid.
I think if Wesley gets the chance, he'll be happy to take it to a Berlin as quickly as possible. The way the tournament has shaped up, I would say the odds go highly in Wesley's favor if he's able to keep it solid in the classical, take Magnus into the Armageddon. Magnus, currently, he just clawed his way out of a hole with his win against Dukesh, which kind of puts him back in the mix. One more win, and we're still talking about Magnus potentially being inevitable in the tournament then. He's going to try to score in the classical, and I think that's where the tension is, that's where the fight is. Will Wesley succeed in dragging Magnus to an Armageddon?
Well, this is definitely going to be one of the key encounters of the day, as we see in our screens. Alireza Firouzja playing back with the white pieces. He's had a 100% score in Norway Chess so far. And we see him take a decision. Is he going to be capturing? Is black going to be the one capturing on a C4? That's come as a surprise to Vincent. What is Vincent going to do? Pick up the E-pawn?
Yeah,
or is he going to do something else?
On their first date, as we see on the screen, it is a Reti, and I'm loving it. My favorite opening to witness. And Vincent Keimer plays super ambitious, taking the space in the center. As you said, Jovanka, he's got 100% with white so far. Firouzja, he's played very, very ambitiously, very impressively. But this one, it's known to maybe be a bit provocative. Firouzja inviting Keimer forward. It's basically a D4 opening, just with colors reversed. I think this is going to be fun. We already see a pawn sacrifice. I'm not sure it will be captured. That pawn won't last long on C5, but they already mean business, both of these two.
Well, we're seeing some sharp opening stuff here from both of these players. First up, it was Vincent Keimer who set the pace by extending that D-pawn to the fourth square, and then we have a wingside attack. I mean, this one's going to be super unbalanced, super exciting. Let's go to our bird's eye view and catch up on what else is happening.
Wow, so we've had a bunch of Queen's Pawn opening. David Hull's favorite Reti on probably the matchup that matters the most for the standings. Alireza Firouzja going for it, but I will add that top left board, most un-Reti-like Reti that I have ever seen. It's going to be a combative fight, that one, with Firouzja's last move hinting at a counter pawn sacrifice, at least a temporary one. You capture it, you lose the central pawn if you're Vincent Keimer. Meanwhile, Magnus in a bit of a think on move 2 as well. And this kind of surprises me. With Magnus having played the King's Pawn opening, you're definitely expecting Wesley to answer with the same. Why has Magnus not made his move yet?
Well, I'm going to ask you something, and it doesn't involve chess. So later on this evening, there's a very important football match. We know Magnus is a massive sports fan. It's PSG, Paris Saint-Germain, against Arsenal, I think.
It's the finals.
It is the finals, right? So that starts at 6:30, I think.
So he wants to wrap up round 5 before that, is what Jovanka's hinting at. How important is that to Magnus?
Exactly.
No chance.
No
that
chance.
would mean he has to have a quick draw, force a draw. Okay, he plays the Italian, so I don't think we'll get that peaceful encounter. Then he'd have to have a quick Armageddon, get out, watch the football. I think we're seeing now that the chess means just as much to Magnus. If it was Real Madrid in the final of the Champions League, then maybe Magnus tries to get the job done as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it's just because it's not Magnus's team in the final that we're going to see a lot of action on the board today.
Okay, excellent. This is what we want. We want pride at stake. We want our players giving 1,000% as we see an Italian on the board. I remember these two having epic battles on the Champions Chess Tour back when the whole tour kicked off in the Italian.
Yeah, Champions League of Chess, the Champions Chess Tour. Those were some really fun fights. And it was normally Wesley with the white pieces against Magnus in a lot of those games. We see a quiet start to this one. Magnus not going for the most ambitious line in the two knights defense against the Italian and going for the f7 pawn, although that is a threat right now. Wesley can choose to develop his bishop to e7, super safe, maybe a bit quieter, but less ambitious. Bishop to c5 is what Wesley, I believe, normally plays. But you can also get away with h6, waiting move, protecting the g5 square, stopping white's knight, jumping forward. Lots of choice for black. This is going to be a quiet game initially, slow Italian, but could come to life a bit later.
And there's also one more interesting idea that I will add. I'm not expecting it, but I'll also point out that Wesley has been really switching things up in Norway Chess, a lot more ambitious in his games. You know, we see him pushing the H-pawn, pushing the G-pawn, every opportunity that he gets. And there are lines in the Italian where black can achieve that. But for that to happen, he'd have to start with the move h6 right now. Keep it flexible. Will he Fianchetto his bishop or get it out the traditional route? I would love to see Wesley go h6 and take the fight to Magnus Carlsen.
Well, that will be something for the books. But talking about fights, we have to go to Alireza's game against Vincent Keimer because this was incredibly unbalanced. I mean, it's really dynamic when black plays like this with these kind of wing gambits, but when white does it with that extra move, fire on the board already. Fire Ruja.
Fire Ruja on the board, and I'm just gonna add Connect 4 is about to appear in this game. You know, that last move just played, pawn to f6, means that e5 is incoming. So David, you get the Reti and the Connect 4 in the same game. This is your day, man.
Yeah, dream come true.
Bring on the muffins.
Exactly. Just give me some muffins and I'm having the best weekend ever. But we will get the pictures of Alireza and Vincent up in a second. Don't worry, everyone. But yeah, this is the most fun so far. Okay, we're back to... There we go. We got them. Yeah, we're going to see a fun game here. I was expecting actually Vincent to play knight to f6, which has a very good reputation for black. That is kind of regarded nowadays as the reason that players with white aren't playing this so much. I used to play this myself, and fellow grandmasters would come up to me and be like, you know this is dodgy, right? You know this is really suspicious stuff. You're basically playing a black opening, and it's not even a great one. Yes, you have a more one extra tempo, but the bishop on b2, not great. But yeah, once the Connect 4 is built with e5 incoming for Vincent, Alireza has to kind of prove his choice of opening. I mean, it's just a glimpse into their mindset, I think. Both players playing very ambitiously. First, Alireza playing this kind of flank gambit, this kind of Benko gambit just with colors kind of flipped. And Vincent now saying the same. I'll build the center. Game on.
You know, with Keimer having struggled in the tournament so far, Alireza being in the form of his life, I think he kind of smells and senses this as that opportunity where he can push for more in the classical as well. He wants an unbalanced opening, and even if it is, as you said, with colors reversed, kind of inviting black into these combative positions early on, he's up for it. For Vincent Keimer, the question is, will we see a completely different Keimer? I mean, this guy has been on a meteoric rise in 2025. He went on currently world number 6, but reached world number 4. You know, gained over 50 rating points in a matter of 6 months. Just fresh from his Romania victory coming into Norway Chess. But he struggled so much to adapt to the Armageddon. And will we see a completely different Keimer post this rest day?
Well, the rest day will have given him pause to think and also to perhaps adjust to things, make those final attunements, and a big decision here for white, right? You know, either you're going to be challenging in the center with e3 or you're going to be expanding with b5. Just which battle is white going to go for?
Yeah, one battle after another. I'm not sure which one he's going to be going for there. I have a feeling e3, and just checking the database here, that is the most popular move. I think if he was going to block with b5 and go for his own Connect 4, putting a pawn on d3 as well. Then he would have done that on the previous move, just because the white bishop is misplaced on b2, staring at a very strong central pawn if white doesn't get any counterplay. But e3 is a proper gambit. It's I think I saw a feature chat a few moments ago saying it's a Blumenfeld gambit, and that's right, with colors reversed. If white plays e3, we might see an exchange and the b4 pawn dropping.
And it's always a bit unnerving for me to face the Blumenfeld even when I'm playing with the white pieces. And here, you know, you've got that extra tempo as well. And you're talking about gambits. It does happen with the most popular move in the position, but the second most popular move here for white is to actually accept the gambit that's on the board right now. Go pawn takes pawn, and after the e-pawn moves forward, you strike in the center with e3 then, and that gets really fun as well. And the fact that Alireza is thinking, I wonder how much of a candidate is that in his head right now, now that Vincent has shown his hand that he's going to play f6 and e5 next.
Big decisions. Are we going to be seeing e3 going into the Blumenfeld gambit with extra move? Are we going to be seeing pawn takes pawn? Or are we going to be seeing some new ideas with some b5? That was actually played by Fabiano Caruana recently against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, so we'll see. It's all about following the trends and just being ahead of the curve.
It's funny that you mentioned Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, because another player who played with the white pieces against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with the black pieces, employing this exact same setup, was world champion Gukesh. And his choice was, unlike Fabi's e3, to actually grab the pawn. So a lot of top-level chess happening here, and it feels like Maxime is always on the side of the black pieces.
Yeah, it's funny you say Gukesh as well, because this idea, not this exact position, but this idea with the quick b4 was played by Gukesh in his World Championship match against Ding, where slightly different line. He just played a quiet a3, a waiting move after knight to f6. But yeah, I have a feeling this is going to be a fun one. How shocking is it that in this day and age, with so many tournaments out there, these players playing on the circuit week in, week out, traveling the world, that they've never met before in classical chess? They're similar aged as well. I think only, what, 2-3 years between them. So, I mean, to me, that was mind-blowing. I didn't believe it when I was told the stats.
It's quite unbelievable. I mean, the whole thing about how they have a similar rating, both in elite chess, and Vincent, such an active player, right? He's playing so many events. And maybe that's what gets me thinking that perhaps the only explanation is the fact that Alireza has been focusing so much on faster formats, on speed chess. We don't see him as much. He didn't play the World Cup. So we haven't been seeing him on as many tournaments as Vincent has when it comes to classical play. And maybe that's the reason. But it's a total shocker that this is their first classical matchup against each other.
But let's not forget.
First date, it's always a special one.
Alireza, since he was teeny tiny, kind of quickly rose to 2800. Quickly entered the elite, and this is something that Vincent has just done relatively recently, I would say.
Last year,
yeah, exactly, when he made his meteoric rise. But decisions to be had, and Alireza is pondering what to do. Let's go back to our bird's eye view and have a look at what is cooking on the other boards.
Okay, so before we delve too deeply in, we'll just mention that was the top left, the green board we just visited, the kind of Reti, Benko, Blumenfeld reversed. Carlsen against Wesley, so still very early days. That's an Italian, although very ambitious from Magnus Carlsen to bring out his dark squared bishop and pin a knight. And Pragg against Gukesh. It looks like that was a Ragozin defense. A lot of those with reversed colors as well from Gukesh this tournament. Bottom left, Zuzhiner against Divya is a different Queen's Gambit declined. It's just an exchange variation, very standard stuff. Muzichuk against Asobayeva. That's going to be a really fun one. And I've got a story about that position if we go there a bit later. King's Indian defense. Meanwhile, Zhu Wenjun against Humpy is, well, it's a delayed Catalan. I'm not sure it will transpose into the Catalan, but for now it's kind of a Reti English hybrid, very flexible.
I'm a very impatient person, David, so you mentioned a story and I want to hear all the details, because Anna Muzichuk is normally an e4 player and here she is employing d4. So can we head there and then let's go and check out the other games?
Let's do it. We'll get into the nitty-gritty of this position shortly, but just a very quick action replay for everyone at home. King's Indian defense, that is black essentially just allowing white to take the center instead of the Grunfeld, which would have been d5 last move. Anna Muzichuk says yes. And you're right, Jovanka, I haven't really seen her play against the King's Indian. I think quite predictable that Bibisara might play it. She's been playing King's Indian-esque type positions, some Benonis as well. But this tournament she's playing the King's Indian. Bishop e3. The story is to do with AlphaZero, which when it first came onto the scene really liked this setup with the two bishops. It wasn't so popular at the top levels of modern chess, but AlphaZero came in 2018-ish and basically said, this is the way to play. Won a lot of nice games against Stockfish with the setup. c5, the whole idea is that e5, which is typical King's Indian. After d5, black cannot play knight to h5 since the bishop covers the square, getting the knight out the way. And if the black knight goes back, preparing for f5, then white is very quick to strike with g4, making it less attractive for black to open up lines in front of her own king. So this is why black often plays c5 now. White blocks, and we see kind of a transposition to the Benoni. And here black has a lot of moves. Bishop g4 is the other main line, I believe. But b5, striking out e5. Blue arrow points out that this is strong. For everyone at home, bishop takes b5. Knight takes b5 meets the same answer, but knight takes e4 is the idea here. Deflection, allowing a check, double attack, and at the very end, black is more than okay due to the fact that the white king can't castle. Back to level material. So e5, this is chaotic stuff, and a few moves down the line, pawns dropping off. White has won a pawn, bishops look strong. Bishop to d7, bishop e2, and black's just played bishop g4 in a heartbeat. The story, Ivanka, you mentioned, it's that I actually played a couple of games against AlphaZero back years ago, 2019, I think. And I was part of a team alongside some other players in England, Malcolm Payne, international master, Dominic Lawson, who's the president of the English Chess Federation. He's from a famous family, the Lawson family in the UK, and one other. And we had played 2 games. We drew against AlphaZero because we knew AlphaZero played the Berlin. We had white. I found a line that forces a draw. So I can say I've drawn against AlphaZero. But when we had black, AlphaZero played this line against us, this exact position until bishop g4 arose. I think we, in that game, played e4. White played knight d4. And we got crushed, simply. We couldn't find a compensation for the pawn. I think we played e3, white just castled, and the knight on b8 was a bit silly. Couldn't develop. We were just a pawn down against the strongest chess-playing entity in history, and no counterplay. But yeah, modern engines say that this is playable for black, I believe, but still big advantage for white if all the best moves are found. So I think Bibisara is essentially gambling a bit here.
And this is very much in Bibisara's style, right? With the black pieces, she takes tremendous risk. She goes on the front foot immediately. But here we also look at the clock times as well, because Anna is the one burning the time. And yet Bibisara has allegedly walked into Anna's preparation. But it turns out that in the end, it was a little bit of a bluff, because Bibisara knows everything.
At least that's what it looks like with the speed with which she's playing. And that story time by you, David, was very instructive to actually understand what Bibisara has in mind. I think she wants to push that e-pawn. And it's very strong if you can do it, trading off your light squared bishop. Currently, Anna is up a pawn. It's 6 versus 5. That b-pawn is not on the board. For Bibisara, that all relies on counterplay, one against the d5 weakness that Anna Muzichuk has, and counterplay on the b line as well. So if you're black, your idea of vacating that square is to jump with your knight there. You want your knight on d7, eventually to land on b6 and grab on d5. And this is a very important move by Anna Muzichuk in this position. Anything else by white would have allowed the e-pawn to move forward, the trade of the light squared bishop, which is exactly what black is aiming for. So instead, now what Anna does is, she kind of almost forces black's hand to give up the bishop pair to try to get the development in. And look at the speed with which Bibisara responds. She counterattacks the bishop. I think the bishop's about to fall back to e3. Bibisara will then capture the knight on f3, which will be taken back. You plant your knight on b6. You bring your rook to the center of the board. And you're basically making an argument for piece activity and initiative for that pawn that you've given up. You want to hold on with the move e4, but it's always in the air. If you're black, you can decide if you want to put your rook on c8 or on b8. The black knight now about to jump to c4. This is anything but a slow game. When you've given up a pawn as black, you've given up the bishop pair as black to your opponent, you kind of have to play with extreme momentum in the position.
Yeah. This is the kind of position that requires a lot of active moves from black, because otherwise, like you say, if white just castles, white manages to get complete control over the d5 pawn, then there's absolutely nothing that black has in compensation. Bibisara quickly takes the knight. Bishop takes. Bishop, of course, is going to be the response. And it's going to be a real battle.
Yeah, looks like a new position, but logical moves. And I love what you said there, Tanya. It feels like both players are being very brave. Like Bibisara, basically, black's a pawn down. And if white's got a couple moves, just castles, get the queen out the way, connect the rooks, then big advantage for Anna. But Bibisara showing she's in prep. Anna brave because she's playing d4 rather than e4, which she normally does most of the time. And I actually think Anna might be in preparation. She's used enough time that she's maybe just trying to recall stuff, but she hasn't used too much time to think that she's been surprised and that this is brand new for her.
And it's going to be interesting to find out if it's part of preparation, specifically in today's match against Bibisara, or a line that Anna had checked out earlier on. But she does look pretty calm and chill right now. I also want to point out, of course, we all know that Bibisara has an extremely strong second/friend on site to help out with these opening ideas that we're seeing, which have been working out to perfection for Bibisara in this tournament. And David, maybe while we have time, we can actually show the difference here of why it was important for Anna to push that H pawn. And if you go short castle, then the problems that you were talking about in your story of Alpha Zero just come out into play. Just the disaster for black after the move, for white even after short castle E4, forcing the trade of the light square bishops.
Let's do it. Let's quickly show that line you mentioned, Tanya. If we go back, so if white hadn't played h3 and white castles.
Most natural looking move, apart from h3.
Yep, castles. Black pushes forward, hitting the knight.
Knight d4. And now black's doing absolutely fine after the bishop captures. You take it back with the knight. Your bishop hasn't retreated to d7. That square that you earlier highlighted is free for the knight to come out on. You come out, white doesn't have the bishop pair. Knight will land on b6 next. And actually black has more than enough compensation with that beautiful bishop on g7, much stronger than the white bishop. The queen coming out to h4 in certain cases as well. The f-pawn about to roll up the board if given the opportunity. Knight e5, knight d3. I mean, you can point out a million plans in this position. So Anna Muzychuk, with the speed with which she played h3, I think understands these dynamics very well for white.
Yeah, great move. I'm going to give it an exclamation mark, h3. The only way to even try for any advantage. Anything else, and black might be the one with the initiative. So great play so far from both women. And actually, this is the most developed game of them all so far. I think takes f3 last move. Rook b8 just played. And yeah, b2 being hit. I think this is going to be one of the most interesting games to watch this round.
Well, we'll definitely keep our eyes on this one. Let's go back to our bird's eye view, because I want to direct us to Magnus Carlsen against Wesley. So, because we're potentially seeing decision time from Wesley. He's thinking about whether to go for that committal idea of breaking the pin very aggressively.
Let's jump into that game. The other game still in their infancy. This one, just a very quick action replay for everyone, because I think only one real moment of intrigue, like bishop c5. Magnus, the fact that he played bishop g5 and he pins this knight is interesting to me, because I've very rarely seen him do this before. It's very provocative stuff. Normally people do this against Magnus because there's loads of lines where it becomes a memory test and it becomes super complicated, super sharp. I've seen Wesley have this opening before many times as well. And the other thing I want to mention, like g5 is possible here. Black can wait, but if Wesley wanted to be rock solid, then it's also possible to just put the bishop back on e7, burning a move, but saying, okay, this pin is not really an issue now. I've done this myself. If you want to avoid any big theory and you're watching this at home, just drop the bishop back, say, okay, a pin is a pin, but now it's not so scary. The knight can come out to h5, and often you trade off these bishops. Black is slightly worse, maybe slightly cramped, but solid. Wesley doesn't go for that option. He blocks his own bishop. No more bishop e7 retreat. Castles, he castles, so now g5 maybe slightly less attractive now that the black king goes to the side of the board. And yeah, this is the live position. He keeps holding off Wesley, but what do we think? Is he going to lash out at the right moment, or is he just seeing what Magnus has in store?
I think he has to, right, at some point. It's really the only way to unpin yourself from there. You want to get your queen into the game. You want to also think about plans like the other knight rerouting itself from e7 to g6. I've played this position with black a few times, and usually, David, to me, there are two very attractive ways for black to continue. You either want to expand on the queen side, try and get b5, a4 in, or try to get g5, move your knight away, move your king away, and strike in the center with f5 at the right moment. I've always liked the latter. I've always liked the idea of going g5 and trying to break free, but of course it is over ambitious, and that's a double-edged sword. It's extremely committal, Jovanka, as you said. You can hold it off, bishop a7, always useful. The idea is that d4 now never comes with a hit on that bishop, so it's sort of preempting those ideas. If I had to guess, I think Wesley sooner or later, and sooner rather than later, does play g5.
Yeah, I expect that is going to be happening because otherwise the pin is just annoying, right? I mean, what are you going to do? Retreat your knight and to b8 and then go knight to d7 and then get out of the way? No. Better to do it radically.
Yeah. I think the only other plan, if Wesley is really just afraid of Magnus's prep and doesn't want to ever play g5, then I think queen to e7, bishop to e6, trying to solve the pressure by trading off these light squared bishops. That's also a variation. But so flexible, these positions for both sides. So many options every single move.
And lots of options is exactly what the players are going to be thinking about. But we are going to go on a quick break, but don't go anywhere because we have got more action coming up. And if you're subscribed on Twitch, you can catch the pre-game thoughts of our players. So go subscribe now and listen to what our players have got prepared. And we'll be back in a few.
Wesley, you've always been very honest about facing Magnus as something special. How have you prepared for today's game?
Well, we had the both games yesterday, so we made sure to beat his team.
So a win yesterday helps a little bit with getting the confidence to win today as well, or what do you say?
Well, I mean, I just won the Armageddon game, so it's not a big deal, but it's still nice. But I just take it game at a time. It's always a difficult game to play against Magnus. Also, I'm not sure what kind of Magnus I'll expect today. But I look forward to it. You know, it's always a challenge.
And do you still consider that challenge to be the greatest one in chess, to face Magnus Carlsen?
Yeah, of course. He's still clearly the best player in the world by far in any time control.
Good luck today, Wesley.
Thank you.
Magnus, how did you spend rest day yesterday?
A little bit of everything, but I had a very nice, relaxing morning, afternoon today.
Earlier in the confessional booth, you mentioned that you feel like a cow. How do you feel now? Is that moment past?
Yeah, I mean, I've made a lot of mistakes, especially with little time, but hopefully, last game was a step in the right direction, and I'm continuing along that path.
Well, best of the luck.
Thank you.
Hampi, how do you feel? Well rested today?
Yeah, had good rest.
You're facing the women's world champion. How do you feel about the match?
Yeah, I think like any other game, it's also one of the important rounds. I think every opponent here is strong, and I'm just looking forward to play.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
How do you feel for today's game? What should we expect in your game?
Today I'm playing against Hampi, so I think both of us are quite, a very solid player for both of us. So I was kind of expecting what the game for today. Yeah.
You have not joined the Norway Games yesterday. How did you spend your day?
I went out for some city walk, and also I went to some Chinese food, so I feel maybe some energy back. Yeah.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Firouzja seemed to be on fire in this tournament. Have you planned anything special today?
Not really. I guess just playing good will be the way to go. Also, it's our first ever encounter in classical chess, so that's kind of crazy.
No way, is that true?
Yeah, I mean, we played freestyle, but aside freestyle, we never played a classical, normal game. So, it was set to be in Bucharest, but now here we go.
That is actually crazy. I didn't know that's that. Does that give extra excitement for this game?
I think it does, yeah. It's something new, but of course, again, I feel like this format and this time control is something that suits him quite well.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Alireza, I was shocked when I found out that this is actually the first classical game against Vincent. Have you thought about that a lot?
Yeah, I knew this for Romania, but it didn't happen the game. So, yeah, it's interesting that we never played.
Have you planned anything special as a welcome present for him today?
Not sure. We'll see.
Good luck today, Alireza.
Yeah, thank you.
Bibisara, it's gone very well before the rest day so far. What have you planned against Anna today?
Yeah, I just want to have fight and hope continue the tournament good.
Do you look at the table at all when you're playing tournaments, or do you just always focus on the next game and doing the best?
I do both.
I like it. That's actually an honest answer, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Divya, it's been such a great start for you here in Norway Chess. How do you like this format? How do you like Norway Chess so far?
I think it's very fun. It's definitely becoming one of my favorite events, and I would definitely love to come back here. The format is amazing, and it's very exciting.
And speaking of the format, does that then give you a little bit more incentive to be aggressive in your games because of the 3 points for a win?
Yes, definitely. I'm looking very forward to scoring my first classical win, so yeah, aiming for that.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Hi, Pragg. How did you spend your day off yesterday?
Yeah, we went for this sailing, and then I visited Ambassador of India. So yeah, it went well. So
What about sailing? Have you had fun?
yeah, it was good. I mean, I think we had everyone had a lot of fun. Also managed to get to the speedboat and go for a ride. So yeah, it was good.
You're facing Gukesh. We assume you're friends. Is it tough to play against your countryman and perhaps your friend?
No, I think when we are playing, if I'm playing with anyone, I think I'm over the board. I'm fighting, so it doesn't really matter so much.
Best of the luck today.
Thank you.
We are back in Bjørvika in the Dakeman Library, and it is a buzzing here. I really tell no lie. So many people here in the library, everyone excited about today's action. And David, Tanya, we're excited as well because it's the day after the rest day, the big reset, and we're going to be crossing the halfway mark. And I can't wait to see what our players are bringing to the table. And it seems like some of those games, they're in a fighting mood.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what you expect from the players post a rest day. And traditionally, this middle game stretch of Norway Chess, you know, the next couple of rounds, you do well here, you go on to win the title. So I think everyone comes back rejuvenated, refreshed, reset, and that's what we're seeing. I mean, look at that top left board. We've got our leader there and a player who's lost all his 4 games, and that's a full-blown fight already in that completely imbalanced opening between Alireza Firouzja and Vincent Kaymer, though in the balance, but that's dynamically balanced. Carlsen versus Wesley, so a bit of a slower grind. Wesley with a big decision. All of that will change if he does touch his G-pawn in that one. Pragg versus Gukesh, the all-Indian superstar clash. A queen's a gambit decline, and I think this one, again, with a knight on C6, a very non-traditional way to do things with the black pieces, promises to be fun. So a new idea by Gukesh and his team. The women board for me, David, it's all eyes on that center bottom board right now, which for our leaderboard, extremely important as we've got the leader versus the chaser.
Yeah, so you set the scene very nicely for us, Tanya. But we haven't given our predictions.
Oh, yes.
And we gotta be playing that game. At this minute, the scores are David has won 2, Tanya won 1, And
let's not go there. That's it, Ruby. You stop that.
Hasn't gone well for me. But that's okay.
That's okay.
Because I'm going to let you two be the star of the show. And I'm going to ask you, Tanya, since you were the winner of the last one, what is your prediction for how many Armageddons we'll be seeing today?
So at Norway Chess so far, the most blood we've had is 2 decisive results in Classical. I think we surpassed that. I think we get 3 decisive games today and 3 Armageddons is my prediction. I just think that the players are on a mission today, David Howell, looking at the openings that they're blitzing out.
Oh, I agree. It does look like it might be a more fiery round, a round that might shake things up in more dramatic ways than before, as we see Alireza put that leg up. I don't know. Should I go first, Jovanka, or do you want?
No,
you
you
want
go
the next
first.
shot?
You go first.
Okay, I'll say 2 decisive games for Armageddons.
Okay, so David is handing me the winning formula that has won everyone the points, which has been like 5 Armageddons and 1 decisive result. And that's what I'm going to be going for. And remember, you at home can also join in the fun. Vote now for how many Armageddons you see. Maybe you're going to win.
No prizes.
No prizes, but you get bragging rights.
Bragging rights, and that's something. So it's 3 for me. 4 Armageddons for David Howell, and 5 is Jovanka's
Yes.
pick. I think we've got a good shot at this one of actually taking David down here. I feel like either you get up on the scoreboard or I equal David.
Yep. I mean, I'm pretty confident, but no comment.
We'll see. It's not in our hands, it's in the hands of the players. So, okay, which one of these is the most exciting? Maybe we revisit Firouzja against Vincent Keimer, or
we can do that. I just want to point out before we deep dive into any of these games that Divya versus Zhu Jin is also an extremely important matchup in the women. You know, we speak about leaders versus chasers. Bibisara 1.5 points ahead the rest of the field. But you do have Zhu Jin, Divya and Anna Muzichuk right behind in the chasing pack there, as we see at 5.5. It is a fight, a clash between those two at the bottom of the leaderboard, waiting to claw their way up, yet to win a game. Women's World Champion Zhu Wenjun taking on the Women World Rapid Champion Humpy Koneru. And both of them, it's not just the fact that they're languishing at the bottom, but also that neither of them have actually got a position that suits their style, that we felt that they have a chance to actually win that game.
Maybe we go there, actually, because both of these players, you really feel that they need to start kicking in the classical games. And Zhu Wenjun, she's lost all her Armageddon games. She said at the minute the focus is on the classical. Humpy Koneru lost the first game against Bibisara, and now she is scrambling to get some points. What do we think about this? There's tension in the center, and this could sizzle. It could also fizzle out.
Yeah, this position, it looks like it's about to become symmetrical despite all the tension in the center. Just for my own curiosity, I want to do a quick action replay because I play this a lot with white. And there are some positions here, it's kind of an English-Reti hybrid. And yeah, there's some positions where black is fine, some positions where white gets a long-term edge. And just for everyone at home, d4 suddenly becomes the Catalan opening. This is a move order trick if you want to force black into this specific variation without allowing, I don't know, bishop b4 check in the Catalan, early pawn grabs. But she plays b3, Zhu Wenjun, keeping more tension. And after c5, bishop to b2 would allow a similar pawn structure to the one we saw in the Firouzja Keimer game, although lots of differences there. d4, black gains space. So she takes on d5. We see a capture, bishop b2. And yeah, this is still well-known stuff, I believe. And here white has a few options. The most common, and one I've played myself before, is to take on c5, basically arguing that black's bishop has to move again. I think that's the whole idea. And now white will try and get a knight into the center to try and force that bishop to move a third time. Small initiative, but ultimately very, very symmetrical looking. In the live position, white has other options. Knight c3 is probably the least ambitious, just more pieces flying off the board. Knight d2. Either way, Zhu Wenjun spending a bit of time now. 9-minute think. I'm really surprised she's out of theory if she is, because she chose this variation. But yeah, the body language a moment ago didn't look too positive.
Yeah.
Could we be seeing something similar to Gukesh, holding the world title,
Yeah.
struggling a bit in the classical.
Yes, it's also quite interesting if you look at Humpy's time. Humpy has also burnt a lot of time on the clock, and we're still in the realms of theory. By the way, David, and I'm going to say David because David said that he's played this. Why is it that White has 100% accuracy getting to this position, whereas Black has 99.9? I don't get it.
Where did that 0.1 fall off? I don't know, maybe Black... hard to explain. I was going to say, maybe Black should have played the Grinfeld or the King's Indian.
Yeah.
Maybe that cost her somewhere along the line. But 99.9% as Black tends to be okay. You don't lose many games with that level of accuracy.
Not too bad.
Not too bad.
99.9. But I think to David's earlier point about the World Championship looming for these two players, Zhu Wenjun and Gukesh, it's really not been an ideal start here. This is the tournament where you want to make your mark. This is the tournament where you want to start feeling like you're in shape for the big challenge that lies ahead. And Gukesh, bottom of the leaderboard. Wenjun currently at 5th place as well. Both players haven't had a single classical win in this one, and that's got to be something of a concern for Team Gukesh and Team Wenjun looking ahead at the match as well. Yovi, you say a sizzler or a fizzler. I'm looking at our top row right now. I look at top left. I think that's bound to be a sizzler. And look at that. It's Wesley So who's gone in for G5 against Magnus, driving his bishop back. Another sizzler in the making. I'll say Gukesh versus Pragnananda. That fizzles out into an Armageddon. Bottom row, there's Yujina with a big advantage already, a massive lead in development. She's castled. She's about to break in the center. Rook coming up, ready to line up against the Black Queen and the King. Another sizzler in that one. Muzichuk Asubueva has been sizzling from the very start. I think Wenjun, Humpy, I agree with you, Jovanka. That fizzles and goes into an Armageddon with all the pawns hoovered/vacuumed off the board from the center. It just feels like it's going to be too symmetrical unless Humpy, this very moment, decides to go all out with e4.
Right. And this is the big question for you. Let's go to Zhuzhina against Divya, because I suspect that White's advantage is about timing. And there we see it's a massive advance for White on the evaluation bar after G6 being awarded a question mark. So big question, it's all to do with the e4 break, or is there something cleverer?
I mean, it must be right, as you say, Jovanka, because if Black gets 2 more moves, if Black gets, for example, something like knight to e6 and just castles, it can't be that bad. Maybe White's slightly better. Black's bishop isn't great on c8, but it can't be a +1 advantage, so it has to be something to do with breaking out now, and it's just about whether to start with that. Tanya, you also mentioned rook to e1 lining up. That also looks very tempting here. And I did notice that G6 question mark, Divya's accuracy dropped from 99% to 94%, so that's quite a big mistake. And yeah, this feels like the plan, the first thing that Zhuzhina should calculate.
And I'm going to point out the problem with G6 is that this just means that Divya needs one more move to get ready to castle, which gives Zhuzhina enough time to set up either the rook or break in the center immediately. Instead of G6, what Divya had to do to keep the balance going is get the knight out of the way. Either you put the knight on G6 or you put your knight on E6 and basically say, no matter what you're doing as White, I'm getting my king to safety next. Openings is so much about development and timing, and I think G6 just a tad bit too slow, giving Zhuzhina the chance to seize the initiative. Very tempting to line up the rook on e1 or strike with e4. That's what's going on in Zhuzhina's mind. And the problem is that even if you move your knight out of the way now, which will not only block your own bishop, you still need one more move. e4 coming in, dark squares weakened along the Black's king side there. A bit of a Swiss cheese setup. To me, G6 is a bit of a mystery by Divya Deshmukh. It feels tactically so slow and positionally questionable.
Yeah, agree. And surely it's on her radar. Like, e4 is quite a typical thematic break in this type of pawn structure. We talked about it before, the Carlsbad structure, White with f2, e3, d4, Black with d5, c6, b7, and normally White breaks with queenside play, minority attack, or White breaks in the center. It's one or the other. And Zhuzhina, she's quite direct player. I think e4. Should we check out what happens?
Yeah, let's go there. Check it out. So presumably you take, and Black's defensive idea is that you can just put a piece on e6 and be quick to castle. Yeah, I was thinking knight and e6. Although I'm worried about d5, David and Tanya. This is not going well.
e4's on the board. Zhuzhina smells blood, and she's got a great head-to-head against Divya. This is one of the most one-sided kind of matchups in terms of history. And e4, I don't know. I think Divya, she didn't even spend that long on g6, just 6 minutes. She's going to regret this opening choice. It's not her style, and she's already on the back foot.
It was very unprovoked, right, to make that move. And any pawn moves around your king, you want to double, triple check, think them out. I'll also remind everyone, I mean, just before the rest day, round 4, Divya made a one-move queen blunder. And that is kind of uncharacteristic of her. She did speak about how energy and fatigue has been a factor, the classical games really draining her out, going to fight in the Armageddon and the challenges of that. But then you have this reset, right? We've been talking about Divya's one of her biggest strengths being opening preparation. I don't think G6 was part of it. This looks like some over-the-board inspiration, very likely to be regretted by Divya.
Yeah, she needed to focus on development. Yes, Divya also being very close to winning a lot of the games in classical as well. You know, she was winning against Anna Muzichuk, and she's finding it difficult to then adjust and say, oh, okay, I have to overcome the disappointment and deal with Armageddon. Here she's going to be in grovel mode. She now has to hold the center as tightly as possible. And the white king is castled. Black king out there in the middle, as David's pointing out. Black in big trouble already.
Yeah, and Divya's choice, playing willingly knight to f8 a few moves ago, without castling, it hasn't made a great impression. I think that was her big opening idea, but she said A, she put a knight in f8, she didn't say B and developed that knight.
And David, can we just show, I know we checked on some lines, but the problem and the lack of time that Black has. As Black, you have to take a decision in the center, right? There's no really good way to defend that pawn, so you take the pawn on e4, the bishop takes that pawn back, and the other thing is, as Black, your dream is to get your shock castle in. Let's say you get the knight out of the way. I don't think Zhuzhina stops with the pawn central breaks. Whether you go knight e6 or knight d7, white is coming in with d5 next. You're about to just explode in the center right there. You grab that pawn, the knight jumps forward, you're hitting the queen. Again, all the dark square weaknesses. This is Divya head in hands for all the right reasons.
Yeah, I mean, you can see a check coming in and the white queen basically saying, you shall not castle. Other dark squared targets here. We mentioned the Swiss cheese. Yeah, it just feels so scary. White's rooks are ready. I mean, they're already connected, but ready also to stare down at targets. Oh, Black is so far behind in development. I'm just shocked she's played this whole knight f8 maneuver and just allowed all this to happen.
I did have some Norwegian cheese yesterday. Also highly recommend, by the way.
Yeah, naturally lactose-free, which is, yeah.
Which cheese?
Incredible for me. It's sort of dark orange in color. I can never pronounce the name, but I think David knows the one that I'm talking about.
Oh,
Did you have Norwegian brown cheese? It doesn't even taste of cheese. It's not even cheese,
It's slightly
Tanya.
sweet.
It tastes like fudge.
The sweet one.
Yes.
Very delicious, though. It is very dessert.
It's almost like dessert. Okay. Well, we see Divya in big trouble. Let's go to the game between Magnus against Wesley So, because we saw g5 being played by Wesley, and look at Magnus reclining there on his chair. And I have some news for you. As we enjoy that sight, Magnus did enter the confessional, so let's get to hear his thoughts on what's been going down.
So this is my diary of the day so far. I woke up, I think, at 10. Slept forever, probably like 9.5 hours. Then at 11, I had some breakfast. And I feel like I ate like a little bit too much. Anyway, I was so out of it later on. And I had a long nap before lunch at 3, where Johannes, a good friend of mine, came by for lunch, and like we were talking about how we were both like struggling with memory these days, and like he's the same age as me, and that we're getting old and so on. And this is me right now. Like I have some clue. Like I literally was checking these lines just before I started the game, and I like have some clue, but I don't remember any details whatsoever. And hopefully things will get better. better in the course of the game, like in a proper dad move as well. I just had some coffee to try and cheer myself up, which I never used to do. But now it's just, yeah, it's tough. It's not easy out there. Also, there are like 2 sets of monitors up on the stage showing the games, and personally, Wesley probably has to agree to this, but personally I would not mind if one of the monitors of my game was switched out with PSG versus Arsenal, and I don't know, let me know. I've polled a few people so far. I don't think I've found any like non-Arsenal fan that hopes that they win this match or anything in general, but let me know.
Magnus Carlsen there giving us some insight, saying, well, struggling with his memory. Also got some attention, some mind on the football. So that was something that we kind of touched upon. Like, was Magnus going to play really quickly in order to follow the football game? He's like, no, but I kind of wish.
I don't think anyone will complain if that switch up was to happen.
No, I mean, even the fans, surely down there in the library, in that little playing hall, they wouldn't mind for the next few hours having a bit of double entertainment. But I mean, the game itself is entertaining. Magnus says he can't remember all the details, which is fascinating to me, because I associate Magnus with this supreme memory. He seems to remember details from the 90s about which page he read, about like page 92 of this book was where he saw this position, this player, this against this player. He seems to know it all. I would be shocked if he doesn't recall exactly what he should be doing here, but it is taking him a bit of time. And
he did admit he's getting old, David Howell. There's no hope for the rest of us.
35's young. He's a child.
He is young, but I was just going to say, like, Magnus saying that he doesn't remember that much, but has some kind of idea. I mean, is his some kind of idea equivalent to our loads and loads and loads of knowledge?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Probably Magnus not remembering is us equivalent to us like studying for years and years.
Yes, our entire chess career.
Exactly. But I should mention, this position, according to the database I see in front of me, has only been played a few times, 5 times. White has never won from this position, at the top level at least, in Grandmaster games. Peter Lecko has won from the black side, Azarov, Eric Blomqvist, the Swedish Grandmaster, they've all won from the black side. A couple of draws in there as well. But yeah, Magnus, I've got to say, as far as I know, he's kind of mixing plans as well. Like A4 is not normally a good idea in these positions once black has got A5, because it kind of makes D4 harder if there's an exchange. Black has squares, white can't push on the queen side either. So I don't really see what Magnus is doing. If there's no D4, if there's no B4, what else?
You know, when your opponent goes 8-6, G5 plays on the flank, you've got to make D4 happen, right? So you need to prepare for that. One of the very thematic ideas of these kind of structures is get the rook out of the way, put your knight next to the king, defend that E4 pawn, defend that D4 pawn, and try to break it. While Magnus feels like he doesn't know all the ideas, I think the idea that Wesley So is hinting at with his last move is very important to point out, because it's a rather active one, right? It looks like a slow king move, just placing it on a nice square. But very often in these positions, black retreats with the knight, the square that's just been vacated. They hit sometimes to 8-7, sometimes to G8, rerouting via E7 to G6 towards the center of the board. But not just that, you're getting ready to strike in the center with F5. And it feels like it's a race to one of these two breaks. Either Magnus gets a D4 break in, or Wesley first to the party with F5.
Right. To my eyes, it looks like D4 is the white's only break. You want to be going rook E1, D4, and whoops, maybe A4 doesn't belong, but it's there now. Let's deal with the consequences.
Yeah, we'll see what Magnus has in mind. Just to put some moves on the board to showcase those plans. If we do try and enact that race, rook to E1, let's say the black knight goes back to G8. Black is just one move away. White still can't break with D4. That square is covered 3 times, unless he's going to play it as a pawn sacrifice, which is sometimes possible. Let's say Magnus goes back with the knight, and black just gets there first, F5. And maybe they'll just play around it. I think white has to take before the door shuts, before firstly connect 4, but also the door shuts on the bishop. Let's say we see a couple of captures. Maybe this is where we see d4 on the board, potentially with knight e3 first. But d4, and yeah, Magnus is arguing he's got a lot of protection around his king, whereas black's king a bit more airy, although black's position is very active.
It's very active, and if you want to take a more positional approach, if you're Wesley, David, the other idea of knight falling back to g8 is to play against Magnus's plan of d4, which currently defended by 2, and you can get a third attacker on that. You plant your queen to the square. You're also eyeing h5, h4 at the right time. Your knight ready to reroute itself via e7, g6. So if Wesley doesn't want to go all out with the move f5, he can still tie down the center.
Yeah, exactly, and there's so many plans. Another one you mentioned in that position, the knight to e7 into g6, that does hold things, that does hold e5, and once the knight gets here, it's also more attractive to throw that h-pawn down the board, since white doesn't have h4. Everything covered, the center covered, and yeah, this is going to be so tense.
Yeah.
Evat Bar says 0. Almost 0.0. That means in a fiery position like this, it could go either way later.
And do you see that Magnus will at some point be perhaps forced to sacrifice a pawn in order to get the pieces going? I mean, I'm just thinking knight e3, knight f5 or something. Because as it stands, the position in front of us on our analysis board, looks like black has complete control. Is the only one in just there able to advance. h5, bishop g4 incoming.
Exactly. I've studied these loads with black, and I get so confused because the computer gives this position here it's 0.0. Sometimes it's like black is way better, and it looks the same. Suddenly white is way better, looks the same, and tiny details. That's why the players are burning time on the clock. I would be shocked if Magnus in the live board, live position, doesn't play rook e1, because that feels like the start of everything we're talking about. But who knows? Magnus likely thinking about the football right now.
Well, that's exactly what he spoke about in the confession. I love how he came back and said, you know what, get that on one of our digital screens, on one of the boards. Swap my game with a PSG versus Arsenal. I have to also point out, today, Saturday, Magnus was talking about how his morning has been. There are a lot of fans here in the building as well at Bjørvika. Quite a few of them at the entrance that I saw when I was walking in. And I think for Magnus, it just means so much to have this tournament in Norway, not just in Norway, but in Oslo. Home turf, he is the Norwegian hero. Ivanka, as you mentioned, the sporting identity of Norway is so closely tied to Magnus Carlsen. He kind of wants to play to them. And I think this position promises to be fun. But all credit is not on Magnus. It's incredible to watch Wesley go ahead with h6, g5, a player who's sometimes been criticized to play too safe, too solid. There have been debates and arguments that for Wesley, he's more afraid of losing than the desire and the ambition to win. But this Norway Chess, it's Wesley 2.0.
Yeah, Wesley is putting on quite the spectacle for us as he's gone h6, g5, king to g7, and Magnus is the one in the tank thinking about how to proceed. I love the way that Wesley has played. He has good memories here at Norway Chess. There was, after all, the first and only time he defeated Magnus in classical. Will we be seeing Wesley repeat history? Well, let's take a break from this game, go back to our bird's eye view, because I got questions about some of the games. And the one that I've got the questions the most about is there on the top left between Alireza and Vincent.
Yeah, looks like a great place to jump in. We haven't been there for a while. I'm gutted because those beautiful pawn structures have been broken up. Vincent Keimer now with an isolated pawn in the center of the board. Just a very quick look back since we were last here, because I'm sure there were people curious about the opening. We left it after e5, or we left it when e5 was about to be played. And we said, oh, beautiful chain. Connect 4. White here needs to erode the black center before it continues marching. e4 is a big threat right now. And this is where b takes c5 was played. A blue arrow appeared because black needed to defend his center. I believe that there might be some issues with bishop takes c5 here. I'm just curious. Bishop takes c5. Yeah, I was right. I think I've seen this before, but I didn't want to suggest it just in case the bar dropped. But knight takes d4 would have been a big hit here due to e takes. And whoops, the bishop is hit. That's a double attack. White regains the material with interest. So knight c6, only move. Of course, Vincent found it. And now we see the black pawn isolated in the center, but does look quite healthy for Vincent Keimer. He has space, and if we continue forward in the current position, if Firouzja's not able to get this bishop active, currently stirring against a very strong pawn, then I do fear for White's chances long term. The black knights are going to come into some nice squares. The black bishop has either f5, maybe long diagonal. Black has more space. Who do we prefer here?
It actually does look very nice for black, right? You point out ideas like knight e5, knight f4, and I think that's not even a question. If you give black 2 moves, the black bishop ready to land up on the b7 diagonal, assisting those 2 knights on the king side as well. You know, the bishop on c5, it might look like a part of the connect 4 on the other side as a big pawn, but it's doing a fabulous job. Sure, it's behind its own pawn, but it protects it beautifully. Anytime that pawn even has to be given away as a sacrifice, one can imagine that bishop getting really active and playing for counterplay. I would say that Firouzja needs to be a little careful in this game. For Vincent, his best chance against Firouzja has got to be in the classical with the way Armageddon has gone so far for him. And if you're Alireza, you're looking for direct ideas, right? You're looking for bishop f3, bishop d5, knight f3, pick up that pawn on d4 as quickly as you can.
Yeah, I agree that for Alireza has to be the one doing something. I love your plan, by the way, Tanya, of putting a bishop on d5 and then just trying to corral the pawn on d4, because as whites, you know, I would be thinking, how on earth to activate the bishop on b2?
Oh, it's all about that piece. We should also mention this is the most dramatic time situation that Firouzja's had so far. We've talked about how great he's been in the classical. It was a bit of a time scramble against Magnus Carlsen, but he was ultimately the one who came out on top. Now he's down, what is it, nearly 40 minutes on the clock.
40 minutes on the clock. Well, yeah, the drama is already brewing there. Okay, I just saw that there is some drama happening between Anna Muzichuk and Bibisara Asalbaeva as we see the rook, the black rook, appear on e2. That's a sacrifice. We gotta go and check that out immediately.
Wow. Exchange sacrifice. Bibisara has barely spent any time. Oof. She spent just 7 minutes so far. We're on move 21. This is some of the most deep preparation we've seen in Norway chess so far. The rook disappears. For those of you who were here with us earlier, we left it after rook to b8, hitting the b2 pawn. This is still, I think, Bibisara's preparation. Anna Muzichuk spent a long time, castled, sacked her pawn on b2, trying to prioritize king safety, development. e4 hit, the bishop retreating. And in this position, the blue arrow appeared. a4, the best move. Anna Muzichuk found it. And if we continue that line, a6, mysterious stuff. The bishop can take this pawn. I guess the idea here is that it's a double attack, hitting the knight, hitting the bishop. Anna, of course, saw that, occupied the pawn, occupied the square with the pawn instead. Queen c7, blue arrow move, Bibisara. This is incredible. Knight hits the rook, sacrifice, and her idea has been to take this pawn. This must have been a shock for Anna Muzichuk. Black has a pawn and a knight for the rook, hitting the rook in the corner here. The a5 pawn hanging. What do we think? Is this ever better for black, or is this just a sacrifice aimed at swapping off as many pieces as possible?
You know, you take the imbalance in the position and the craziness of it all, and you add the clock factor to it. It is, from a human perspective, so unnerving to play this with white. When your opponent is just blitzing out move after move, you know you're still in that preparation, has just sacrificed an exchange, open up that monster of a bishop on g7, which is a key piece in all these openings, is now about to win another pawn. Do the math. It's going to be 2 pawns for an exchange. So that adds up as well. The piece activity, the other knight ready to jump onto e5, ready to land onto d3, given the next opportunity. It doesn't matter that the bar says that Anna's still doing well. From a human evaluation perspective, I'm picking Bibisara right now. You know, knight takes pawn, you move your rook away, queen takes pawn, knight e5 jumping in next. You know the guy behind this preparation if you're Anna Muzichuk as well. You've got to be feeling the nerves.
You definitely got to be feeling the nerves. Also the knight on a4. Knights on the edge fall off the hedge. Knights on the rim are dim. And there was another one, but I've forgotten. But I was just going to say, look, that knight doesn't have any squares. Once queen takes a5 appears, where's that knight going? And this bishop on g7 is a monster.
Is it knights on the side, you got no ride?
I like it.
Wow.
I've never heard it before, but I love it.
Yeah, the Germans have a great phrase. I can't exactly remember it.
Springer Randen.
Yeah.
Something like in
Chat,
Canton.
let us know.
Canton.
Something like that.
Yes.
Springer am Rand? No.
Even Canton is like the edge.
Yeah.
Anyway, yes.
We need our help, viewers. Any rhymes, any idioms, let us know. But either way, this white knight is not happy. And just to show it, if the white rook moves, I mean, b1, c1, I'm not sure what the best square is. Queen takes pawn, and yeah, this is very much a stuck piece. Engines might keep it in the balance here for white. Minimal advantage according to the evaluation bar, but human point of view. Psychology, being 50 minutes down now, Anna Muzychuk, she must be really struggling to find the right way forward, and not easy, for sure.
And this is a very key marquee matchup in Norway Chess women, right? Because for Bibisara, the dream is to extend the separation with the rest of the field, while Anna Muzychuk wants contact. Now, in this position, what we have right now, you know it's going to be a fight, but look at Anna. You can just tell from her, she's slightly fidgety, not feeling comfortable, keeps looking at the clock, glancing at the score sheet. She's not liking how this has turned out. And David, if we have a moment to actually backtrack just one move, because it is extremely crucial for Anna to stop Bibisara from giving up her exchange. And right there, we've got the saying that you guys were talking about.
Okay.
Take it away.
Who's good at German? David.
Oh dear. Ein Springer am Rand bringt Kummer und Schand.
Ooh, I have no idea what that means, but it sounds good.
Well, a knight on the edge, and I think scant would be like pain.
Oh.
Something.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
So it's sort of like knight on the wrong lane is full of pain. Something like that?
Yeah.
Can be translated to that?
Okay, who's quick with Google Translate? Help us, producers, help us. And I don't know, it just feels, I don't know, poetic almost. It sounds dramatic. It sounds like something you'll never, ever forget, that rhyme. And yeah, Anna Muzychuk didn't do this willingly. I think the knight coming to the edge of the board was purposed at trapping that rook. It has served its purpose. It's just about getting that knight back into the center now.
But look at the way Black's pieces are placed, just making sure that that takes an incredibly long time, especially now that the b6 square is going to be out of reach once the a5 pawn falls. David, can we just backtrack to that moment when Bibisara gave up that exchange? Actually, Anna had a great position right now. You know, at this moment, when the queen hits the knight, it was very crucial for her to neutralize the fianchetted bishop that Black has. Bishop to d4 would have solved all problems. Knight a4 coming in next. Knight takes, well, not immediately, but knight takes pawn. Tricks like that always in the air. And the main point is you've just disconnected Black's bishop on g7 from the game. And this just ends up giving you a really nice position to play for maybe even an advantage here.
Yeah, so Anna could have played this. I can't blame her at all for going hunting for this rook, thinking that, okay, she might get her knight in as well. The only move here actually was to take this bishop. Apparently everything else white would have been almost winning. The d pawn advancing, the a6 pawn hanging. So maybe she just underestimated, and naturally underestimated this blow from Bibisara.
And that's a great point, because Ivanka, you play knight a4. You've obviously calculated rook takes bishop, right? It's how you evaluate it. Because if the rook moves anywhere else, bishop takes pawn, and white is doing much better in this position. So I wonder if it actually came down to Anna just not evaluating this rook takes bishop, follow up knight takes pawn, follow up queen takes pawn as something that gives Black enough counterplay.
Yeah, you know, I just think Bibisara knows this position and has studied this position in way more detail than Anna. Anna thought that she was getting the surprise in, and that's not been the case. And can we just quickly evaluate what's going to happen, say, after rook b1, rook c1? Like, let's go rook c1.
Let's take on a5.
And then take on a5, and let's try to get that knight to work some magic. How bad is this? Oh.
Are you defending it, moving it? What do we think?
Move it. Knight c5.
c5.
Ooh.
There's lots of moves for Black. You can hit the white queen. You can take the bishop. Okay, suddenly the eval bar saying it's totally level.
Takes.
Take the bishop. The white queen has to take back. Does defend the knight though. I mean, a position like this. Let's say, I mean, rook takes is one. Whoops, rook takes is one question. But let's say an endgame. Is this just an immediate draw?
And is that part of Anna Muzychuk's strategy? We know how much she loves those Armageddons.
Yeah, some of the games she's gone straight for the Armageddon, hasn't really hung around at all in the classical.
It blows my mind that Bibisara has taken 7 minutes and 13 seconds to get to this position that we have in front of us.
Modern prep, modern chess. We have seen rare, like, it's been quite rare this tournament. Like, most people trying to dodge early, just trying to get a new idea early and trying to make the opponents fight on their own 2 feet. But Bibisara playing 22 moves of preparation and counting.
22 moves of preparation from Bibisara. Well, the drama is only just beginning here, day 5 of Norway Chess. We're going to go on a short break. When we return, we're going to bring you all of the action that is currently unfolding.
Twitch.tv/chess. Did you know that there is a Guinness World Record attempt happening right now between childhood friends, Oscar and Udin? They are 8.5 hours in. They've been here since 9 a.m. local time. My back hurts just looking at them.
Wow, they've played 52 decisive games already in 8.5 hours. I was talking to them last night. They were so excited about getting going, but they were super nervous as well. 61 hours is more than a marathon. It's going to be tough, but they look energetic for now, keeping a quick pace, Anna.
They do. It almost cannot be sensed that they may have been watching the Champions League last night, as preparation to today's world record attempt. And it was Magnus Carlsen himself who made the ceremonial first move on this board, which actually, by the way, is a very unique board. I don't know if we can show later what's underneath.
We'll try.
The camera angle. It's this table was made for the world record attempt. Both of them are very good friends of Magnus Carlsen, and they said that, Magnus is like, this world #1. Former world champion. What have we achieved in our lives? What can we do to make our mark in the chess world? So they came up with this idea. We're gonna beat the world Guinness record for the longest ever chess play.
Nei, jeg synes det er I hvert fall da jeg så på sist, så var de veldig konsentrerte der. Nei, jeg synes Askild har spilt veldig bra. Odin har vært litt ymse. Og få på det, Det var fint det partiet, fikk en tårn F6. Så... Ja, det var feil.
Så du springer fra G3? Det det fineste trekket I dag.
It feels really good that Magnus is showing up and showing his support, and we know he's playing and he is stressed as well. It means a lot, like he's the one with probably the best chess knowledge on the planet, and it means a lot when he says like your games wasn't that bad. That's like, for coming from him, it's actually a huge compliment. So.
action in day 5 of Norway Chess, and looking at the spectacular playing venue that is in Bjørvika, the Dijkman Library, we see this. All the players in full concentration, but with a crowd mentally cheering them on. I imagine there you can hear a pin drop. It's so tense.
And that's where we will soon see the Champions League final appear on those big screens at the top, if Magnus Carlsen had his way. But who's going to get their way here in round 5? That's the big question.
A huge moment in Norway Chess right out of the rest day, and as the openings have panned out, the players feeling their fighting spirit right now as we go across the board. It is a beautiful venue. It has to be inspiring to play chess, and today, here at the Bjørvika Library, it's a house full, Yovi. So many fans have come down to see chess in this iconic building. And I asked a few of them before I was coming in, who are you guys rooting for? Every one of them just had one name, Magnus Carlsen. They want to see the Magnus come back.
Yeah, they want to see their local hero do very well. He has the white pieces against Wesley. His body language is telling one story, though. He said not entirely comfortable with his position. He was in the confessional earlier on where he said had some knowledge, but maybe not enough knowledge. Let's have a look at this position, because we see Wesley actually just play something a little bit unconventional. He was gone for g4, giving up the h4 squares. Now, squares are the currency of the board. You don't want to give them too many. You don't want to give too many of them away. And here, knight h4, maybe even a sacrifice. Bishop h4 is in the air. What do we think?
Oof. The fact that Magnus is even thinking, and the fact that his knight is almost trapped, the only safe square is knight h4, means that he's definitely considering sacrificing here. Again, I'm going to put my chess nerd hat on and ramble. Story time with David. But a few years ago, this actually used to be quite a rare idea. This whole bishop g5, bishop h4 system, it used to be regarded as really bad. It just gives black free moves. Black gets a pawn storm and an attack. And everyone used to dodge this. Then around 10 years ago now, there was this one grandmaster, Anton Demchenko, who was playing bishop g5 every game against everyone. He would only play e4, only the Italian, and only the bishop g5 pin ideas. And he was beating everyone. 2600s, 2700s, you name it. I played him in the last round of a European individual tournament. He crushed me in about 20 moves. And that was actually in a very similar position. Magnus has just played knight h4. But if we go back here, g4 was the recommendation back then of weaker engines. It was g4, white plays knight h4, knight h5 comes, you bring your queen out to g5, and you're doing well. But he played this idea against me, bishop h4, and I just got crushed. I didn't know how to react. It's a full piece sacrifice, and after king g7, he played this idea of going king h1 with the idea of g4, rook g1, g5, boom, and this pin is just eternal. I just had no answer. So I think Magnus wanted to do the same. That was why he had that longish think there, bishop h4, but now with the king on g7, not so impressive. And it's well known that knight e7 coming around to g6 is actually a cool idea here, with the idea that the king is actually safe and it will run back next move. So Magnus didn't sacrifice the piece with bishop h4. That would have actually left the knight trapped as well, so no urgency. He played knight h4, the safer of the two, and knight h5 immediately from Wesley. This is the old way of playing for black. And yeah, it's caught both players by surprise, though, it seems.
And blue arrow has appeared as well, saying knight f1, white's only move.
Black's idea is pretty clear, right? Now, once the knight is out of the way, you want to get your queen into the game, queen g5, and then at the right time, either step in with your knight to f4 or break open with f5 with all the pieces coming in. Now, let's not forget, once the rook gets into that f line, the bishop on a7 beautifully placed, bishop on g3 under fire, suddenly f2 becomes incredibly weak. And David, to your story about knight h4, bishop h4, while Magnus was having that long think, he also had a slight smirk on his face. I think he was being very entertained with the idea that bishop to h4 sacrifices a knight on f3, something that has been a storyline of this tournament for Magnus Carlsen in his game against Pragg. Huge knight moves there. Against Gukesh, his final move involved a knight sacrifice, winning the game. His last table smash game against Gukesh had some knight sacrifices involved as well. And I think Magnus Carlsen was finding it rather entertaining that if he does go for this line, which must have been super tempting for him, you know, guess what? I just don't like my knights. I'm giving it away. But then he decided to pull the brakes and go for the more sane option with knight to h4.
Yeah, well, Magnus gets his knight parked on h4, but winning or losing, it doesn't matter to Magnus as long as he has a good hair day.
Today, out of 10.
Solid 9.
Solid 9. Looking sharp.
Do you guys remember Johnny Bravo?
Do.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, he was, yes.
A little more slick back, and I think I totally see where you're going. I've seen Magnus have these two hair looks, right? It's either the bedhead with hair all over, or he goes for that full business vibe, gelled back hair, super sleek. And I think the chess seems to reflect those two moods perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
When he's got the slick back, you can see he means business, extremely locked into the board. But usually when we have this, it's very creative play by Magnus. What do you guys think? How are we rating the hair day today?
Yeah, I mean, I look forward to seeing a man bun someday or short back insides or something. But for now, this looks good.
I don't think we'll ever see the man bun again from Magnus because he didn't do very well. That was like his period where things didn't quite go to plan in the chess, and then the man bun came off and he was back to his winning ways. So, well, Magnus there concentrating, very tense position that he has against Wesley. Let's leave Magnus thinking about this.
Yeah, and just to point out, we see that shout out to Angel Castiel for mentioning the football score and saying that if only Magnus knew, then he might be looking more energetic right now. Apparently, Arsenal have scored.
Arsenal, is he an Arsenal supporter?
No, he's not an Arsenal fan. He's only Real Madrid. But.
Which is why he'll get really angry and charged up and start playing like 3700 stockfish level. Because he'll just use that as fuel, Magnus Carlsen, seeing Arsenal score.
Okay.
Are you guys rooting for a team today?
Arsenal. Has to be Arsenal, right?
Arsenal fans, though.
Oh.
They'll never let us forget. That's all they'll talk about for the next 100 years.
No. We've got to be loyal. It's an English football club. We've got to be loyal to that. So Arsenal it is. And talking about epic duels, we have a big one between Pragg and Gukesh. And I see already that White has, David, a very nice pawn formation. So let's go there. And first up, let's do a rewind how the players got here because it started off as a Rogozin. And let's see how things developed.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Ivanka, this is the Rogozin. We've seen twists on this so far this tournament, the Rogozin. But here, Queen A4 check is one of the modern main lines, hitting the king, hitting the bishop. And after knight C6, Tanya mentioned this earlier, that the knight isn't normally well placed on this square. So White actually willingly loses a tempo, just slides back, queen back to c2, and argues that the knight is actually in the way here. It means that black is devoid of pawn breaks. c5 is now almost impossible to achieve. The idea as well is that white is just going to build up slowly in the center, keep really flexible, bring the bishop out, and very interesting here that Gukesh has had I would say, mixed relationship with the Rogozin. He played in the Olympiad back in 22 in Chennai. He won some incredible games from the white side of this position, playing Queen C2. He's had this, I think, with both white and black, but he spent 24 minutes almost here in a very well-known position, a very trendy one as well, and then played Bishop D6, given a miss, a very rare move, retreating, actually almost a novelty here, retreating without being nudged, without being kicked back. Normally you wait for A3 before making that decision. And the computer really disliked it due to the fact that white can actually gain space now with c5. And we see something similar. Pragg not playing c5 yet. I think the computer really likes just building a pawn wedge here, a pawn chain, b4, e3, everything on dark squares. Black is cramped. Bishop g5 though. First there was an exchange on this f6 square. Only later did Pragg close that center with a nice, beautiful pawn chain. And I think the fight is going to be about whether black can break out. Black has the bishops, but for now, they're a bit stuck, and white has easy plans if he gets time to continue advancing.
And I want to just add to that storyline that you mentioned about Gukesh falling back, taking so much time. And one reason for that is because Pragg's choice of move of coming back with the queen to c8 is not the top 5 moves played in this position. You can go a3, you can go e3, a lot of other options, bishop to d2. taking on d5. But queen c2, only 20 games in this position compared to hundreds of games in the other ones. In fact, Gukesh has had exactly this position with e3 a number of times, and I think this was a small, slight surprise by Pragg, prepared against Gukesh in this game. As Gukesh, like you said, has played the Ragozin several times. Bishop e7 played quite often here. So the d6 square, an over-the-board inspiration by Gukesh, but I do see that he's kind of caught up on the clock after that. He started making the moves pretty quickly, and Pragg continues with his plan. And if we catch up with the live board, he's eyeing play on the left side of the board. Connect 4, but the real action will happen with rook b1, b4, a4, get that bishop out of the way, b5, a5, everything 5. And meanwhile, for Gukesh, it's going to be about trying to break in the center with e5 as quickly as possible the moment that bishop gets back.
Yeah, and I kind of call this particular pawn structure that white has the big clamp, because if you get b4, a4, you just completely expand of a pawn on f4, but you don't even need the pawn on f4, and that's why I think it's quite relevant here, because e5 is not going to be happening. It's first up, Pragg has positioned it beautifully. Bishop takes knight is preventing an e5 breakout, and all that white needs to do is expand as much as possible on the queen side, and there's no breakout whatsoever for black. And bishop to d6, I understand why he played it. I was trying to figure out why bishop to d6, but he was trying to hope for some pawn takes c4 ideas and then break out with e5, but far from that. Now Gukesh is in grovel mode, and the queen needs to be away from f6. I think the queen should be on e7. There should be like a bishop on f6 and a queen on e7. I think black may be okay, but no, not there.
Wrong way around. Nowhere really for the queen to go. Queen g6 would, at the very minimum, damage the black pawn structure. Yeah, his next move is maybe dropping back the bishop just to defend the d pawn to try and get e5, but still a long, long way away. I don't like it for Gukesh, just really cramped.
Maybe he agrees with Jovanka, and this move is just stepping up to get the other bishop back, and then either plant the queen on e7 or the knight on e7, and you're making a case that at some point, I believe that this bishop belongs on g7. You push that g pawn, knowing Gukesh, I won't be surprised if we actually see g5 and bishop g7 appear on the board.
I like it. I like it. Living your best life on the back rank.
I don't know if Gukesh is living his best life currently, though. I want to talk a little bit about that right now with both of you. You know, with him currently at 3.5 points, bottom of the leaderboard. Of course, still it's a long tournament to go, and every classical win gives you 3 points. But it's not just the storyline of where we are right now, right? It's the entire year and a half that it's been since the World Championship match.
Yeah.
For Gukesh.
No, he's not had an easy time of it. It's been very erratic. At times he's done very well. Like I remember in 2025, you know, he tied for first with Pragg in Tata Steel, and it looked like, okay, he's going to go from strength to strength. He's fresh off his World Championship victory, and then he loses to Pragg. And then he has big results and then bad results, like in the FIDE Grand Swiss. He was going to make an explosion there, but no, he doesn't. He didn't. He even drew with Divya in that particular event. It hasn't been easy for him whatsoever. And part of me was thinking that he just needed to enjoy playing chess and maybe not play as much chess, because he was traveling around everywhere trying to prove himself as the world champion. And I felt like he didn't need to do that. And now I feel like the criticism has just gotten a little bit under his skin.
And that pressure to prove himself has increased as the criticism has gone through the roof, I'd say, with the scrutiny on every single result that Gukesh has. And David, to that point, you know, then you have your challenger who's on site, who's in the venue. Sindarov is currently in Oslo. I mean, that's a bit of a power statement, a bold statement by him, you know, like a boss move that I'm just coming to chill in this tournament while everyone's eyeing the form that you're on.
Exactly. That's how to do it, though, to enjoy life, sometimes take breaks. I mean, most of the successful world champions, they didn't actually play that much throughout the year. They're chilling, they're doing their own thing. Magnus, now he's kind of stepped away from that. He's continuing to be so successful because he's enjoying life and trying to take the pressure off. He's got a second outlet. He's doing sport. He's always kind of distracting himself from the chess. And I think Gukesh needs to find that. I don't think we'll see Gukesh ever reach those heights of 2024 unless he finds a way to totally switch off between events. That's something that he'll need to find. It will take time, but he does have time on his side. So just turning 20, I mean, he's got the world at his feet. He's I mean, he's still got, I believe, a 50%. I think it's 50-50 him against Sindarov. I think it's going to come down to 1 or 2 games here and there. And yeah, if he maintains the title, maybe that will give him the belief that actually I do deserve this. I belong here. I'm going to enjoy it. And yeah, I would love to see Gukesh reclaim that form that he showed a couple of years ago.
Yeah, me too. Well, we'll see whether Gukesh can survive this difficult position. Can he just hold on and just manage to equalize? But let's go to the bird's eye view, because talking about equalizing and surviving, it is Divya Deshmukh who I feel is in survival mode, as she's playing there with her king out there in the center, the game on the bottom left. Let's go there and see how things have developed.
Okay, I'm not going to say anything because I accidentally saw the top computer move. I don't know whether to suggest a guessing game or not because it feels unfair, but let's go. I think it's unfair to suggest it because there are so many good moves for white, so many tempting moves.
I mean, just because of the way you're saying it, I'm saying d5. Give up the bishop on e4 because you don't care about it. You want your rook on e1.
Great move.
Yes.
But there's a but coming for sure.
There are options, though, and there's one which is around the same evaluation, I would say. Actually, it's kind of changing around. So there's 3 moves that I see that I'm going to switch it off now, turning off the computer. But there's 3 moves I saw there that offer a big advantage for white. d5 is one of them, and logical, right? Like d5, if the bishop is captured, don't really have to worry. The black queen can't take it due to the pin.
That's why my calculations stopped, David Howell.
Yeah, that's all you need to see, I think. Like that's all Zushina needs to see here. She's been thinking 20 minutes, though.
And she plays it. d5 on the board.
She does. d5.
So what was the other fancy move? Was it bishop takes c6 or something like that? Yes.
Bishop takes c6. This one is given a double exclamation mark anyway, because it is a sacrifice. It is giving up the bishop, as we saw, but only temporary. The knight is poisoned. Rook e1. So yeah, just to show, I mean, rook e1 was actually my first instinct. d5 as well, very natural. I would have probably spent most of my time looking at rook e1, d5 comparing, but I would never have thought bishop takes c6.
That's crazy.
Maybe this would have been 3 exclamation marks. And now to play d5 and essentially say, okay, I'm pinning you next move. Good luck getting out the center in time. This would have been wild.
Can you finish this? Because I see your idea of rook e1. I think black's forced to take the pawn on d5. You take it with your knight?
I think so.
And why is this so good if I just move my rook?
You have rook e1 and then queen to e5 at the end of it.
Beautiful.
And the queen is like this. What do you call it when the queen hits 2 rooks? But
looks like a V for victory.
Call it beautiful, that's what you call it. Yeah, V. The double attack.
That's a stunning point.
Yeah, this is incredible. That is, okay, very, very easy to miss this type of thing. And the thing is, it wasn't necessary. If this was the only way to win, then we could say like, oh, maybe spending a bit more time thinking, but she spent 20 minutes. She played d5, which is a great move anyway. This would have been picturesque and game over. I think this would have actually happened pretty much in the game. But d5, good enough. And Divya, in big trouble.
You know, it's the kind of move bishop takes pawn. If someone taps you on your back and says white to play in destruct, you'd have it on your radar. Otherwise, it's so incredibly difficult for it to even be a candidate move for you. To get your mind to start calculating those rounds, those lines.
And also because this one looks so good, right? You're following the attacking rules. Your king is in the middle of the board. What do? You open up lines. And here we're going to see bishop takes knight. That is what I'm definitely banking on. The rook is going to come to e1. Queen can step up to d4. It just feels like it would be a miracle if Divya manages to survive to move 25.
But now you can see the difference between bishop takes pawn and d5, right? Bishop takes pawn is game over on the spot. Now it's just a beautiful position, but you still have to win it.
Exactly. And now black is going to castle. Like, she's going to get knight e6, and she's going to get her king to safety most likely. Probably white gets some big advantages anyway. Maybe wins a pawn in the process, but it could have been more. It's worth saying, though, that she did get 2 brilliant moves. Knight takes d5 was also a brilliant move last turn, because I guess it was hanging the bishop on e4, but that was obviously untouchable. White would have had loads of forks, knight f6, knight c7, everything. But yeah, this is good enough for an edge. It's just about whether she can grow it now, whether Divya can fight back and minimize the damage.
All right, so Zhuzhina under push in this one. A beautiful position out of the opening. Divya feeling the pressure. Queen takes knight, bishop takes knight. I think both equally attractive options. If you're white right now, you may want your other rook on d1 as well. You're eyeing queen b5 check in case of bishop e6, winning that pawn on b7 in certain lines as well. Should we zoom out of this for a moment, as I am expecting Zhuzhina to take a while before she decides which piece to capture from? I'm loving, by the way, on our top row what Wesley's doing. And look at the bars all along. Pretty much in the level on all our 6 boards, but if anyone has advantage across, it looks like it's a good day to be white.
Yeah, good day to be white. It does look like there might be 2 decisive games this round, though.
All right, which one are you, David? Just follow that thought through. Where are you expecting those 2 results to come from, and which 4 draws are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I'm partly joking because of my prediction earlier. Anyone who's just joining, we played a prediction game. We're always trying to guess every round how many decisive games, how many Armageddons there'll be. I think Firouzja against Khaimah has the makings of a decisive game. Could go any way. I'm not sure. It's kind of asymmetrical imbalances. Firouzja's attitude, the time situation, 40-something minutes down. That one, maybe Carlsen against So. That is a very interesting battle as well.
And everything else goes to Armageddon, you're saying. I feel like you're doubting your own prediction at this point.
Zhuzhina does look like she's going to win, though. I think the other 2 women's games will be drawn. I think Muzichuk against Bibisara. We should actually pat ourselves on the back. We predicted all of that. That whole continuation, the whole sequence. Looks like Muzichuk is playing it a bit safer, understandably, now that Bibisara has surprised her. Zhu and Jun against Humpy, I'll say draw. But yeah, I have a feeling 2 of those 3, all on the left. So the green board, the brown board on the bottom, and the top center. If one of them is draw, 2 decisive, my prediction might come
I think it's a little bit fake news. I think the players are playing with us like
Very
they've
scammy.
always done, and I reckon it's going to be the winning formula of 1 decisive game, 5 draws.
You know, Yovi, you almost had me till your last line there. I agree that the 2 decisive result for Armageddon feels a bit scammy to me at this point. I actually am super happy with my prediction of 3 decisive classical chess stuff and 3 Armageddon right now because of, look at the bars as well. They seem to agree with me at this point. Exciting action. I think this is going to be the day at Norway Chess. We have most number of classical chess going.
Yeah, there has to be a bloodbath.
Yeah,
At
we need
some
it.
point,
I'm done with those
the
one
gates are
classical
going to
game,
open.
2, and I'm just done with that.
Exactly. I mean, people have to start getting those 3 points.
They need to catch up with Alireza.
Yes.
You know, to that point, I also want to just remind everyone that while on the scoreline, having a 2.5 point margin feels like a massive lead, but it's sort of semi-deceptive, right? Because it's just a difference of 1 classical game, really, and you could see a totally different leaderboard.
Yeah, exactly. If Anna Muzichuk wins in the women's, that's on the right side here, then she suddenly overtakes Bibisara and suddenly looks like she's in fantastic position. There's 3 women on joint 2nd place who could easily jump up, supplant the leader. Likewise, Firouzja, we've talked about him being in fantastic shape. If he loses with white today, then if Pragg wins, he's no longer in the lead even. And it's, yeah, definitely everything to play for. And I mean, last year we had a scenario, 4 players in with a realistic chance of 1st place in the final round. So I would love to see something similar this year as well.
And while so far in the tournament it's felt like the summer of Firouzja, you know what they say about Norwegian winter? That's coming. This man on our screen right now, Magnus Carlsen, 1 classical game in the books, and this one, it feels like it's got all the makings of a decisive game as well. You know, Magnus wins 1 more game in the classical, gets those 3 points. I think he's suddenly going to become everyone's favorite to take the tournament 1 more time.
Yeah, and that's where the scoring is fantastic. It's like in a normal scoring system, in an all-play-all, he will have lost 2 games, won 2 games, he'll be on 50%, but suddenly classical wins are so weighted. It's I mean, it's kind of encouraging Magnus to play this high-risk, high-reward strategy. And,
exactly.
Yeah,
I love what he's been doing, like just entertainment-wise this tournament so far.
Okay, so on that note, I think it's the perfect chance to go to the Alireza Firouzja game and see how he's faring against Vincent Khaimah, and then we'll check in on Magnus against Wesley. So we left it, we were concerned, well, I was definitely concerned about this bishop on b2. And Tanya, you came up with a plan of going bishop f3, getting a bishop out to d5. Well, Vincent said no.
And after knight to e4, Vincent said, okay, I'm going to keep my bishop. The bishop did retreat, bishop back to e7. And now knight to g3. I guess the knight's about to get hit anyway, so preemptive retreat, clearing the path again for that bishop. And yeah, this is where Vincent really shut the door on that idea. Knight h4. I do love the fact that he's hitting g2, which is a bit soft, a bit vulnerable. Bishop on the long diagonal, but he's mainly saying no bishop f3 for you, Alireza. That would come at the cost of the bishop pair. Bishop f3 now, I guess he would take it. And he'd want to put his bishop on the long diagonal, although maybe you have to finesse this slightly. Maybe knight to e5 first. Yeah, it feels like Alireza has to find something quite clever here before it's too late, before black's pieces really come to life.
I'm loving Kaima's position right now. I mean, regardless of whether you play bishop f3 or not, that bishop is landing on b7. We spoke about the g2 spot about 3 hours ago as being something that white needs to be careful about. The black knights landed there. Bishop b7, queen c7, easy moves, get a rook on e8. You're just feeling so healthy about your position. At the right time, you start advancing your king side pawn. Either f5, f4 comes through, or maybe even later on, you're looking at breaks on the queen side with b5, opening up that rook path to join the attack laterally eventually as it comes into the game. This is definitely, I think, the worst classical position that Alireza has had in this tournament. Right out of the opening. Yeah. Vincent Kaima putting a lot of pressure right now.
And one of the things I just wanted to point out about putting the bishop on f3 is that as white, you really don't want to be playing that because you're conceding on a plate all of the light squares. So where you can, you'd avoid doing it, but then there's no other plan other than perhaps putting a rook on e1. Okay, what is your plan?
I have a plan, Yovi.
Yeah.
Can white use this opportunity? Because I really want to not give up the light squared bishop for the knight. Can I try and trade it off in g4?
Yeah, that's what I was also thinking.
Great minds.
But I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure because I was like, oh, are we waving that red rag to the bull?
Oh, yes, I see the problem.
Yeah, we can kind of go into it. It's like f5, and now you go bishop to f3. Okay. And how's white...
How are we feeling about the provocation of f5? Who does that benefit?
Yes.
Great question. I mean, it initially looks like it benefits black because now this white knight is even more stuck. f4 might come, but mainly it can't jump forward. I thought in some variations it could jump to f5 if the black pawn was still sitting on f6. So we could have this position or we could have this position. White can choose. Interesting. I mean, let's say knight e5. Maybe the knight's less stable here as well. Maybe now we just take a step back and we say, okay, knight is hit, pawn is hit.
Oh.
What about this? Draw?
Love
yes,
it. Repetition.
Absolutely. Armageddon.
Never going to happen. You know, I just want to point out, David, the other thing to take into account is that with the pawn on f5, that's a weakness as well. Bishop b7, you have to make sure that lines with knight takes pawn are not working anymore. You end up losing that pawn, and I don't know if black has, apparently not. Black doesn't have any juicy knight jumps, so you're doing absolutely fine in this position. The thing that attracted me to the move bishop to g4 was that if Vincent wants to avoid the bishop trade and go with the idea of bishop b7, then suddenly I give a check and get my bishop on a really juicy spot.
This was my...
I know you well, Yovi.
But I didn't want to suggest this because I was like, oh, f5. And then you go queen h5, and then it's like, yeah.
It's a party.
Exactly.
Yeah, and as Michael Cook said a second ago on the feature chat, the time situation, maybe that's the biggest problem for Alireza. We found that bishop g4 might be okay and maybe the best bet right now. But yeah, the clock, 46 minutes left only. They've only played 15 moves. That is worrying.
Yeah. And just to remind everyone that the players do not get any increment until they have passed move 40. And even then, it's not like your traditional time bonus of 30 minutes on the clock or anything like that. Then you just get 10 seconds per move.
Exactly. It's really not much to speak of, and so much is about to happen in the next few moves in this one. Big questions lie ahead for Alireza Firouzja. 46 minutes, it is a concerning situation right now. What are we thinking? Does Kaima just suddenly decide that my first win at Norway Chess is going to be against Alireza, the man who's been dominating the field so far?
Why not? Why not? Now is as good a time as any. We do see bishop to f3, one of the moves we have been talking about. Now the black knight should take this bishop before it comes to life. We talked about how strong the d5 square is, an anchored outpost. Remove that piece, take the light squares, and maybe the difference is that the f6 pawn is more stable, better placed. Vincent will take that bishop. The biggest trend for me, like just watching top-level chess nowadays, especially classical chess, is just the clock. Like, people spend so much time now out of the opening. Any small surprise seems to cost every player 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 60 minutes. And the clock is a bigger factor than ever. People just seem to crack under time pressure more than ever. I don't know why. It's hard to explain. But yeah, I think the clock here gives Vincent a massive chance of winning this game. Even if Alireza fights back, the clock is going to haunt him eternal time trouble, like we said, long term.
And that's the thing, right? You can find all the good moves right now, but when you're playing on those final few minutes, even the best tend to crack. And it's always been a mystery for me, the time management of Alireza Firouzja, one of the fastest players on the planet. But every time he has enough time on the clock, he's always the one coming low. He's always the one in time pressure. Even right now, with about 40 plus minutes there, I think it's definitely going to be a huge factor in that game. And Kayma has to put the pressure on the board, as well as keep the clock deficit going for his opponent.
Yeah. Needs to put the pressure. And talking about pressure, this is the definition of tense on our screens between Magnus and Wesley. I don't know who is trying to actually get an advantage. Is it Wesley? Is it Magnus? We've seen a trade of, whoa, what happened there? Was that you, David?
It's not me, I promise. It's our producers having fun. Who is it? White or black? Magnus or Wesley? Who's got the advantage? Let us know at home what you think. Who would you rather see on the camera looking happy?
It's like that game, you got to hold it at the right moment. And that's the player you're rooting for.
Yeah.
Press pause on it. Also, I want to ask you about the increments that we have here as well. As David, you're going to deep dive into this last move, Knight F4 played here. I love the fact that there's no bonus time until move 40. I think that just makes it so much of a sport where it's clear that time management is as much as your chess skills, as your moves, important. And you need to take care of it from the start.
Exactly. I mean, why do we play with the clock, right? I think in terms of sports, it doesn't really make sense. Like when you get to move 40, that you suddenly get half an hour on the clock, you go and get yourself a nice lunch and off you go. I mean, how can you call chess as a sport? And we have like smoking rooms and stuff. No. If chess wants to be taken seriously, then we have to, as you mentioned, Tanya, have it so that the clock is a really important factor.
Yeah, as a commentator, I like this time format. I love the fact there's kind of a time crunch. But as a player, like it's so hard to play endgames now. I haven't seen a high-quality endgame in ages, and I used to see them all the time. So that's the trade-off we're making. But if chess wants to be a sport, then maybe that's the price we have to pay.
Yeah, I just feel that you can't make life easier for athletes. You want to make it more and more tough. Where do you have this luxury in which sport where you reach a point and then you can just come and chill and kind of reset yourself? David, I feel like you'd get 10 hours on the clock, you'd still be playing in time pressure. And no amount of time would ever be enough for you.
Probably. I mean, yeah, at least with 30 minutes after move 40, I'm confident in playing a good endgame. Now I see like world champions making basic kind of blunders quite regularly. So it does kind of, in the back of my mind, I'm like a bit of a purist. I'm like, I miss those times when I learned from, Kasparov making these incredible, like Fischer, Tal, incredible endgame ideas. They don't exist anymore.
But you know why those existed? It's because they had adjournments, right? They were there working through the night. They were like, hey, come on, Bob, come on, come on, Gary, come on, Mikhail, come, let's study together and let's exchange ideas. And then you had those beautiful ideas.
And I wonder that if eventually you just sort of adapt yourself to such a way when you know that there isn't going to be bonus time, that you manage it in such a way that you have those extra minutes for the end game. So it's all about adjusting and adapting and being forced to do that.
Exactly. I don't think it's a coincidence Sindarov won the candidates, by the way. Like, he was playing super fast, super confident. He had time in the bank. I don't think it's a coincidence that Bibisara is playing so well here. She does the same. She gets 20 moves of theory and she's being practical. She's got time in the bank just in case she needs it. I don't know. I think it's, like we said, players need to adjust. If this is the new normal, and I think it should be, then players need to speed up, trust themselves.
Good time to be a commentator, David Howard.
Yeah, I'm glad it's not me playing in there. In the meantime, Wesley looking very chilled. I mean, he's doing an Alireza right now. I do wonder, like, poking the bear. Like, you don't spell solid without so. We've said that before. You can't spell virtuoso without so. I mean, normally when you start waking him up, Wesley So, he can come at you. And I love the fact that he's just been aggressive today. Put knights on f4, pushed his pawns. This is such a fascinating position.
But you know what they say, David Howell, you come at the king, you best not miss. And this looks like the kind of position where Wesley's gone all out, right, with his knight and queen looking good. But I want to point out that White's position is incredibly healthy right now. With the dark squares not anymore under danger, the bishop and the knights traded off the board. No more bishop on a7. Is there realistically an attack on White's king? It looks scary, but very often it's not the case. And then you start questioning, have I overextended on the king side? Is g4 going to be a bit of a weakness? Once White is able to get d4 in, David, you can start regretting a lot of your decisions here.
Yeah, and that's Magnus's plan. He's slid his queen across just in case. I think he's defending his rook as well, just in case he wants to play f3. Magnus could be the one attacking on the king side, for sure. Let's just jump in and show some moves. What do we think is natural here for Wesley? What could he be thinking about?
Get the bishop out.
Bishop out to e6, d7.
I was going to go for e6. I don't think f5 makes a lot of sense at this point. You just open up your entire king side. White takes everything, and it just feels like White is ready for this.
And I was kind of thinking of what Magnus's plan was, and I was thinking, I love this idea of going f3 and getting the bishop h4 square, but I also...
nice.
This was my thought.
Yeah.
Bishop h4, and then it's going to be anyone's game.
Try to get the bishop to h4. And, I mean, that would explain his mysterious last move, which did cost him a lot of time, Magnus. It cost him nearly 12 minutes, queen to e1, because now f3 would lose some material, be a sacrifice. Knight h3 check would pick up the rook next move. Interesting that the computer says it's not a big deal, probably because the bishop retreats and the pawn is captured. But, yeah, Magnus playing queen e1 hints at f3, defending his rook. And yeah, bishop e6. I think taking is very nice for black.
Super happy.
Yeah, knight f5 will never ever happen. So Magnus more likely to run away with his bishop. Apply pressure to the knight. If it moves, then he can break out with d4 and slide the bishop back if he needs to. This is so tense, this position.
Love it.
I still haven't come to the conclusion as to who's attacking who. It feels like maybe they're
long
both...
term, I do like White's position here. If black is able to, you know, let's say get those trades in on that e6 square or get a successful f5, we're talking, or maybe knight e7, knight g6 idea. If you have enough time to execute that, and I don't think it's going to be easy, I feel that Magnus is the one with the threats, whether it's an f3 break or the d4 break.
Yeah, Magnus, at least long term, he has the bishop pair, he has the safer king, so maybe having more fun. It's about whether Wesley can generate something now. He does have 15 extra minutes.
It's not even Magnus's move, and yet he's head in hands.
Yeah. It's nice to see. Maybe he's hiding his hair after we've been talking about it so much. Yeah, Magnus really wants this game. I think he really wants to win this tournament, especially after the start. He would put to bed all the doubts that people have been talking about on social media, saying, okay, he's rusty, he's been inactive, he wants to make a point now, more than ever.
But it's a kind of position which does require 100% energy, because if you go for the wrong plan, like for instance we saw in this particular situation, that if Magnus is careless, captures that bishop, then that is going to be a move that helps Wesley. So now he has to play very precisely and just really make those objective assessments. Bishop to b5 was a move that we were looking at, with the idea of going d4 and tucking the bishop on f1 if needed. Ooh, but it's a tough one for both Wesley and Magnus. Let's move away from this game and go back to our bird's eye view, because I would like to just go to the Ju Wenjun Humpy Kanaru game, because I want to see what's happening there. But I also noticed that Divya is no longer in trouble against Zhu Jinair.
And neither is Anna Muzichuk. Two very big turnarounds in the women.
Yeah, Anna Muzichuk was almost an hour down on the clock, still is, but it looks like she's taking it towards a drawish endgame. Zhu Wenjun against Humpy we'll get to in a second. Zhu Jinair, I'm really shocked she's trading queens when she was ahead in development. She was the one attacking. Yeah, normally you want to keep queens on if you've got the initiative. Very strange strategic decision there. But yeah, Ivanka, you wanted to jump to the Zhu Wenjun against Humpy game.
Yeah, because I suspect that this one might just fizzle out and we might not get too much of a chance to look at it. But what do we think about this one? is it actually more turbulent than it appears? Because you first up, as you're pointing out, confrontation for the light square bishops, but white does have a square on d6 for a knight, and that's about the only positive I see.
Yeah. I mean, white's bishop isn't great yet because it's blocked. White's overextended slightly. If it gets to an endgame, the e5 pawn could become vulnerable. So she definitely needs to be active, Zhu Wenjun, and do something very quick. Should we put some moves on the board? Say bishop takes bishop. I don't know. Queen b8, queen c7, slightly vulnerable, but I just want to get my queen to this diagonal. Maybe put some pressure on this pawn.
Do you go in with the knight to c4 or e4?
Or e4.
E4.
Well, I mean, both playable.
Yeah, the question with after knight to c4 would be you'd have to have a response for b5 here. And are you ready to give up a pawn to open up that bishop, which is currently behind? Is with b5 tender as well, it could be worth a look.
Yeah.
This is interesting. Queen takes pawn. The bishop has come to life. Yeah.
Take on b5.
b5. I guess black can apply some pressure.
Get that checkmate in one in.
Yes. Oh, whoops. Oh, no, my pawn. But black, I mean, f6 is probably playable here, but even if black tries to swap off queens, it looks like this should be enough for equality.
Can we try to put the knight more in the center with knight e4 after the trade? Because I too am looking towards the king side, but I'm looking at knight f6 ideas.
Ooh.
Okay, now you've said it, I'll go back.
Why
You
do
should
I
not have given
reveal
it
my
away.
cards? Wow, it's...
You know, Ivanka, I've played against you so many times and I always took you for a more positional, strategic player.
we
but
haven't
every
played too
time-
many.
We played a couple of
But it
games.
was memorable because it was in the mind sports. Like the...
Have you not played classical ever?
No.
I feel like okay, maybe I'm wrong. I
Well,
do
we've been
remember
at
the mind
loads of tournaments together.
Yes.
And we've hung out and we've analysed together so many times.
I just feel like I would always put you as a positional strategic player and then I commentate with you and you're just sacrifice everything.
I'm Gemini, you know, I can't make up my mind. Sometimes I'm like, yeah, let's go for it. And other times I'm like, no, a little bit more caution is required.
9 times British champion for a reason.
The two faces of Gemini, yeah, you can't take them for granted. They can keep, they keep you gussing. Never know what to expect.
Unpredictable. Expect the unexpected.
More or less. And it's Gemini season, guys. So yeah, let's have a look at what happens though after bishop takes bishop and knight comes to e4 and then the rooks centralize and I say, well, maybe I'm going to go knight d6, maybe I'm going to go knight f6. Coming your way.
Rook in the center and maybe
e5.
Maybe e5.
We don't care.
I was going to say knight c5, but yeah, e5 is hanging.
Wow, and I just sometimes I just want to take the eval bar and just throw it from the 3rd floor of the Björvika library. It's down a pawn. Why are you not moving?
No, why is the eval bar not moving? This is strange. I mean, even if black doesn't take it, even if black plays knight c5, maybe there's a tactic. Oh, Ivanka.
Yeah.
Oh, I see the bar. Must be knight f6.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
That was the big idea.
And yeah, here.
Ooh, scary.
Whoops, there's a hole. There's a big hole. This is going to be checkmate.
Yep.
No surviving that one.
So, okay, there is danger. There is some venom, I would say. But if black's careful, I quite like this queen b8 idea because then knight e4 is just harder to achieve. Yeah, and queen c7 just felt like it was vulnerable to rook c1 ideas. So I wouldn't be shocked if she plays queen b8 now or, takes and then something like queen to b8.
So then are we just slightly preferring white here, vengeance chances, just given the tactics on f6 or potential strategic ideas for the knight jumping on d6?
Yeah, I think lower risk for white. Like, if everything goes wrong, it feels like you can swap off all the pieces and probably make a draw. Also in an endgame, like if the white king ends up on g2 next move, as it's likely when the bishop trade happens, like the king's quite close to the center. I don't think Zhu Wenjun's risking anything. But yeah, for Humpy, now we've seen knight f6, thanks to Ivanka, suddenly I'm a bit nervous. I don't think she can relax yet, and she has fallen victim to some direct tactics in this tournament so far, Humpy. She's missed a few opportunities herself, but also walked into a couple of things. So yeah, I think that slowed her down. 10-minute think now. The next 5 moves could be critical.
Yeah, definitely going to be critical as Zhu Wenjun plays to set the tone. Let's move away from this one and go back to our bird's eye view, because we also mentioned Zhu Jiner trading off queens against Divya, and we also mentioned Anna Muzichuk playing for equality against Bibisara. But let's have a look at Zhu Jiner Divya, because when we looked at it, we were like, okay, all is well, everything is good. And now we're seeing that the bishop did capture the queen after a long thought. So now white is just assessing to take that pawn or to jump in with the knight to e5.
Yeah, big moment, knight e5, or to take this pawn. Just to show everyone how we got here, we last left it after knight takes d5. For everyone also who's just joining, bishop takes c6 was a super cool idea earlier. And just to show one last time, d5, boom, breaking through, pin. And there would have been some crazy tactics. White's a full piece down, but the black rooks are both vulnerable. And here, after the attack, this would have been a crazy game-winning idea that Zhu Jiner did miss. But okay, she played d5 very strong anyway. And it was just here where she started to go wrong, maybe knight e6. She gave a check, forcing the block. And I mean, I'm not sure exactly where the best square is for the queen. She could slide back to b4 maybe. She can go over to e5, target some dark squares. She can just step back anywhere. But trading off queens, big question mark appears. Advantage gone. And I see the eval bar is 0.0 here. And then it moved up slightly. So I wonder whether maybe taking with the king was best. And just sliding the king, like a check is a check. That's fine. But there's no entry squares for the white rooks. So maybe just trading stuff off. And black can release the tension. Probably a draw very likely here, but bishop takes. I did see that the eval bar rose slightly at least. So maybe something, maybe a small opportunity now.
I'm very surprised with the decision to trade queens in a position when your opponent hasn't castled. Also considering that Zhu Jiner is a player who's always ready to go on to the attack. But this endgame, you know, Yovi, you mentioned knight to e5. I feel like that's where your head has to be at if you're white right now. Not letting black get that castle in. Right now, if you take on b7, b2 is soft, right? Rook b8, rook b2 solves all your problems. As David's just highlighting right now. But David, the more I look at knight e5 to start with, I'm just wondering, where's your bishop going? You put that bishop to b5, I can move my rook away. You still don't have time to go short castle because b7 now is hanging proper. b2 is defended. You can't complete your development. You move the king anywhere. I'm grabbing that pawn. If you put your bishop to a4 and try and be very active and clever by stopping rook to d1, I simply go b3, pick up the b7 pawn also on the next move. And this just looks incredible for white. If not, what is your next move? I'm coming for the pawn on b7. My rook's coming to d1. I don't think this endgame is toothless.
No, not anymore. And it is counterintuitive because the best move for black would have been taken with the king, leaving the bishop on c8. And there's so many openings where you just want to get this bishop off the c8 square. But here it just turns out that it would have been better to get the king to e7, the rook across first, and keep the bishop as the guardian of the b7 pawn. I love the fact that knight e5 also stops queenside castling. Like, I think if black had... if white had given one move, maybe black can even castle queenside some positions and just defend everything, put the king over. Maybe not here, knight e5 still, but yeah, she stopped everything with knight e5.
Want to look at another thing that she stopped? A cool line, a really quick one. If you go king to e7, trying to finish your development and connect the rooks, suddenly I can take on b7, hit your rook. You go rook b8 because you want to capture b2, but I shall not allow. Bishop to c6, and suddenly the d7 bishop under attack. You take it, thank you very much, I win your rook.
Yeah, I think just a small miscalculation from Divya, and suddenly back on the back foot. But yeah, I wonder where the equality lies. It does look like from the eval bar that there's something. There is a way to defend, but she needs to be accurate here now.
And it's not going to be easy as we see Divya sink in thought, and we're giving everyone a chance to actually sink in thought as well. Because, guys, we're coming up to a break, but take a look at this. We have a challenge for you. We have a question for you to answer. Which world champion lost to 1e4 a6? Was it Magnus? Was it Anand? Was it Gukesh? Or was it Karpov? And I'm British, so it's a St. George. St. George's opening. So everyone
No clues. No clues.
No clues, no clues, no clues. I'm not going to give the game away. I've already spoken too much. Everyone get voting, and we're going to go on a short break. And when we return, we're going to be revealing the answer. Guys, it's now a chance for you to vote, and we're going to be bringing you more of the action in a few minutes.
What I like about chess, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total Chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
We are back with Norway Chess on day 5, and earlier on we asked you which world champion had lost to the St. George's. Now, of course, St. George is a patron saint of England, and of course everyone knows in the UK that it was Tony Miles who defeated Anatoly Karpov. It was back in the 1980s, so not yet Magnus, not Anand, not Gukesh, just Anatoly Karpov. And it is part of English folklore.
I mean, with a name like Classy Spassky, you deserve to win every single trivia of the day. So well done on that. And you know what? You guys were discussing about this game, Yovi, that you mentioned between Karpov and Tony Miles. That how you've seen this game and every player in England knows about this game, and I think both of you were on it. And I looked it up right now. I'm actually looking it up right now on my computer. It's literally called the incorrect opening on chess games. 1 e4 and a6.
It's e4, a6 is the St. George.
Yeah, I believe so.
St. George is the patron saint of England.
It's probably got both names. It's definitely not a correct opening. Like, it doesn't take the center, it doesn't help anything. Apparently, the myth goes that Karpov was a bit offended, a bit insulted, a bit shocked, and he got a bit provoked on the board. And yeah, of course, Tony Miles was a fantastic player, England's first ever Grandmaster. He ended up kind of punishing Karpov when he lashed out. He actually beat Karpov a couple of times as well, famously as well on the Master Game BBC TV show. But yeah, he was a legend. I wish I'd spent more time with Tony Miles. I remember after he died, the 4NCL team, the British League team that he played for, several of the team members in their next match played a6 in his honor and a3 with white, just to remember him.
Yeah. One in 1980, the St. George defense, as you're saying, termed as one of the games played here as I love the incorrect opening for something like a6, which eventually transformed, by the way, Yovi, into like a Sicilian structure. If anyone hasn't seen that game, highly recommend it.
Absolutely.
It's quite a beauty.
And talking about playing incorrectly, well, earlier on, like, we had a little bit of a discussion about how many times we played each other. Tanya was like, we played loads of times. I thought we had played twice. It turns out that we've only played once.
Total of 1.
And Tanya won.
Wow, that's a shocker.
Yes, and I remember exactly what happened. It was 2008. It was the Blitz in China. It was the Mind Sports. And I had been playing super well in the Blitz, except against Tanya. And I just lost my mind. I think you were a bit nervous and I became nervous and I started throwing away every single one of my pieces and you won. So well done.
Would you like a grudge match?
Rematch now. I want to see it. Someone get a board. Someone get a board.
You can do it on Chess.com.
You know, I think the thing is, I think you still play the Queen's Indian.
I do.
I still play D4.
She's a queen and she's Indian. Why wouldn't she play the Queen's Indian?
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, okay. And talking about grudge matches and also games, let's dive into the bird's eye view and just go where our eyes take our fancy. So I'm looking at the top right and I'm seeing that Pragg has, in my eyes, a dream position.
Okay, the big clamp, Ivanka, you mentioned it. I think we go to those top boards over the next few minutes because that seems to be where the action's happening. Anna Muzychuk against Bibisara Asobayeva might be the first game to finish. That looks quite drawish, but we'll get there if the result looks like it's imminent. But let's start with that game. Pragg against Gukesh, the all-Indian derby. And yeah, the pawn structure, so locked. And I think we're going to learn a lot here because they do say knights are better than bishops when the pawn structure is closed. Yeah, there might be some open lines soon on the queen side, but this is the structure you were talking about, Ivanka, that you loved. It comes from some openings, and the white knights look really, really nice right now compared to the bishops.
It looks like a dream. But the question is, can white break through? Because I don't think white wants to be locking everything up. Like with moves like c6, b5, a4, I understand it's not possible to do it right now, but I don't think you want to be doing that because suddenly it becomes very difficult to make an inroad.
Do we feel that Gukesh is just playing for some kind of fortress where white can't break through? White's knight in e5 is nice, but not fully an outpost. I do see Pragg's clock. He's burning so much time trying to find a plan.
Yeah, and I got big news for you because yesterday Gukesh turned 20. And he thought, let's shake things up a little bit because he's in the booth. He's in the confessional right now. This is not fake news.
Wow.
So if you're not subscribed on Twitch, now is the chance to get subscribed and listen to what Gukesh is saying.
Oh my gosh, that is the biggest shock of the tournament so far. I love it. Gukesh, his tournament turns around today, right now. I think that actually is going to be a fantastic change in momentum. That's what I was saying earlier. I want to see him enjoy himself. That's so nice to hear.
And I can't remember him in Norway Chess 25 ever making it to the booth. So this is actually the first time potentially that we're going to hear from the world champion mid-game.
Mm-hmm.
That's huge.
It is huge.
Ever, yeah.
Ever.
I wonder what he's saying. Oh, well, we'll get the video out to you soon. But Pragg making the move, rook to b1.
So he's right now not on his chair because he was at the confessional?
Yes.
That is crazy. Okay, that is super exciting.
Oh, and he's recorded that confessional. He's back in his chair, meeting this move. Doesn't change much. Pragg just getting ready for the position to open. The evaluation says 0.0, meaning that probably White just can't break through. It is so close that there are no inroads. But yeah, I'm just excited. I think the highlight of this classical game might end up being that confessional. But I would love to see these two spar in Armageddon as well. So yeah, I wouldn't be hurt either way if it goes to that point. Oh, I can barely contain my excitement. Come on, Gukesh. I hope it was a good one.
Yeah, absolutely can't wait to watch that. But just the position. I want to talk about that for a moment because it does feel like this isn't a Gukesh kind of position. Extremely blocked right now. He's the one who's sort of on the wait. White's drawing the narrative, whether it's on the queen side advancing the pawns or maybe ideas of even the G pawn going up the board and switching play, the flexibility that comes with having a space advantage. You can play on both sides of the board as well. So if anybody's got to be happy, it's Pragg, till you look at the clock. I think the clock is Gukesh's best friend. He just needs to sit still and wait for Pragg to take a big decision and then try to pounce on it. But if I had to, I kind of like White's position, Jovanka, here.
I also love it. You know, it's all about just enjoying the space and letting your opponent squirm. And there's no active plan for the time being for Gukesh. He just has to sit and wait for Pragg to gradually improve his position. Okay, let's move away from this board for just a minute because I want your attention on the Alireza Firouzja, Vincent Keymer, because I just went in and I saw that Alireza's last move wasn't necessarily liked by the computer.
Okay, a question mark move, a dubious, well, bad move simply from Alireza Firouzja on the last turn. Quick action replay before we break it down. Bishop to f3 was where we left it. We said that the bishop was too strong potentially, so needed to be removed. Of course it was. Vincent Keymer quickly snapping that bishop off. The queen took the knight. I love this move. Queen d7, really controlled and controlling some light squares. I didn't like the idea of the white knight jumping. That has been covered, that square. Sorry, along this diagonal. f5 protected. Everything now holding for Vincent Keymer. If he gets a couple more moves, gets this bishop to the long diagonal, big advantage black. Alireza tried to soften black up by hitting this pawn. Also, the rook not fully stable. The knight protecting it for now, but could be driven away. The queen gets hit. And here, white should have been maybe retreating the queen or sliding the queen across, trying to get it to a central square. Queens tend to be best in the center, but queen h4, question mark. How can we explain that? I mean, it looks natural. He is hitting the pawn in the center. But is it a clumsy square somehow? Will it get hit by pawns? Is something else wrong with white's position? I don't see it yet.
Also, it's a triple down on that d4 pawn. You only have one defender. I don't believe Vincent Keymer even plans to plant his bishop on e5. That cannot be part of the plan with the f-pawn moving forward to kick it out at any moment. It almost feels like Keymer's ready to give up that d4 pawn. With a deeper idea along the d line, perhaps trying to get to the d3 file. Queen h4 question mark, big mystery to me as well. At g5, that just doesn't feel right.
No, but it does look like Vincent is the one with all of the play. Maybe he's going to sacrifice the d-pawn. We're going to come back to that because the big news is here. Earlier on, we promised you Gukesh's confessional. Have a listen to what he has to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to say my thoughts out loud. I think the game has been pretty tense so far. At least I'm up on the clock, and it's a pretty double-edged position. I was very happy to get this b6 a5 so that kind of the queen side is under control, and now hopefully I can play on both sides. Like I can go queen g7 f6 g5 and get my bishop out at some point. But yeah, really tense position.
Well, really tense position there, says the world champion Gukesh. He can play on both sides of the board. He's untroubled by the fact that White has this big space advantage. Instead, he's saying, actually, long-term chances, I think I'm fairly okay.
And he also alluded to the clock advantage there, right? Seeing that Pragg is going down on the clock, position filled with so many opportunities to grab the pawns, to push the pawns. He says once the queen has moved back, he's feeling comfortable. He looks pretty comfortable on the camera as well. I just want to point out that was Gukesh's first time at the confessional. If anyone had any doubt, it was clear from the fact that he was looking at the wrong side. He didn't know which was the camera. But what a moment to actually have Gukesh step into the confessional and share his thoughts mid-game, saying that he's finding it very tensed.
Yeah, very tense. And, you know, he said he was quite happy to get the b6, a5, because I remember what David always says. He says the person who controls the key to opening up the lines is the one that has some initiative. And that belongs to Gukesh. You know, he can always choose to open things up with a takes b4 at the right time. And queen sliding back to g7, maybe he's got ideas of kicking out that knight. Of course, everything will be done at its own time.
Are you changing your mind and picking black now after that confessional, Yavanka?
I
can feel it.
Well, the fact that he had the confidence to go there and, you know, get his thoughts out loud. And also I'm seeing like some Howell-esque things happening with an f6 and g5 business, and there's a bishop on e8. Shout out, it was rubbish, no longer, it comes out.
Yeah, they do say that even the worst bishop is as good as a knight. So suddenly I'm like, wait, why did I ever doubt it? The bishop pair. I must admit, I'm seeing Gukesh in a whole new light. Like, that confessional was one thing, also really relatable. I think my first ever commentary gig, I was staring at the wrong camera the whole time. So yeah, Gukesh enjoying life. The fact that he's relaxed enough, I think is a great omen for him. He's so talented. I would love to see him relax and trust himself more. And yeah, clear plan suddenly. And that's a momentum changer. G5, F6, pawn pushes. The white king side doesn't have so much around it. And the light squared bishop looks like the worst piece on the board, could become a real beast if it does land on g6.
And we land on this game, Anna Muzichuk, Bibisara in, and we see that, in fact, the game has finished. A draw is being agreed, and we are headed to Armageddon, which is quite interesting because we did have a confessional from Anna, so I don't know whether we should play it. The game is done and dusted.
Hello. Looks like my game will end in a draw relatively soon. I don't play first move d4 very often, but still Bibisara knew the line better than me, and yeah, she blitzed out almost all the moves. So yeah, time to think what to do in Armageddon.
Yeah, time to think what to do in Armageddon. Well, she certainly has to switch things up because Anna didn't really get too much playing d4. What do we think we'll see from Armageddon? E4?
Definitely E4. Like, whether it's something sharp, whether it's like she did against you in June, whether it's something quieter, it's got to be E4. I don't think she can risk getting hit in the opening in Armageddon. Normally the first surprise, the first few minutes eaten off the clock, that can decide the game.
Yeah, 1e4, best by test. That's what I'm expecting, especially with the way the classical game just went. I mean, for Bibisara to blitz out her entire more than 20 move preparation with 7 minutes on the clock being used and then finishing it with a exchange sacrifice that kind of solves all your problems, you know that's not the path you want to take. Now, Anna Muzichuk, we've called her the Armageddon Queen before earlier at Norway Chess. I mean, she has such experience. She knows how to turn, shift the gears when it's, you know, when it's absolutely critical, and she understands the importance of this round. I'm expecting Anna to play e4 and to go all out in the Armageddon against Bibisara in this one.
Yeah, we have seen Anna armed to the teeth with really unusual openings as white. She's been prepared to run into the center with her own king. So it would be interesting to see what direction she takes. When she's in a must-win situation, Tanya says go on the offensive right from the beginning. I suspect, Tanya, you are correct.
What do you guys think, that given Bibisara's form here versus Anna's experience, what prevails?
Oh, I think Bibisara. I don't know, just the fact that she's been so successful at Blitz in the last few years. She looks really confident, really quick. I don't think the 3-minute time deficit will hurt her too much, and she has 2 results in her pocket: draw or loss. Draw or win. Yeah, I think black. Yeah, I think Bibisara. How about you, Ivanka?
Well, Bibisara has lost one arm again to Divya. So it is possible, but Divya was playing black and Bibisara was the one who had to win in that one. Here, I agree with you guys. You know, Bibisara is fantastic at Blitz. So the edge is there, but we will see. Yeah. We will find out in not that long. Meanwhile, let's go to Magnus against Wesley. There on the top middle, the board in yellow, because as predicted, we do see d4 appear. We also see f2, f3 make an appearance, and Wesley is maneuvering with his knights.
Yeah, fascinating position. Like, all the pawns still on the board, no open files. It looks like Magnus has got everything he dreamed of, everything he wanted to achieve. But Wesley's still rock solid. I love how he's put his knights in front of his king, because his king was a bit airy. The light square bishop covers some important squares. The pawn chain covers the dart squares. Hard to know what Magnus should do next. A bit blocked right now. Very cagey stuff.
Very complicated. And these were the 2 plans that we were talking about, right? For Magnus, either to break out with f3, to break out with d4. He's managed to get both of them in. That tension between those 2 knights at the edge of the board. Who's going to blink first? If you're black, you're a bit hesitant to grab on h4 with the bishop taking back, hitting that queen, the pawn moving forward, hitting that knight. Do you really want to allow all of that? If not, you're Magnus Carlsen. Do you really want to trade on Wesley's term? Do you want to capture on g6 and potentially allow the h-pawn to move forward once the knight falls back as well? You know, there's tension on the center of the board. There's tension on the right side of the board. And it's going to be all about who blinks first. I'm struggling to even come up for a move with white. The one thing that I would be hesitant here, Ivanka, David, is to block it with d5. I feel that it's either a good move or a really bad move right now.
Tanya, it's connect 4.
Oh, I forgot. Sorry. My bad. Should have known. D5, 1-0.
No, I am joking, because I do agree, like, fully. Like, the one pro behind blocking it is that the bishop probably has to drop back home to c8, just to keep the only safe square to keep the knight out of checking here on f5. But you say no, and I think I agree this time. It's one time I'll agree that connecting the pawns isn't great, because suddenly it's blocked, and bishops, like we saw with Gukesh, bishops in block positions aren't great.
And Wesley is the one that holds the key to opening up the G line as well. So Wesley can go rook g8 and then take on f3 when the time is right. And he can wait a long, long time for that.
Yeah, Magnus won't block it up. He can do it at will. He can do it any time later. Why commit now? I don't think he will lock it.
All right, decisions. As white, I don't think you ever want to take on e5, right? Pawn takes pawn just feels bad. I mean, all the pawn captures, opening up the D line or the F line, look like it would just work in black's favor, with f3 under fire as well. The other pawn on g4, equally unattractive to take that.
Yeah, probably. I guess black takes with the pawn, just to cover squares. Now there's a semi-open file on the h file. Ooh, that line could, especially if the white king wants to hide in the corner, that could come back to haunt Magnus. So yeah, it's hard to touch anything. Like, can't really touch the knight. I mean, just as you said earlier, Tanya, the h4 now comes. That doesn't look great. Like, if you don't want to make any captures, do you drop your bishop back? But even if you drop your bishop back, later you have to worry about the black bishop coming in, maybe sniping a pawn off the board. Magnus has decided, very mysterious move, I've got to say, rook to d2. Maybe swinging it over later, but it does feel a bit odd, a bit loose now for white somehow. I think Wesley shouldn't be too unhappy with the position here, the clock situation as well in his favor. Hard to know what's coming next.
Do you think that Wesley is getting ready to open up the G line? I'm thinking for the time being, set up some rook G8, rook F8. Wait for white to do something, and then you can start to trade.
It's a full traffic jam on the G file.
The totem pole. You just want to fill up
every square possible.
I hadn't actually realized that, because I was thinking, I really, as black, I really want to be doing something like G takes F3, but you don't want to be allowing knight takes F3, because I feel that suddenly white gets a plan.
Yeah, it's very interesting, rook to G8. And when you said, is Wesley, about to, I can't remember exact word, but I thought you and I were again aligned on this, and I was going to throw in that, is Wesley going to go completely crazy in this position at some point and drive all of us mad as well with a move like D5 if he wants to go completely direct? I'm very scared of you putting that on the board and seeing how the bar reacts.
Well, not yet.
Doesn't work.
It might come soon though. I agree, Tanya. Why not hint at it? Like, play a move like rook D8, just say to Magnus, if you don't play D5, I might play D5, and get him thinking. I think it's so blocked that you have the luxury of time here.
I would love for white to go D5 and then follow up with Ivanka's plan. Once the center's blocked, put your rook on G8, put everything on the right side of the board, and just go max pressure till a decision is taken on G4.
Exactly. Very hard to know how either side is going to improve if neither side wants to touch the pawn structure right now. Might see a bit of a waiting game, a bit of a lull in the next few moves as the maneuvering back and forth happens. Maybe we come back to this one later when there's more clarity in the position.
Yeah, there's this one I think is very, very murky. I think Magnus, as you see there with his mysterious rook move, rook to D2, and Wesley has to perhaps wait it out. But I want to revisit Alireza Firouzja against Vincent Keymer, because another question mark move has appeared for Alireza. Alireza is just going for the pawn on D4. But you can see the evaluation bar all the way in black's favor, saying that pawn is irrelevant. What is way more important is that the bishop on D6 is lined up against H2.
Okay. This is interesting. Yeah, very unclear unless we dig deeper. I think we need to understand this evaluation properly.
Absolutely.
Exactly. I think it's really important to do that, and it also suddenly makes sense the moment you pointed out this H2 pawn, that perhaps why that queen on H4 was given a question mark, David. There are ideas of continuing with an attack if you're Vincent Keymer with a rook lift, right? And that's a bit of a power move. Rook F6, rook H6 would hit the queen, would hit the pawn on H2. And I think you alluded to this earlier, that the queen on H4 might not be feeling very secure there.
Yeah, she's almost trapped, actually. She only has, other than the H file, which is about to be hit right now, she only has one other safe square, G5. That's also going to get hit. And G2, we mentioned earlier, a bit vulnerable, especially if a light squared bishop lines up against it. That would be huge. And Vincent, he looks like he lifts. I think he lifts, Vincent. Rook F6.
Are we still talking about the chess?
Yeah, that's what I was...
Both. He's in good shape.
He's in good shape. Okay, you heard it here first. He lifts.
He lifts. And, I mean, rook lift, yeah, rook F6. And just for everyone at home, knight takes pawn now is just game over. You hit the queen. If the queen moves, bishop takes pawn, check, and this is just deadly. Any discovered check now will be fatal. So rook F6 is a game-winning threat. How does white deal it? I have a feeling he wants to block with F4. Taking away the E5 square from black's knight, closing this diagonal, meaning that the white queen has an escape square. I'm shocked that it says +2, because I don't see any killer blow immediately, but maybe it's long-term, something against the G2 pawn with the bishop. I think Vincent will come to this conclusion, but still, the evaluation bar, I don't think we can fully trust it until the dust of the next few moves settles.
I just want to add to that, the fact that Vincent played F5 on the next move before the knight went back. I mean, this idea is on his radar, right? You play F5, sure you want to push that pawn, but you're eyeing that square for your rook. It's just so strange the way this entire game has transpired. We're on move 20. Vincent Keymer's up with the bishop pair. He's the one putting pressure on the king's side. The bishops are coming on. The two minors that Alireza has on the left flank are really not doing anything. He's sort of relying on only one plan, which is picking up the d4 pawn. But there are so many cases in which actually picking up that pawn only works in black's favor. The d file opens up. The bishop will move either to e5 or c5. You'll end up winning that d3 pawn. You you gain the rebalance in material, but with an even better position in that case. So white, queen on one side, 2 minors on one side, knight on e2, not really doing anything. Black coming in with all of the active ideas, up on the clock, up on the evaluation bar. Vincent Keimer about to do what no one's done so far at Norway Chess, which is take Alireza down in a classical game.
Exactly, and just to show your point, Tanya, I was wondering on the last move, like, wait, this pawn is hit 3 times, why not take it? But I'm trying to work out, like, maybe this was the best try. The black bishop would have hit the queen could slide, and I think he might be worried about moves like g5. And, I mean, the queen has to defend the knight somehow. I was just trying to look at lines like this one, and here, obviously, there's a fork, and this is game over. But maybe there were ways to continue the game. I don't really see it, but I see the evaluation bar.
Don't tell me it's another queen sacrifice.
Knight takes f5. I was going to say knight h6.
Beautiful.
Checkmate. Whoops. Whoops. Now the bishop comes to life. That poor bishop we've been moaning about the whole game.
Take my queen, I'll take your king.
Maybe this was missed by Alireza because I was trying to work out in the current position why knight e2 was given a question mark. What else was there? But knight takes d4, in my eyes, I was like, this must lose a piece, but apparently not. So if g5 is the best move, knight takes, it has to be this this type of position. And oh, not knight takes now because it's not mate. Whoops, not mate anymore. Now the black king has an escape square, but same idea, just queen takes first. Maybe this is the position Alireza was trying to avoid, where black has 2 pieces against a rook and 2 pawns. So actually white's up slightly in material, but I think that just the pieces are so strong. So maybe this was the lesser evil anyway for Alireza. But yeah, if he can't take the d pawn there, then can he take it now? Unclear. Vincent drops back with his bishop. Not the best move, the miss we see there, because rook to f6 was the best way forward.
But it still looks really unpleasant for Alireza, because first up, where is he going to go with his queen? Queen f4, only move, right? Because otherwise the rook lift is going to be really bad.
Let's say queen f4.
And then we can...
You've got 4 hits on that d4 pawn. I'm not saving that anyway. Can we just continue with development and try to go for initiative? You wanted to put it on b7?
I wanted to go bishop g5.
Whoa.
No, hang on. That was hallucination. My queen is not on d8. No, but it was kind of close. If the bishop could put itself on g5, then suddenly there's questions. But okay, let's go. I agree. Let's not save the pawn.
Bishop b7. Let's say white takes it. Not sure which knight. Let's say take this one.
And I was just wondering, do we have time to put something on f6? Hoping that you take my knight on c6, I take it with my queen and come in with a double attack.
Ooh. All the double attacks, all the diagonals. This would be deadly. And I guess no immediate threat because the knight is covered so many times. But yeah, this is definitely scary for white still. I don't even see how to save it.
Can't take on f5. Rook d8 is my idea next. It just feels like more than enough threats for one single pawn and x-raying down the d file on that d3 pawn as well.
But maybe you can still get away with like rook b1. Just overprotect. Nope, you cannot do that.
Yeah.
Oh, and now the bishop attacks. Okay, this is
tricky for white.
Very difficult for white to defend. We're talking about only moves here.
Yeah, and we're getting a question from our supreme leader, from our producer, Bick, asking Queen h5. Is that a good square?
A very humble supreme leader.
Very humble guy. No, shout out to Bick. But Queen h5 is a good question because, I mean, his point here is twofold, I think. f4, if that ever happens, trying to blow open the kingside with f3. White might have a bailout attempt with Queen d5 check, at the very least. Maybe there's something even better. Getting the queens off the board would relieve a lot of pressure. d4 will drop. It can't be too bad for white. And the other idea after Queen h5 is that if the rook lift does occur, then this square can be covered by the white bishop actually finding a new diagonal, fresher pastures, covering the h6 square, maybe even coming out to f4 to hit the rook. Yeah, it looks actually hard to refute this move, Queen h5. I think intuitively, I just wanted to go back towards the center, keep some pressure on the dark squares, keep d4 under attack. But this might be his choice, Alireza. It might be the way to keep the game going and also ask difficult questions he's about to decide.
And, whoa, did he just go back to h3? That's an interesting choice right there. So now the blue arrow appears with the rook left as the best option. I was still considering getting the bishop to b7 before going in with this idea. Looked very tempting as well, but rook f6 now comes with a threat of rook to h6, and for some reason bishop c1 this time not as strong.
Yeah, not as strong. Bick was right. Where's Bick? He should be in that hall, clearly. Queen h3, inaccurate from Alireza, but rook f6, the blue arrow appears. Vincent didn't find it on the last move. What do we think the odds are in general that he might have this move on his radar? He did play f5 a few moves ago, but it feels less powerful now with the bishop back on e7 instead of d6.
Yeah, maybe he's going to focus on development. Maybe he's just going to think bishop to b7. I don't think rook f6. I think maybe you think rook f6, but then you do go bishop to c1, and you think, well, that's it. What am I going to do?
I also think that now rook f6 from a human perspective is a little less attractive. The bishop has moved away from the diagonal where it's not eyeing h2 anymore, right? So if you didn't play it on the last move where you had a direct threat of lining it on the h file, hitting the queen, winning that h2 pawn, it feels like it's not top priority for Keymer right now. So I'm with you, Yovi, on this, that bishop b7 might be the follow-up. And then the question is, can white get greedy? Is knight takes pawn possible?
Yeah, that is the big question right now. Maybe the safer one as well, bishop f6, just guarding the d4 pawn, just keeping the material intact. I think that might be Vincent's choice, but Alireza, he's a tricky customer. If rook f6 doesn't happen, apparently it's anything possible, anyone's game. He's back to equality. This is Vincent's last chance to keep an advantage. Rook to f6.
The only move that gives Vincent something to play for in this position, to try to take down the tournament leader, who so far looks like he's running away with Norway Chess. If rook f6 happens, Alireza continues to be under pressure. And also the clock's ticking down as well. What do you guys think? Vincent, yeah, you know, the fact that he didn't play it on the last move with the bishop placed on d6, I'd love to see it happen on the board. But I say that I think he goes for another option.
I think he does something else, and I think he doesn't realize how much better he could be. Like, without an evaluation bar, I wouldn't be sure here that as black that I was better. Like, I would just see, okay, d4 pawn is hanging. This could turn. I could just be a material down. Like, I'm still far away from generating any attack. I think Vincent isn't sure. Like, we get that big clue of the eval bar. With the eval bar, he would play rook f6. Without, difficult.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. Rook f6, maybe not so intuitive. I think the focus will be on developing that light squared bishop, but rook f6, big idea of harassing the white queen. That is Vincent's main chance at putting the pressure on Alireza. Let's move away from that one because we have Armageddon starting. Anna Mizichuk with the white pieces in a must-win situation against Bibisara Asalbaeva, and we see Anna. She knows how to turn the heat on when she is playing white, and she goes g2, g4. It's in the Armageddon where her opening ideas really start to shine.
Yeah, let's go g4, b5, both sides trying to push forward, both sides with undermining threats in mind. I think white here has to continue with g5 before black is able to strike. Black's knight will have to retreat. This... oh, I nearly butchered it the other day. Scheveningen. This type of Sicilian. It is provocative. It does allow white all the space. h4, f4, everything to come forward. But yeah, the idea is to ask white to overextend and to counter on the queen side in the center. Bibisara, yeah, I think this is right up her style, right up her alley. But likewise, Anna will be on the front foot for the next few moves.
And she's on the front foot and she needs to play energetically. So I'm expecting her to continue in the same vein she has started. Back it up with the h-pawn, h4, and start advancing even further.
But then you have to have a really good response to the b-pawn moving forward as well. I mean, we're talking about Anna going all out. Bibisara doesn't stop herself either when given the opportunity, right? b4, where are you placing your knight? You go to the edge of the board. I'm super happy if the knight goes to a4. I just simply go get my bishop on b7, develop with tempo against that e4 pawn as well. So I am not sure, and she does defend the pawn on g5. No rushing. Now b4 is a threat with e4 under attack. Defended a3. I do like this approach, keeping it flexible with either h4 or f4 next. Does Anna get the king to the left flank?
Yeah, I think she wants to go. She wants to castle queenside next move. or at least in the next few moves. I was actually getting deja vu a few moments ago, and I was correct here that just until 2 moves ago, a3 first before queen d2 would have been the very famous game Yesipenko against Carlsen, where Yesipenko kind of crushed Magnus in Vaikanze in a classical game. Very, very instructive game, that one, for anyone wanting to learn how to play the Sicilian. a3 earlier would have been a pawn sacrifice. Magnus did take the bait and was punished, but Anna's done it a different way. She's guarded the g5 pawn first. And yeah, these Sicilians are so combative. I think a great choice for Anna in Armageddon in a must-win situation, but Bibisara has been able to put some quick moves down on the board, only spending just over 1 minute versus Anna spending over 2 minutes so far.
And it's very interesting that Bibisara, as black, only has aggressive weapons in her arsenal, right? The knight's going to come to d7, you know, because a lot of players would have just locked down e4, e5, but Bibisara can't do that.
Yeah, that's another modern trend. Like, players are being solid with white and being really fighting with black. Like, all the best players are doing it nowadays. They're just, I don't know, Berlin is a bit out of fashion. The Petrov still happens in classical chess, but more out of fashion. Everyone just wants to go for it with black now. I think that's the best way to scare your opponent into playing it a bit safe, is to go for them. And with white, nobody wants to take a risk. Here we come. Knight's coming into c4. Anna needs to come up with something special here and now before the knight lands.
And you really don't want to play b3 to stop that, just making your c file so insecure. The rook landing on c8, doubling down on that knight with queen c7 next. So if not b3, then you better be prepared on how you want to handle the next knight jump, hitting the white queen and hitting the bishop. You never really want to lose that dark squared bishop on e3.
Yeah. She has to brace for impact. She has to find some way to deal with this knight jump. Anna looking a bit uncomfortable.
I would be uncomfortable if I'm Anna right now with this very direct threat. The bishop on b7 eyeing the e4 pawn. Rook c8, rook takes knight ideas always in the air. And the speed with which Bibisara is playing, she's almost caught up on the clock. Now less than a minute advantage for Anna Muzychuk.
Yeah. These were the types of position that Garry Kasparov used to win all the time with black. Like, super flexible, no easy moves for white. But modern engines, we see the eval bar on white side. Modern engines love this for white. The kingside space, the center, you can start pushing. But for humans, it's so hard.
That's the thing, right? Engines do not have a heartbeat. And right now, if you're playing white, you're looking at the knight coming in. You're looking at rook sacrifices on c3. She does push the f-pawn. So she is inviting the black knight to jump in right now. And which bishop pair are you going to let go? Or is Anna about to give up both the bishops and get the double knight versus double bishop dynamics?
I think that is absolutely forced as she allows the trade. And now there's going to be a further trade as well. But as compensation, she does have a massive pawn roller going on the king side.
Yeah, we saw question marks from Anna. I don't think we can criticize it. She's played maybe the most natural way forward. Very understandable. Apparently b3 would have been the best to stop the knights jumping in, but so inhuman. Yeah. Nobody was ever going to touch that pawn, another pawn in front of the king. And yeah, just to explain that question mark. But now back in the balance, maybe.
And look at that, rook c8. She's getting ready to bring the queen out next to a5 with all kinds of tactical shots on that a3 pawn. Watch out the b2 pawn as well with the knight and c3 tender. Just feels like so much easier for black to play. And sure, the 4 pawns on the right flank look a bit scary. But as long as Bibisara's king is not castled, it's not the most terrifying of the attacks.
But the thing is, though, for Bibisara is that at some point, if she wants to connect the rooks, she will have to grit her teeth and go in that direction. But she can build it for a long time as Anna goes even more forward.
Okay, f5, show of intent here from Anna Muzychuk. I think the most natural move in the position now. Big decision for Bibisara. e5 is the move she wants to play, but it gives up a huge square on d5. And also, white might not just stop there. e5 might be met by f6, creating a square for the white knight to jump into. We could see some chaos there. e5 is maybe the most natural move, but she could also defend that pawn with her queen. The knight retreats instead, jumping back.
I mean, Anna can't afford to repeat with queen d2, queen d3, knight c4, knight e5, the yo-yo dance between the queen and the knight. So she has to find a way to get out of the way in that. But the question will remain, once you dodge the queen threats, how are you responding to e6? And my answer to that, if I'm black, I'm looking at a move like queen d7 eventually to keep everything under control. I'm not letting go of that f5 square for your knight.
How does Anna play on? She might have to put her queen back on d2 for now. Any other direction, black is just ready to take that knight on c3. That looks so scary. There we go. She keeps her knight defended. And Bibisara says, draw please, repetition please. That will be denied.
And, well, for Anna, she really will have to move that queen away and just tempt Bibisara to take that pawn on a3, which I think for the time being is an irrelevance.
You have to, you can't repeat, so you have to stay connected to the bishop. I'm looking at either f2 or e1. The advantage of putting it on e1 is that you also stay connected to the knight on c3 for any potential sacrifices by the rook. And then the question is, she goes the other way, she goes f2. I think she wants to line up with the rook and the queen and start attacking that tender spot on f7 with any trades right now. Again, e5, I love your idea of f6 and then planting that knight on f5. I'm still expecting Bibisara to keep it all consolidated in front of her king by moving the queen one step forward. Oh, she goes for e5.
Okay.
Oh, and Anna doesn't pause.
Oh, she pauses, she retreats, but retreating in the Sicilian, it's like a bicycle. If you stop pedaling, you fall off. You have to keep going forward. Open Sicilians, you need the energy. f6 there would have been a huge advantage for white. Instead, she's massively worse after the black queen comes out. And Bibisara, of course, finds it. This was her idea. Threats now. Knight sacrifices. b4 will blow open the queen side. White's queen is so far away now from the defense. That is a huge slip from Anna Muzychuk.
I actually don't see a way for white to survive this avalanche coming. Give up your knight, go b4, open up all the pawns in front of the white king, and suddenly your queen is offside, too far away to defend. And the clock's ticking. Anna jumps in with a knight, the bar falls down. Is this the moment you simply push that b4 pawn? The blue arrow appears. If Bibisara plays this, huge attack on Muzychuk.
b4 is winning. It's the only winning move, though. She needs to find it, Bibisara. Maybe not obvious because the knight looks like it's covering that square. But once the white knight... Oh, it's not found. Once the white knight took, there would have been tactics with knight takes a3. Suddenly, Anna's back in the game. Now there's a pin on the b-pawn. Black can't get the attack she wanted due to the white rook controlling the 5th rank.
And that means you have to fall back with your queen. And look at this, she's going all out, but it's the wrong sacrifice. She's going to get 2 pawns, but not a checkmate. The white king about to run away.
Wow, the worst possible moment for Bibisara to sacrifice. That knight has to be captured simply. You have to call the bluff. Rook takes c2 is threatened. You have to take that knight and run.
And the speed with which Bibisara played this is definitely a sacrifice based on instinct rather than on calculation. The white king, step by step, marching towards safety now.
And there's blocks. The knight can hide, defend its king. The bishop can hide, defend its king. The knight in c1, I think, is actually going to cover all squares. Here we go. Bibisara steps back. Double attack, though. Hitting 2 pawns.
A big one on c2 as well. And e4 would come with another double attack on the 2 rooks.
Yeah, and very tricky move. Maybe everything can be defended by relocating the knight to g3, where everything is covered. That's what Anna finds.
Anna Muzychuk looks like she's completely in control now, defending both threats. How does Bibisara pile on the pressure? Down a piece for 2 pawns. She has to go for Anna Muzychuk's king.
This is why 3 is the magic number. She's got 1 rook, 1 queen, 2 pieces attacking, but she needs a 3rd. And there's no way. Black's bishop is so passive. Black's king uncastled, rook's not connected. Attacks don't work unless you're fully developed.
But with the clock ticking down, it's still not easy for Anna to successfully hold this together, because Bibisara does have the mechanism to open things up by advancing the b-pawn up to b3, and the checks will continue. So Bibisara, she just has to throw caution to the wind, and for Anna, it's all about consolidating the king. So b4.
The fact that you don't have 3 pieces, you add a pawn into the mix right now. And I will still say the bar stays completely winning for Anna Muzychuk, but anything can happen as long as the king is in the open. The feeling here is that Bibisara in her calculation missed the idea of the knight jumping there and both pawns being defended, and thought that she'd have enough with those 3 pawns. And now Anna Muzychuk on the hunt as well. Pushes the f-pawn, the bishop forced to fall back, further disconnect between the king and the rook.
Well, at least the rook has the g-file, but now the white knight also has a beautiful square later to jump into. The first threat, though, now that black has defended everything for now, the first threat is b3. I wonder whether it's time to take a timeout, use the rook, stop that, and just cover all squares, or whether she can continue going on the counterattack now, Anna Muzychuk, whether she can go for the black king, a sitting target in the center.
Rook d3 feels like such a consolidating move, just stopping all the ideas, stopping the rook from coming to c3, stopping the b3 square as well. And then next you can get your rook to g1, jump in with your knight to f5, land it on g7. She does it 1 square back. She's saying she's ready for the move b3. Or will Bibisara pile on the pressure on the c line, bring the rook to c3, and dangle the threat like a sword right now. She brings the other rook to the g-file.
Yes, good practical choice there from Bibisara. At least activate the worst placed piece. But Anna, very impressively, retreating the rook all the way back to d2 in order to give her king cover there on e2.
Yeah, the king is ready to run if it needs to. A nice safe square. That could be the refuge it needs on f3 later. But for now, covering any threats. There would have been threats actually in that last position of rook takes knight, followed by a back rank check, and the white rook would have been hanging in the corner. So she solves all those problems with just one move, rook g1, and okay, things are opening up. Bibisara is going for it now.
Takes it, gives a check. The king about to march up the board. You've got to bring the rook into the attack if you're Bibisara. The bishop on f8, a problem child in her piece right now, and both players under 2 minutes.
She needs the initiative, Bibisara. The player's still a few moves away from getting that 1 second increment. This is move 31, so Bibisara has 10 moves to make, including this one. What to do? 1 minute left to make 10 moves. Anna, 9 moves to make in just under 2 minutes. Big advantage on the clock.
At this point, if you're black, you're looking for ways to create tactical tricks and threats in the position. But the disconnect between the mages is going to be very difficult to make that happen. As the rook slides over, the white knight jumps in. Who's on the attack?
Yeah, Anna really playing some excellent chess, just preventing the black bishop from ever making an appearance. And now Bibisara has an unpleasant choice. If she trades off rook, then the queen is primed and ready to start enjoying the attack. But there's nothing for Bibisara to do.
And that knight on f5, unchallenged forever. She planted on g6. She wants to trade on her terms so that if rook takes rook, that knight on f5 will be asked some questions.
Yeah, and she's attacking a pawn as well. Maybe not the most valuable pawn, but an annoying one right now. So getting it off the board would be a bonus for black. Just to point out, that was the only move. Otherwise, black was more than dead lost. So rook to g6, a great resource for Bibisara. I don't think Anna has time yet to go pawn hunting. Knight takes pawn, followed by the rook recapturing, would lose a lot of coordination in white's army.
He'd be very tempted to throw in a check on g7, hoping to queen your pawn eventually if that trade was to happen. But Bibisara will surely move her king away if that check arrives. She pushes the h-pawn, giving away f6 though.
Yeah,
and suddenly it's not so easy.
Third pawn. Suddenly it's back to level material. 3 pawns for one rook. Sorry, for one knight, one piece. She gives a check first, but now the pawn is taken. Watch out, there might be sacrifices. This is totally turned around. Bibisara with no time. She's got 6 moves to make in 27 seconds, but she's back in the game on the board.
Yeah. As Anna also dips under 1 minute right now with this last move. How are you fighting the threats? d5 coming in as well to really destabilize white's center.
Oh, it's hanging by a thread for Anna Muzychuk. What's happened there? The arbiter standing in the way of the camera. Thank you, arbiter. The rook steps across to b1. Wow, anything can happen. Bibisara needs to speed up. The 20 seconds, she still needs to make 6 moves.
Make a move, 16 seconds. Bibisara is running out of time.
6 moves left.
Oh, she gives up an exchange.
Wow, she's a full rook down now, but her bishop comes out. That's a deadly pin on the bishop on e3, though. Checks as well threatened. The black queen coming to f4. 12 seconds left for Bibisara to make 4 more moves.
What a fantastic find there, putting pressure on Anna Muzychuk as well, who drops down below the 30-second mark right now. Queen f4, a massive threat. Rook takes bishop, a big threat. Anna defends it, and it's a big blunder. Is the white king getting checkmated?
Yes, it is.
That's a huge check, though. Hitting the king, hitting the rook. Not the best from Bibisara. She had a better move there. She could have given a check first with her queen. White needs to block now. Only way to stay in the game. You need to block this check with the queen. There we go.
6 seconds for Bibisara. She needs to make a move right now. And finally, it's
What's
a
she done?
blunder.
What's she done?
She's missed.
She's now down. 2 rooks against the bishop. This is over. Bibisara totally hallucinating due to the clock. 1 second left. No time. She's about to lose on time and she flags. Game over. Anna Muzychuk takes the win.
Wow, dramatic scenes in Norway Chess on our very first Armageddon. Anna Muzychuk wins on demand and walks away with 1.5 points. What a crazy game with the evaluation bar just moving from side to side. Hats off to Bibisara for holding her nerve and managing to find some counterplay. But Anna Muzichuk.
Yeah, at the end, it was decided on the clock, right? Getting a winning position, but having no time there to solve the problems and just completely missing out, being down 2 rooks there. Anna Muzichuk, a big stage player with that win, taking it away and showing that this competition is wide open in the women's.
That could be huge come the end of the tournament. Like, the margins are tiny here. Every half point. Armageddon, it's just half a point on the line, I guess, but they add up come the end of the tournament. And Bibisara, that's going to be a huge missed opportunity she's going to feel. That might eat away at her a bit later in the event if she's unable to start picking up those wins again.
And there were a lot of brilliant moves played by Bibisara at the end of that. All the sacrifices that she came up with, you know, the rook lift, picking up that f6 pawn from a dead loss position, actually creating a fight when none existed. And then just when you feel like you have it, it all slips away because you don't have enough time to find that one right accurate move, where from winning, you go into a lost position. And the gap in Norway Chess women is closing down.
Is down to 1 point. And talking about accurate moves, when we last left Alireza Fruzja against Vincent Keimer, we left Vincent having to find rook to f6. Did he find it?
The answer is no. Vincent Keimer missing a huge opportunity. He's been burning time on the clock as well. The clock leveling out almost. Still Alireza in big time trouble. This is just move 24. 22 minutes left. Therefore, 16 moves to make before getting to the time control. Very quick action replay. We left it in this position. Rook f6, the key. Rook left, sliding across, forcing White to go back with his bishop. Bishop to c1 here would have been maybe the best practical try. And now Black would have had the time to start developing his bishop, start developing an initiative. Maybe the rook coming to hit g2 later. Vincent took his eye off the king side, though, went away with his bishop. He's actually lost a lot of time. He played bishop d6 a few moves ago, bishop e7, and then bishop back to c5, so losing tempi. Question mark. Knight to f4, leaping into some nice outposts. Queen d6, and this is how we got here. a5 coming to destabilize the knight, and he's rerouting all of his pieces, Alireza. I think he's just going to put his bishop on d2, occupy the open file. He's happy to trade off if he needs to. I could see Black being overextended here. Suddenly the f5 pawn not really achieving much, and there's squares for White to jump into.
And you still haven't gotten your bishop on b7. Your attack has come to a complete halt right now. F-pawn not moving ahead. Now the rook lift makes no sense at all. There's no rook h6. There's no attack on the h2 point as well, which gives White a free hand for all the ideas you mentioned, but also to start fighting for the b file. You know, the bishop on c5 not playing at all. It's done a bit of a dance for Vincent Keimer and come back to the square where it's doing nothing. And you kind of realize that somewhere Vincent lost the thread in this game.
Yeah, there's been a lot of moves with the bishop. Also, the fact that the other bishop that I've been talking about for a long time hasn't mobilized. And sure enough, now it comes into d7. And David, you mentioned the knight can jump to d5. Would an endgame without the queens be favorable for White or Black?
Oh, great question. Hard to tell. Like, I quite like knight d5 just because it unleashes the bishop. The bishop could get to a nice square. But yeah, an endgame like this one, I think I would pick White. d3 is a bit tender, but so active. The knight already on d5, the bishop coming out, rook on the open file. I think the question is whether he needs to jump now, Alireza, because maybe it's just nice to keep the tension. The threat stronger than the execution. That can happen at any point, knight d5. He does go in, though. Very natural move. I think maybe occupying the open file with the rook first, but he's forcing Vincent into this endgame, as we see with the blue bar, the blue arrow.
And Alireza will be very happy with the turn of events. You mentioned tension, and one game that really has been full of a lot of pressure was Magnus against Wesley. Let's head there, because we were uncertain as to what White should be doing, how Black should be also maintaining the balance, and we see from the current live position that Magnus did go for d4, d5. There have been a trade of light squared bishops, and also, well, Wesley has just moved his knight away from the golden square of g6. Maybe we can quickly backtrack and then dive in.
Yeah, very quick action replay as Magnus goes into that thinking posture again. We left it here after rook to d2, bit of a mysterious move. But obviously there are no breakthroughs for White yet, so maybe as good a move as any. Rook f7. Wesley saying, anything you can do, I can do better. Just waiting with the rook, maybe clearing the path for the rook to the other rook to come into the game. Magnus waited, king h1. Wesley said, if whatever you do, again, I can do better. King h7. And Magnus finally got itchy fingers and decided to connect the pawn chain. build the beautiful center here. Bishop back to d7, not going the whole way back home. We saw bishop trade. Magnus does get a square for the knight. Knight and f5, but that's easily challenged by Wesley. And the question is, firstly, is Magnus going to trade knights? Secondly, if Magnus doesn't want to trade knights, does he go back and start repeating the position? What do we think? Does he have anything better in the live board right now?
Well, there is a direct question, right? Because black is hinting at taking the knight on f5 and then picking up that pawn as well. And if you were to take that knight, then you're giving Wesley so another key in the position, which is to break with f5 at the right moments. Once the rook from a8 comes into the game, you could place it on f8, g8, h8, take your pick, and then strike in the center. I don't know how comfortable you're feeling. David, for me, the biggest question is if Magnus was to even fall back with the knight, does Wesley agree for a repetition? Or will he get ambitious and say, I've got this f5 break coming in, I want to play for more?
Oh, true. Especially with the clock time in mind. Maybe Wesley just plays on a few more moves, brings the rook across first. But, I mean, knowing Wesley, though, I think probably in the classical, he would say, oh, draw with black against Magnus. Good result. Yeah, but the knight dance that we could see, that isn't really what Magnus wants. I mean, you could hit the queen as well, but the queen just drops back. I don't really see the white knight being too happy retreating all the way here. I think Magnus, he's definitely not got any advantage, and he has to be worried about the clock.
Still 14 moves to make to meet time control. That's just a little over a minute per move for Magnus Carlsen with 17 minutes on the clock right now. Wesley's done a fantastic job to keep the pressure going on world number one so far in this game with the black pieces. You know, in an Italian, going aggressive with the H and the G pawn moving forward, Wesley's playing like he's playing with the white pieces instead.
That is very true. He is piling on the pressure, and decision time for Magnus. What are we in agreement? Draw? Are we going to see a repetition? Knight h4? You guys were kind of saying, yeah, maybe he should take the draw.
I think Wesley plays this on.
I think draw. I think Magnus tries to bail out here and now, and this will be one of 4 draws this round.
I'd say Magnus tries to bail out. Wesley denies the bail.
Wow, that would be a boss move from Wesley.
It really would.
I'd love to see it, but it would be uncharacteristic maybe of Wesley, who's normally happy with a draw with black in classical.
And it makes a lot of sense. I mean, there isn't a clear advantage, and it's not like if you get f5, you're winning in this position as well. It could go either way with the black king feeling unsafe as well. I think logically, I'm with you. A huge chance of actually a quick Armageddon coming up over the next few moves if we see knight h4. Although I would love to see Wesley fight this out and make Magnus sweat a little bit before it goes into an Armageddon. Magnus needs to make his move and his decision quickly.
Yeah, if Magnus goes under 10 minutes on this move and then starts trying to repeat, then I think Wesley goes for it. But Magnus doesn't allow any draws yet, or doesn't even ask for any repetitions. The bishop hits the queen, forcing her back to g6.
You need to stay connected to that f6 pawn as well, and also put pressure on that knight on f5. So still some decisions to be made by Wesley. What he wants, for Magnus even, what he wants to do with that knight. Once Wesley falls back with the queen, immediately ready. And this is so important when you're playing against Magnus. You need to maximize every single opportunity, every single strength you have. You know, get up, leave the board, put pressure on Magnus, show that you're confident. Don't take time, put pressure on Magnus's clock, move on again for Magnus with the clock running down.
Absolutely. And that's a critical lesson to anyone playing someone higher rated than them. Be confident, believe in yourself, and definitely play quickly to apply pressure. And talking about pressure, well, time travel is just around the corner, and we're going to go on a short break. When we return, it is going to be drama aplenty, so stay tuned.
Wow, Anna, that's a different way to finish an Armageddon here. How would you conclude yourself?
Yeah, it's like all my Armageddon games are quite crazy, but when they end well, I don't complain.
So you're happy with getting away with 1.5 points today?
Yeah, because the classical game was difficult, and the Armageddon was...
Thank you so much for taking the time, and good luck.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm still a bit low in the games.
Don't worry about it. But I can understand because there was a lot of stuff happening there.
All right, yeah. Okay, thank you.
it is that time again when our heroes assemble. And we will find out who will rise, who will fall to the challenge as the clock starts ticking down and the pressure starts rising. We see on Magnus Carlsen's board against Wesley So, he has attacked the queen, and now it's a big decision as to what Magnus will do. Will he try to initiate some repetition? Well, we see him move a piece, he drops the knight back, and now it's going to be a question for Wesley So how he can continue building, working the magic on the king side. Whereas in other games, I'm seeing that there's a nice amount of tension between Pragg and Gukesh, and things are slowly balancing out in the game between Firouzja and Vincent Keimer. In the women's, well, Zhuzhina is the one who is pressing hard against Divya Deshmukh, whereas Zhu Wenjun hopes to be getting her first set of classical points as she tries to apply the pressure against Humpy Kaneru. So a lot of action potentially happening on our boards. Where should we go to?
We've had a look at the Wesley board, David, for a bit, and we'll of course come back because Magnus is playing with the white pieces. Thor is playing with the white pieces. But I really want to check in with Zhuzhina and Divya, if we have a moment. It's an endgame, and again, it looks like White has something to play for here. Now, Zhuzhina and Divya are from the chasing pack in Norway Chess Women. Anna Muzichuk has already taken down Bibisara today in their Armageddon, which means any one win right now on this would completely blow open the standings, and we'll have a big shift up in Norway Chess Women. And I have a feeling that there are ideas in this position for White, with the rook lined up against the black bishop, the black king in the center of the board, the bishop and the knight beautifully placed. I'm thinking about ways of advancing the king, then g4, f5 coming in. If I had to pick a side here, I'm picking Jinnah.
Yeah, it's far, far from a draw, despite the fact that the pawn structure is almost symmetrical. Even if one set of rooks come off, even if two sets of rooks come off, still far from a draw because White's pieces are dominant, and I love that plan, Tanya. You normally need kind of a second front here. Like, piece activity is one advantage. You need a second thing. You need a breakthrough or some kind of threat. So king e3, g4, f5 might be the way to tip black off balance enough to get a bigger advantage, turn it into something more. Divya, I don't think it's her type of position. Just defending, a bit grim. Very best for black as a draw. She's also really struggling on the clock, Divya. So that might be the way to get her to burn more time.
Divya's missing a queen and a couple of other pieces to make it her kind of a position. I think she loves those middle games. She loves those combative fights. This is a defensive end game where you're basically waiting for your opponent to come at you. And that's never fun for any player.
No, it's not fun, but it's exactly what Divya needs to do. She needs to initiate some trades. It's not going to be an easy task because Zhuzhina has a fantastic bishop there on d5 pointing at b7 and some beautiful pieces to boot. Can we also just peek in on Zhu Wenjun, Humpy Kaneru? Because there, Zhu Wenjun, she has, I would say, gotten the bishop pair and gotten a small advantage.
Yeah, definitely. And bishops on the longest diagonals. White's light squared bishop, especially strong laser-like vision, doesn't really hit much right now. I guess Humpy's going to argue that if the rooks and queens come off, the bishop's just hitting thin air. But, I mean, there's still so much play left here. I wonder whether this rook trade, she could dodge it somehow. Does she swing the rook across? It is a bit vague. I don't really see any immediate threats, but she probably needs to avoid all the exchanges here, Zhu Wenjun, if she wants to win this game. Because if the rooks come off, the black rook comes in, rooks, queens off, I don't think the bishop pair alone is enough. But yeah, what could the winning plan be then, or a plan to at least put Humpy under some pressure?
I actually love the move rook to g4. It comes in with a lot of threats. You want to get in with your queen to h6, bishop to e4. You're not only threatening the g7 spot, but the h7 spot as well. I think the only question that's going on in Wenjun's mind, who definitely for both these players going into an Armageddon just doesn't suffice at this stage, considering that they're bottom of the leaderboard, completely winless so far at Norway Chess. A classical win is the only thing that can give them any hope. To keep both those majors, to keep both rooks, is that if after rook g4, Humpy has the potential to actually push that h-pawn and keep chasing that white rook, if you can have a good response to this, I think Wenjun will find a way to keep the rooks on the board. But apparently h5 solves Humpy's problems.
Oh, that's such a good move. So annoying for Zhu Wenjun because h4 covered, g5 covered by the bishop, rook f4 walks into the pin. Rook e4 also blocks the bishop, but allows the knight to hit that rook in the near future, maybe a bit later on. D4, there's also bishop c5. Rook a4, there's a hit on the rook with the knight. It's just really annoying, so maybe tough to keep the rook on the board. Her last move was rook takes c4, so I was wondering whether this was her natural follow-up, but yeah, maybe not. Humpy's done a great job of making that difficult. What do we think? Is this a 2-result position? Is Humpy just playing for the draw here?
She'd definitely be relieved to take this to Armageddon is the feeling that you get, right? With the bishop pair, the bishop's ready to jump into the center of the board, eyeing both pawns on the flank there, a potential attack, rook on d1, nicely placed, bishop d4, bishop e4. I want to avoid that. I think for Humpy to take this to Armageddon would be the aim currently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I do feel like it is a game of 2 results. Probably we're going to see a trade of rooks, and maybe Ju and Jun will start to go the English plan, h4. When you're stuck for a plan, h4 is
I thought
never
that was an
a bad...
AlphaZero plan.
No.
Before AlphaZero came up with it.
Exactly. We were doing it way before. Like
Simon
I would say...
Williams back in 1834 was playing.
Harry the H-pawn.
Okay, no trade of rooks. Ju and Jun finds a way to just keep the pressure on. Bishop to c6. And now there's questions for Humpy. What is she going to do about her knight that's under attack?
We've mentioned him already this show. He was the answer to the trivia question, but Karpov, Unziker, Karpov, Unziker, like blocking the open file with the bishop can be so effective sometimes. Then White can try and take over. But for now, yeah, asking a question of the knight. If it jumps forward, I guess the White bishop's intention is to sit on the beautiful blockading square. Can't be touched, can't be moved, and b4 is coming in the near future.
And if you break the connection with some bishop to c5, is that anything? Or are there tactics in the air?
Yeah, I guess the White queen will step forward, defending her bishop, keeping e5 protected. Now the black knight only really has 1 square, and again the idea of b4. I'm not sure how effective it is, but it's got to be worked out, got to be calculated. Maybe b4.
Suddenly it's not easy,
Yeah.
especially with a bishop anchored on c6.
And black can go back, and black is still solid. Black doesn't have many weaknesses, but this is such a beautiful piece. She would be feeling uncomfortable here, Humpy, for sure.
Absolutely, and as long as pieces stay on the board, that pressure just keeps piling up. And I want to, just bring into that point of the Karpov-Unziker game where we talk about using a minor piece to stop any trades on an open line. And one of the ideas that are often expressed with it is that you then line up all your majors and win that file by eventually retreating the minor piece. But there's another plan, which we actually saw in the Karpov-Unziker game, that once you clamp up on the file, you basically restrict all your opponent's pieces with, as you can see, no movement, and you completely shift attention to the right side of the board. Then your ideas of h4, queen e4, queen g4, pushing that h-pawn up the board, maybe using your rook suddenly also comes into play. Just the flexibility of first making sure no trades, and then actually finishing the game on the other side.
Yeah. Suddenly, I mean, I love this move, bishop c6 from Zhu and Jun. Suddenly, I think it's actually quite a sizable advantage, at least in practical terms. Humpy, her Achilles heel so far this tournament has been time trouble. As soon as the clocks tick down, there have been blunders, there have been big mistakes, not just small inaccuracies, big ones. So I do worry about the clock situation as well. 14 minutes. She still has to make 19 moves to get that increment. That is already severe time trouble.
Man, I'm just going to say for both these players, an extra few minutes for Zhu Wenjun, but even 19 moves in 21 minutes feels like time trouble. So you can just imagine the pressure on Humpy being on the defensive side.
Yeah, it's going to be quite tough for Humpy as well. She has to take the decision. Is she going to go back with the knight to f8, or is she going to jump forward and try to untangle in that way? But there's no clear solution, as we've seen. She simply perhaps has to grit her teeth and go back. Because she has one hope, and that is she plays that, right? She plays that. And the reason why I hesitated is suddenly I realized that the bishop on b2 is also going to be a key player as well at the right time, coming into d4 and start poking around, targeting b6. Not an easy position at all for Humpy.
Definitely not. She starts with a good move. Knight to f8 is a solid choice, but we'll come back and check out if Zhu Wenjun is able to create anything even more here for White. I will mention the top 3 boards that there's a player in time trouble on all of them. Top left, the green board, Firouzja really low on time, under 10 minutes already. Magnus, even more drastic, under 8 minutes. He's still thinking. And Pragg down to 12 minutes against Gukesh's 22. It feels like something's coming. Something's coming in the next few minutes, next few moves. And I have a feeling we might see blood spilled.
All the players with the white pieces struggling on the clock and some of them struggling on the board as well, including the world number one, I want to say right now, Magnus Carlsen. That's that center board right there. You know, Wesley playing with all his pieces. He's also threatening to bring his knight to hit that bishop, which feels quite trapped on the edge of the board right now. We've had a few more moves. We've probably just backtracked the two moves that have been played since Magnus retreated his knight, David, from f5 once Wesley's queen went back. Magnus said, no trades for you, Mr. Wesley. And look at that. With the bishop trapped on h4, Wesley playing the maneuvering game. The queen goes sideways. The final piece comes into the attack. Always watch out for f5 and knight g6 dual threats. Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen, I'm not seeing the threats that he's imposing right now.
Yeah, Wesley's got the dream blockade. Like, he just needs one more move later. He doesn't need to rush, but if he gets the luxury of playing b6, Magnus cannot break through ever on the queen side. That side of the board, locked. Center, locked. King side, Magnus never wants to take because the black queen opens up on the h-file. Wesley's the only one who can ever open that side of the board. And the bishop, yeah, bishops are so much worse than knights. We've learned that this round, also in the Pragg game, when the center is closed. Magnus, I was skeptical seeing this opening from him. It's not his style. He said in the confessional he forgot all the details, which didn't help. And the clock, it's been his massive Achilles heel this tournament so far. He's lost 2 classical games, mainly because of the clock situation. Might happen again.
I mean, David, it's 11 moves with about 6 minutes on the clock. That's just a little over 30 seconds per move right now for Magnus Carlsen in a position that's extremely rich and extremely complicated. And I love how Wesley hasn't broken out yet. He's just waiting for Magnus to get under deeper time trouble before he asks the real question, whether it comes with c6, whether it comes with f5. But it is coming in this position. I don't think there's any bailout card in this anymore for a repetition for Magnus to force an Armageddon.
Exactly. Magnus has to be really careful. He moves his rook across to b3. That only asks black to play a move he wanted to play anyway. b6, that's the very least. There was also the big question of knight to g6, trying to trap this bishop.
Ooh.
I think the only way white survives there is to move his knight back to defend the rook. But otherwise, that would be game over immediately.
That is actually an incredible move that you pointed out, because white can't go forward with a knight or any other square because Magnus's queen is overloaded, David. And that's why you want the f knight going back. If the knight goes anywhere except f1, you end up losing big material there.
Yeah, that would be game over. Wesley's looking at this move, if not now, then soon, to overload the white queen, which has to defend its rook, bishop, everything. And it's hanging by a thread for Magnus Carlsen.
Do you think Wesley spots this? Does he go back with that knight that looks so beautifully posted on f4 to go back to g6 and ask some real questions to Magnus? First, find that move, knight to f1, and that still doesn't solve your problems. Once that knight gets out of the way, you strike with f5.
Right, and he's certainly looking like he has seen something, because we suddenly saw him get up in the chair, show some excitement. Knight g6 would be a devilish move with the idea of attacking the bishop, but also having eyes on the rook on d2.
It would be a shocker, right? With 5.5 minutes on the clock, Magnus would end up burning even more time. But b6 is the human move, but the fact that Wesley hasn't rushed with it,
no.
I think it's on his radar.
Yeah, I think, Wesley, he's so good at changing gears and sensing weakness. Maybe the one criticism throughout his whole career for Wesley, he's had this kind of reputation of just being really solid against the top guys, not being overly ambitious, but against anyone who's not named Magnus Carlsen, he would go all out now. He would be like, you're down to 5 minutes, half a minute per move. I sense weakness. Change the pace, change the gears, go. Knight g6, f5, boom. But I think against Magnus, maybe more likely to play b6, just pass the move back. That would also make some sense, just asking Magnus what the intention behind rook b3 was. Very odd move to make anyway.
Yeah, and then it's not an easy response for Magnus after b6 as well, because all the threats are on the board. You know, Wesley's been so incredibly smart this tournament. He's been getting those classical draws, plus armor wins, and then climbing up the leaderboard. He's in the chaser pack right now. And again, I think he plays this. I think he goes knight after g6, hits that bishop. Wesley, so if he had to play b6, he would have done it 2 minutes ago.
Yes, he would have played that move by hand, as we say. He would have played it instantly. Knight to g6. Will he roll the dice and go on the front foot? The whole idea, as Tanya and David are mentioning, just start to accelerate the play with advancing the pawn to f5. Well, also, Wesley is a very good evaluator of risk. He loves to play for wins without taking massive risks. So I can see Wesley just going, I can do b6 and I can do knight to g6 and no one is going to stop me.
Very possible that he starts off with b6. I'd love to see knight fg6, max pressure on world number one if you're Wesley. So this is the opportunity that you have, right? You get them far and few when you're playing against Magnus Carlsen. So far at Norway Chess, Wesley's been patient, he's been precise, and deadly when the opportunities present themselves. This is one of those. Ivanka, if he finds knight fg6, I think Wesley is very close to taking this one with Magnus under 6 minutes on the clock and 11 moves to be made.
Before he gets a 10-second increment.
And Magnus, look at this. Something's happening. I think he's calling the arbiter.
Ooh.
I think he's asking for more...
Water?
Water, snacks, mango. What is it? Magnus is asking for something. He's clearly a bit distracted. Just while Wesley is thinking over this key moment, maybe we can jump in and show why knight g6 is actually by far the best move right now. b6 is fine, covers the queen's side, but Magnus would then get time to try and sort out his pieces, maybe starting with knight back to f1 or sliding his rook. Knight to g6 hits the bishop. It's played by Wesley. It's played.
He plays
Magnus
it.
Has to retreat his knight now to defend his rook so that the queen can defend its bishop. Now a capture, and Wesley ignoring everything. Boom, blowing it open with f5 while the knight is vulnerable on f1. This gives black a big advantage, and Magnus would be forced to start retreating. Bring the queen back, for example. We could see stuff start to happen. And yeah, this is Wesley at his best. Knight back to f1, played by Magnus. More water appears.
Yeah, but not more time on the clock. That's the problem.
Not more time, but we are going to see more Armageddons as we have a draw between Alireza Firouzja and Vincent Keimer, the two players analysing their... Well, once Alireza leaves the playing hall and starts to prepare, he will realize he had a little bit of a close shave against Vincent. But can Vincent break the Armageddon curse? That's what we're going to be seeing in a few minutes.
Alireza Firouzja definitely the more relieved one out of this. Full pressure with the white pieces. Vincent Keimer, great prep there. A great way of handling some inaccuracies, letting go of the advantage. But we have to listen in.
Well, we had the players there. We saw them analysing, but big news of Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So. Let's go directly there.
He's got f5 on the board. David, this is the line that you were mentioning earlier. The problem in the position with knight fg6. Wesley So is in absolute beast mode today.
Oh, Magnus is on the brink of a third classical defeat. He's really feeling the pressure now, surely. No time to go pawn hunting. White's rook taking on b7 is an irrelevant pawn. This early in the middle game, no chance of creating a pass pawn. He's facing a big threat of f takes e4, the black rook opening up on the f-file. White's knight is overworked now, defending its rook. Very clumsy construction. The black queen striking on the diagonal. Knight g6 as well is in the air to gain a tempo. Magnus has under 4 minutes now to make 8 moves.
And it's a very difficult position to boot as well, as the queen does come back, defending that knight on f1. This is Wesley's chance to open up the position completely. You could take that pawn on e4, David, forcing Magnus to capture with the queen. Pawn takes pawn would lose on the spot with tactics coming. The knight on f1, rook takes knight, queen takes rook, game over.
Yeah, just to show if after pawn takes pawn, rook takes knight, this is the end. And a check is not enough in this position, since the black king steps forward. Any checks will be defended by the black knight, and no time to take the rook because of back rank checkmate. So if f takes e4 happens, the white queen will be forced to recapture. Maybe not easy for Wesley, because it does look like this is a check. A pawn will drop. I think this might be difficult, but apparently here, to block with the knight is still very strong. If white gets hungry and goes pawn hunting, then there will be simply too much of an attack against the white king. The rook will come, the other rook will slide, the knight will come, eat this pawn. This is just huge advantage for Wesley. So queen e1, taking is strong. I think he might still play b6.
I agree.
The attack continuing later.
Well, b6 is very much in Wesley's style as well. It's not like he's letting go of the attack. He has absolutely all of the choices here. He can take on e4 at will. And question remains for Magnus, how is he going to continue?
No easy decisions after b6, right? And keeping the tension is the hardest thing you can do to a player who's running low on the clock right now. Keeping all the possible trades there. And Wesley looks like he's, in the mood for a fight. He wants to make this as difficult as possible. He's trying to calculate the lines. He wants to be precise and concrete as well. David, I agree. Pawn takes pawn and allowing a recapture with a check. It doesn't feel like the most human way to continue this pressure right now.
Yeah, that would be, I think, the most impressive move of the game so far if Wesley does take this pawn. The computer says it's strongest, but b6 also good. I wonder how thirsty Wesley So is here for that victory. b6 would water out the advantage, but Magnus here still would be on the back foot.
Magnus definitely on the back foot. Wesley has all the chances on the king side. You can see a future where the h pawn moves forward, the g pawn moves forward, and black starts just moving the rooks over to the king side. Magnus's king is going to come under some heavy weather.
It looks like that with so many of the pieces on the other side of the board. But Wesley, if he wants to play b6, he should play it really quickly. Everything's defended, right? All the pawns are defended on the right side of the board. Any trade feels like it would support Wesley's cause of opening up lines towards Magnus's kings, all those HG line ideas that Jovanka, you're referring to right now, Magnus's king under fire. Wesley is taking a bit extra time. More Wesley thinks, the more time Magnus has to figure things out. And
he goes for it!
For the most impressive move.
Wesley, he's allowing a recapture with a check. He's gambiting his b7 pawn. But Magnus now on the brink. He takes back, and Wesley does block with the knight. He's going full attack, Wesley So. He smells it. He senses weakness. Magnus, he needs to find a miracle now to survive. The rook is coming to f4. This is a dream King's Indian. The best King's Indian type of position I've ever seen. Of course, it came from a different opening, but Wesley getting close now.
He's getting close. He's going to get close to the white queen, and it doesn't stop there, right? You double up on the f file, and you put maximum pressure on that f3 pawn, which can't grab the pawn because the knight being x-rayed on that first rank right now. Rook f7 coming in before rook f4 or not. It's just crazy that Wesley found this idea, pawn takes pawn, and then just simply block with the check, continuing all the attack.
Yeah, Wesley smells blood. He certainly in for the kill. This beautiful idea of piling up all of the pressure on the F line, and he doesn't care about material. What is Magnus going to do? He goes G3.
He's stopping the move rook to f4 for now.
But
and the point is, if your opponent makes a move like this, you know you're on the right track.
Right, and it doesn't stop Wesley's ultimate plan, which is to double up on the F line.
Yeah, he's going to double up. Magnus, I guess, is going to have to defend that pawn with his other rook. And white is almost totally frozen on that side of the board. There's going to be a long-term pin on the f-file. Then Wesley, at the right moment, can take a timeout and play b6. He can do it now if he wants, probably, as well. But yeah, Magnus is just praying that Wesley can't find a breakthrough.
Well, the thing is, though, if the rook ever leaves d2, the queen is going to zoom in down to c1 and start sniffing around.
Yeah, sniffing around. Everything's protected for now, but yeah, uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable for Magnus, who's got under 3 minutes, but only 5 moves to make now, so he'll be hoping for that increment soon.
Yeah, and Wesley needs to keep up on the momentum. He can't really slow down now. He gets ready. He does line up. Magnus ready with his response. Does what we were referring to keep things under control. The thing is, if it was any other player sitting opposite Wesley, we'd be saying that he's toast. Wesley has got this. But it's Magnus Carlsen, right? It's not over until the score sheet says it.
It's not over until Magnus has resigned. Completely true. Tanya, completely true. Magnus still fighting hard. Maybe now it's time for Wesley, as David's indicated, just to go b6 and just limit the risk.
Yeah, it's just about the next plan. I'm trying to work out exactly what black can be doing. Maybe you can even slow play it at some point because white is so frozen. You can try and bring your knight round.
Oh, he doesn't. He just comes in with a queen.
Oh. Okay, big threats. Maybe some sacrifices. White's rook is tied down to the f3 pawn, so there was no reason to play b6 yet. Magnus is going to move his king, perhaps. King to g2 looks like a natural move. Do you have to be careful where you go?
I think what Wesley is also setting up with getting the queen in is rerouting it to the d1 square, where I'm hitting your white rook on b3. I'm hitting x-raying the pawn on a4 and hitting the pawn on f3. It's looks like a multi-purpose square for the black queen, the spot where the white queen starts from.
And I'm so impressed with Wesley's calculation. He said, well, you know, it's fine. I don't need to worry about white taking that pawn on b7 because the black king can always hide on h6 if checked.
Magnus takes the time out to defend the f3, so fighting against the threat of queen to d1. At least f3 remains defended, but I think he can still go for it, David. Queen d1. Are you brave enough to capture on b7?
Never. And
Whoa!
Wesley swaps off. Wesley tries to simplify. The b2 pawn will be hanging, but this has been given a question mark. Is Magnus back in the game? Could he survive this? Magnus will take back that rook.
That's the thing with Magnus Carlsen. You give him one shot and he's right back in the mix. He does take it. This also means that the next few moves come in fast and quick for Magnus, right? He makes it towards that 40 move mark much more easy. Let off the hook.
Which way does Wesley take back? Does he take with the rook? Try to force the white rook to be deflected? Or will he take with the pawn? b2 is hanging. He will be a pawn up.
Wesley takes with the pawn, David. You take it with the rook, then you're just inviting another trade.
Well, the way that he's been playing, I would say pawn takes pawn.
Yes.
But a no-risk way of playing it and probably would fizzle out to a draw. Be rook takes pawn, so big moment for Wesley here.
Wow, he rushed in when he could have played rook takes f3 anytime. He could have waited, he could have played b6, he could have played king g7, he could have done anything, and rook takes f3 was there forever, basically. He could have been a pawn up in winning the b2 pawn in so many other ways when he was more ready.
Absolutely.
Wesley so getting impatient for that victory.
That's very strange because that f-pawn wasn't going anywhere. There was no universe in which Magnus would have captured on g4 with f2 under attack. You have a free hand with your queen. You can take a timeout with b6. You can take a timeout with anything you want, and Magnus is under pressure on the clock. Now you just rush through to try and cash in. He takes it with the pawn. If you pick it up with your rook, you're going to give a check on b2. Magnus...
The blue arrow appeared. He should have walked forward with his king. King to h3, running away was the only way to hold the balance. Magnus now, big mistake from him. He's accepting a pawn down endgame. Now Wesley's back in the driver's seat, taking a pawn with check, which he will do.
But it was such a gutsy move to step your king right into the firing line. You had to be very cool to do that. Magnus going for a practical approach, giving up a pawn in order to get easier play. But he puts his king out there on h3 anyhow.
And I think the problem doubles down because Magnus will be forced to trade off all the majors on the board if that blue arrow move appears.
Queen d4, only winning move for Wesley So. Everything else gives white counterplay. Rook takes rook, allows the white queen to start creating some threats. The queen will hit h5, threaten queen f7 check. Trading rooks is not enough. He needs to trade queens, and then the pawn advantage tells the white a4 pawn isolated as well. The black knight will come round later to the c5 square once the queens are off. Queen d4, I think he finds it.
Absolutely, and it's not only the queens coming off, Magnus will be forced to get the rooks off the board as well, with the knight on f1 hanging in many of those positions after queen d4, which means, and he reaches out, he's about to play it. Queen d4 is happening, and it's on the board. Wesley So playing this to perfection. Is Magnus about to lose his third game at Norway Chess?
Magnus is going down. I think he just missed or underestimated this move. The fact that the rook on f8 may be defended by the knight, maybe that's what he missed. He can't retreat his queen. Retreating the white queen would allow a deadly check. A queen on g4 check, the king driving back, and then so many knight forks, knight to h4. That would just be over on the spot. Wesley, the fans here, nonsense now, saying, oh, he must have seen that, cheering for Wesley So. He's about to take down Magnus Carlsen for only the second time in his career in classical chess. So close now.
So close. It's a cinema moment as the queens get traded off. And for Magnus, he has to accept even more trades.
And they say famously that knight pawn endings are exactly like king pawn endings. Here down a pawn, all the knight maneuvers that you were earlier talking about, c4 and a4 completely weak. I think for Wesley, I would say this is trivial to convert this. He takes it with the knight. Knight's going to find its path on e5 or c5 via the d7 square next. Notice how Magnus's knight still far away from any attack, wanting to get to d2, b3, but that just gives Wesley enough time to regroup his pieces. Up a pawn, up on the clock, about to win this one.
And Honeybee says we expect a table slam. Maybe we can expect something like that from sheer frustration from Magnus. Dropping the king back. Now Magnus is praying for a miracle to survive this.
Wow, he needs 2 or 3 moves here, Magnus, to even stand any chance. He needs his king in the center to take this pawn. Even then, if a black knight is ever able to step to c5, win the a4 pawn, that a5 pawn for black is going to potentially decide the game. Wesley races towards it. That a5 pawn might be a future queen. Magnus is running with his own knight. He's keeping a poker face right now, Magnus Carlsen, a great poker player. But it does feel like he's going down to defeat. We'll see whether he's shocked, whether he's upset. We'll find out soon. He's fighting for now. Knight c5 looks so strong, though.
Yeah, it's the most human way to play in this position. And the point from Magnus, look at it. You can see it on his face. He can't believe what he's walked into. You know, usually you go into an endgame and there's only one man winning it. But even Magnus Carlsen has to know that this is looking extremely dire for him. Knight b6, knight c5, both coming in. Wesley so in full control. This one is going to hurt Magnus Carlsen's campaign.
Yeah. This is the first time Magnus has been properly outplayed from start to finish. Against Alireza, it was a bit topsy-turvy, but ended up blundering. Against Pragg, up and down, blundered, 1-move blunder. Here, Magnus feels like he's had no chance. It feels like the very best Magnus was playing for was a draw with white. That shows how strong Wesley So's been today. Magnus just out of shape, out of form. But Wesley pouncing. Can he do the hardest part, though? The hardest part is to finish off these champions.
But Wesley has just been playing to perfection, as you mentioned. You know, it's this elementary. I love this idea. Knight b6, knight c5. There are so many weak pawns for white to target. I don't see Wesley going wrong at all here.
And you win that a pawn, that's pretty much game over, right? The a5 pawn will be decisive, will distract all of white's army to try to defend that from becoming a queen. And then you advance with your own king and gobble up the pawns on the right side of the board. For Wesley, he's got to be feeling it and nerves right now, knowing how close he is to a 3-pointer win right now, which will not only pretty much destroy Magnus's hopes of his 8th Norway Chess title, but put Wesley so firmly in the race.
Exactly. Of course, this is only going to be the halfway point, but yeah, Magnus is going to be reeling from this. There's no rest day tomorrow, no time to recover. Wesley, the momentum you pick up, the confidence. He's a confidence player. He beats the best when he can. And normally, yeah, Wesley, we associate him with being solid, but this is more than solid. This is top form.
And I'll just add to that I think many had put Wesley's best years behind him. And then he shows up at Norway Chess, you know, he goes down in the first game and then has been unbeatable, getting win after win, raking up those points in the Arma, solidly holding the classical draws there, knowing what his strengths are. And today's start to finish with the black pieces in an Italian, outplaying Magnus Carlsen, not something a lot of people can boast about in their chess careers.
I know. Very impressive. Wesley has so many accolades to his name, but winning Norway Chess would be up there, especially this year with such a strong field. Wow, Wesley, so he's thinking. He knows the finishing line is in sight. This is a good tip for everyone at home. Once you know the win is almost there, when you have time on the clock, accuracy is the key. Don't give any hope of counterplay. Don't fall for any last-minute tricks.
He's got to be thinking about what are Magnus's defensive resources in this position. Knight c5 is not where your calculation stops, right? You're looking at idea at Magnus either getting to the d4, a5 pawn with his own knight or the white king marching up towards the center of the board. If you're Magnus Carlsen, where are you relying on the hopes to hold a draw in this one?
Great question. I'm trying to look ahead into the future. I think it might be a case of the white king coming to take this pawn. With the king so nearby, the black a5 pawn might hesitate from running too far down the board. With the king centralized like that, if it is able to take on d4, I think then the white knight will try to create some mischief. Not really sure it's a route forward. I think pawn on h3 will stop the black king from, the black king from ever coming towards those kingside pawns. So I think it might just be a case of Magnus taking on d4, putting a pawn on h3, moving his knight around and hoping that black has no way forward. So I think what Wesley's looking for is when that does happen, what his winning plan will be. He doesn't want to trade too many pawns as black.
Mm-hmm. But one of the things that Magnus is really hoping is that Wesley gets so deep in his calculation that he forgets the obvious. And the obvious is that there is a pawn on a4 that is a target.
He's going to go for it.
It's going to go.
Oh, he goes the other way. He stops the white king from coming forward instead. He's playing for control. He's trying to tie down the white knight instead. So priorities shown there by Wesley. So
H3, as you indicated there, and Magnus under the minute. So from now on, he's going to have to rely on his instincts in order to save this game. Centralizing the king.
Both of them moving towards the center of the board. I will point out, though, the 5 versus 3 dynamic of the pawns that we see on the left flank. It's incredibly hard for Wesley to create a passed pawn unless he wins that A4 pawn. The way the pawns are placed, how are you breaking through and actually creating a passer? So Wesley at some point needs to reroute that knight towards that A4 pawn to break through.
He can do it right now. As David's indicating, he can plant the knight on B2, he can plant the knight on C5. He can do it with a tempo check.
yeah, he might go for it now. I think his idea was to just perfect everything, put the king on its best possible square, maybe just defend all the pawns, put a pawn on B6. White has only king moves. White has to play like king E2, king F2, king E2, king F2, and just wait. So I think Wesley's trying to find the ideal setup before he goes for those pawns.
Magnus Carlsen, the greatest endgame player of all time. Does he hold this one?
No chance. No.
Not the way Wesley's playing. Wesley's been so professional about this, not giving Magnus a single bit of hope.
I think the only way Magnus saves this now is if Wesley gets impatient and kind of goes for a forcing line that doesn't quite work, just because he kind of senses that there's an immediate knockout. But he's been so measured about it so far. I love how he changed the pace earlier, all that knight g6, f5, boom. And then now he's taking a timeout. He knows the hard work's been done, Wesley. He's just double-checking, triple-checking all of his calculations.
And you could also just step up with your king, go b6, and then reroute your knight. Feels like more up Wesley's alley, the last few moves, just to completely consolidate before going all in on the left flank. It's also so much about nerves at this point, right? We've seen so many players close to a winning advantage, and somehow only happens against Magnus Carlsen, that he just gets into your head. It's almost like you're fighting your own psychology to believe that you can take him down.
Belief, that's always been a thing for Wesley.
In comes the king.
King g5. Does he believe he can win this? King steps forward. Allowing a check. The knight can check, but then the king sidesteps. No way forward for Magnus. Under 1 minute.
He's got to make a move. You could shuffle around with your own king right now if you're Magnus Carlsen. No plan. He's just got to play the waiting game. He falls back with the king.
Hey, doesn't want to get checked by the pawn, by the knight. Just waiting. Where is the breakthrough? Sooner or later, Wesley has to move his knight round and go for this pawn.
It's got to be the winning plan, right? Whether you do it now, whether you do it after consolidating your position with a move like b6 and recentering your king. But it's the only way to create a passed pawn in this position, to get those pawns rolling up the board. And that's the thing. One of the most difficult things to do in chess is to change the nature of the position by trading certain pawns and knowing that now is the time to cash in on your advantage.
It's also when to embrace the risk, let go of control. But here, Wesley doesn't need to do that. He can just improve his position. Doesn't need to rush this. He can simply make haste, and he can do it slowly. b6, and then improve the king. Knight to d3 at the right time.
David Howell partially distracted by another thriller.
Another thriller. We'll talk about that one later. That is, of course, Pragg against
Of course,
Gukesh.
David Howell.
Pragg against Gukesh. We'll show that one in a minute. It does look like Pragg is in the driver's seat. Gukesh in big, big trouble.
Yes, we are definitely prepping a two-board view for that one because it is very spicy in that game. We see the world champion, the world #1 in trouble, and here we have it on the right. It is Pragg against Gukesh, and we're talking about getting past pawns. Well, Pragg has 3, Tanya.
That is an absolutely crazy position. He does have 3, but he's down a piece in the position as well. Gukesh has got an extra piece. It's absolute madness on the board. Pragnananda's pawns on the 6th rank currently. White's king completely out in the open. I see the bar says Gukesh with an advantage, but I would be scared seeing those pawns on the 6th rank right now as Pragg's queen comes back to assist the white king.
What's happened? Pragg was winning just a few moves ago. Suddenly he's losing.
I mean, you said you were following the action, and that's the game that had your attention, David Howell.
Definitely. It's definitely not the Champions League. It's definitely Pragg against Gukesh right now, where the bishops can somehow fight white's pawns on that right board that we're seeing on our screens. I think it's just about the white king. The white king might come under heavy fire before the white pawns have a chance to promote. Wow, 2 minutes against 2 minutes. That one, I think, is a coin toss. That could go in any direction. In the meantime, on the left board, Wesley So does make a move for it. He does make his move for glory. He brings his knight in with a check. He'll go pawn hunting any second now. And on the other board, the eval bar swings again as Gukesh naturally brings his rook forward.
Wow. Just allowing the white pawns to move ahead. I still don't see the immediate knockout blow that Gukesh has stepped up with this rook moving ahead. C7, D7, get those pawns into the game. And for Magnus Carlsen, he's trying to get his king into the game. Wesley heading towards the left pawn. That's the left side of our screen right now. I say both these games end decisively.
It's looking that way, but it feels like between Pragg and Gukesh, anything can happen. Pragg is desperately trying to keep his king safe, but probably the main objective is just simply to advance the pawns. C7 looks to me like one of the best tries. Remember the objective, promote the pawn, whereas talking about promoting the board, that's exactly what Wesley is doing. He's got his king primed and ready to defend on D4, and the knight on B2, it's targeting 2.
Yeah, it's targeting 2, and maybe we can jump into one of the boards right now. Tanya, which one do you think is going to cause the most immediate drama?
I say we go to the Magnus endgame. I think that's where we are headed. The Pragg-Gukesh board does meet time control with 40 moves. The position balanced, but it's going to go on for a while. That a full bloodied fight. But look at this. Wesley So is giving no chances to Magnus Carlsen, hitting both pawns. Magnus desperately trying to get to the A5 pawn.
Yeah, both knights are hitting 2 pawns right now. For Wesley, it's a case of prioritization. Normally, you would say keep the outside pawns. Outside pawns are so hard for knight to stop here. But okay, I think B6 is what Wesley wants to do. Maybe he can take the other pawn first. He's got some calculation to be done. It's a matter of counting here. It's pure calculation in this knight endgame. Magnus will just react. He's got 20 seconds. He's reacting. His moves will be forced. Wesley is the one who can choose the path forward. And I think the path is quite wide right now. There is room for error. But of course, he wants to make sure, he wants to be a perfectionist here. Down to 5 minutes. If Wesley So gets down to under a minute, this could be the type of position where he loses control.
Yeah. And for Wesley, he has a lot of choice, right? He could capture the pawns on A4, C4. He could also step up with his king to E5. And he steps up. He protects that all-important passed pawn on D4. Big idea is just simply to come forward with the king and promote the D-pawn.
And I think he wants exactly that. And Magnus is going ahead with capturing the A5 pawn. Can Wesley just ignore and not get greedy and go ahead with Ivanka's idea? He does King E4, D3, King F3 coming in next. King E3 even to just win the game on the spot. D2, D1, steps away from promotion. Wesley doesn't want pawns. He wants a queen.
Wow, Wesley, he's been so accurate this game. 96% accuracy. Deep into this endgame now. Just a few accurate moves away from winning. He will trade off the pawn that has just moved. White's G-pawn is still way too far behind in any race here. Wesley is going to attack White's knight in a moment, drive it away from the defense of the C4 pawn, and Wesley should be winning. But he has to count now. White's going to run. Magnus has got to bank everything on his G-pawn.
It's the only chance to save the game. To use that G-pawn as a decoy and in order to allow the white king to step forward. It's still very complicated because the knight on A5 attacks the B7 pawns, and there is also the presence of the A pawn on the board for the time being. So much choice. Not easy for Wesley.
Wesley's been so reluctant to make the move B6 throughout the game. I think it might be time he first throws in a check, forcing Magnus's king in front of that pawn to stop the white-black king from moving forward. He needs to block it and finally pushes the knight back, which will fall to B3. Wesley about to pick up the C4 pawn with a check. Does it? The white king forced to move forward. Whoa.
Is Magnus
Okay, Magnus upset with something. Is it about the fact that Wesley wasn't recording his moves? Magnus in the end deciding he doesn't really mind, doesn't really care. But now, winning for Wesley, it's 4 pawns against 3. He can just defend everything with his knight, start picking up pawns. Maybe he can even go more direct here as black.
And I think the rule is that the player can stop recording when they fall under 5 minutes. So Wesley having those extra seconds, but Magnus letting it go finally. King c3 played. Now the knight can fall back to the center of the board, hit that g4 pawn, defend its own pawn, threaten to march forward with the black king. Magnus Carlsen in an absolutely busted position, but we've seen Magnus do miracles in endgames.
Well, we have seen Magnus perform endgame miracles, but here Wesley is in the zone. All he has to do, as David's highlighted, is just move that knight to the center, keep an eye on the rogue g-pawn, and the d-pawn is up for grabs, and Magnus knows.
You look at him and you know that he knows. You know, you fall back with that knight, your king is free to pick up the d5 pawn. You're not going to be up 1, you're going to be up 2 pawns in that position.
And Wesley is so close to victory now. Maybe we can pull up the 2-board split again, because there has been drama on the other board. Gukesh is about to break through and win. He's just played a beautiful rook sacrifice. He's sacking his rook in the center. That's our right board right now. White queen cannot take black central rook because the black rook that has just moved across onto the g-file is swooping down. Pragg is about to get checkmated. It's so close now. Gukesh is within a couple of accurate moves from winning this game. Another rook sacrifice, a brilliant one.
He's about to get
Handshake.
checkmated.
It is about to be checkmate. Gukesh leans back. That could be a tournament changer for him. Great result.
You can see the relief in Gukesh's face. It was a crazy game. It was a wild ride, but it is Gukesh that triumphs and picks up 3 points. And here, Wesley So is the one who is in full control, on the verge of getting his first win in Classical.
And it's going to be against none other than the world #1. Meanwhile, the world champion getting his first Classical win of Norway Chess, getting his first win of Norway Chess, showing why he's India's board #1 right there in a crazy, crazy fight. Anything but a controlled performance. He puts a halt to Praggnananda's amazing run here in Oslo. Cheap on.
He's got one last hope. Might as well. Past pawns are there to be pushed. White's knight has nowhere to move other than the corner of the board. That would be way too sad. Magnus now just either has to give up that g-pawn to activate his knight or has to wait with his king. Magnus, he's not used to losing such one-sided positions. Wesley's totally outplayed him, totally outmaneuvered him. What a game so far, Wesley So.
And there's nothing to be done if you're white. You can never capture that d2 pawn. All king pawn endgames are lost. And that's it. Magnus Carlsen resigns. Wesley So takes down the world #1.
What a performance there from the American to pick up 3 points with the black pieces. Magnus Carlsen loses. Wesley So, what a champion. What a game.
What a game. Super high accuracy, 96.5%. Wesley So in what was a really cagey encounter. But he got his chance, he took his chance. Magnus, after a win just before the rest day, falling back in this pack, falling down to a defeat. And here we see an Armageddon. Alireza with white in a must-win situation against Vincent with black. A draw enough for Vincent, but 2 bishops for Alireza. Position about to explode. He's trying to open up the center here, trying to go for Vincent's king. Vincent down to under 3 minutes. Oh, this is going to be difficult for black to defend. He tries to block things up at the cost of a pawn, closing the center.
Wow, and some big decisions for white. Do you capture on d5? Do you take on c5? You'd be more tempted to grab that pawn to not lose your own b4 spot right there. Alireza Firouzja with just a little bit more time than Vincent Keimer, but has to win this game.
Okay, 4 minutes versus 3. Do we think it's easier to play with the bishop pair, the space, but a slightly open king maybe for white? Or is it easier to play with black? Now that the knight's getting into the center, now it's getting active, forks everywhere.
Yeah, the forks are plenty, so that's probably why we're going to see bishop to a3 and a result in that... No result in that game, although we did see the arbiter hovering over.
Setting the clocks for the next Armageddon. It's Armageddon galore. coming in today as well. 2 decisive games so far. I'm waiting for a third one, so we have only 3 Armageddons as per our commentator's prediction. And this is the moment that Keimer takes that time out to defend that d5 pawn, keeping material balance right now. Connect 4 on the board. And David, I know that you are biased towards the bishop pair, but as long as that knight is alive, and look at that, he's doubling down on it, defended. At some point, you want to pick that up. You don't want to be under 3 minutes walking into forks.
And just to clarify that we did see the arbiter around the game between Ju and Humpy Canary, and that's because a false claim of a draw was made. So the arbiter was resetting the clocks.
Giving extra time to the player. And there we've got rook c8 quickly played on the board. Do you go f5, f6 if you're Alireza Firouzja in this position?
Oh, that is so his style. Suddenly switching things up, going for the black king. It is committal because the chain is no longer there, but first he hits the black rook. That is a nice inclusion for white because the rook now will be on a slightly unstable square. And then surely it's time either e6 to try and break the front of the chain, go directly for the black king, or you have the deflection, trying to go for the black queen instead.
f5, it's going to happen. f4 Firouzja, you've got to make that move. Must win for white. Get f5, f6 in. Get f5, e6 in if you have to.
It's coming. Vincent has to move his rook. He moves the other one. He hits the white queen, but big mistake apparently. That is a very loose square. Firouzja goes into the center. The problem now is that white has back rank ideas. In some positions, you can clear the A file. You can take the knight. You can swoop in with the white rook, hit the black king on the back rank. That looks scary now for Vincent Keimer, who's Armageddon run. Could this be a 5th loss in Armageddon in a row?
It's heartbreaking to watch Keimer go through this. Just every classical game, such a fantastic fight, taking it to the Armageddon and going down every single time. 4 losses, all of them in an Armageddon.
And he's been piling on the pressure in the classical, but this hasn't switched when it comes to Armageddon. Rook to d3, attacking the queen.
It's a huge blunder. Bishop takes knight, wins on the spot due to that back rank idea. Bishop takes knight. No matter how black recaptures, at the end there will be a check, driving the black king to the h7 square. Then white's bishop will land. Bishop f5, check. And the rook on d3, which just moved there, gets forked. It's over. Bishop takes knight.
He sees it.
Yeah.
He 100% sees it. Alireza, he's reaching for the knight. There it is. He's about to get his 3rd win.
Vincent's going to realize. He's going to realize he's done it again. He was okay just 3 moves ago. A couple of blunders. He's going to be the exchange down. Queen trade.
It's an endgame, but the rook check is coming. The bishop check is following it up. You're about to win an exchange. And there it is. He's calculated all the way through. No one stopping Alireza Firouzja. Not today.
Not today. And e6, the sting in the tail here. Without that move, black might have shut the door. Sorry, put the bishop back on e4, blocked the rook. Counterplay, but now going for the black king. This is going to be a mating attack when the black king drops back. Watch out, rook takes pawn. Mate in 1 threatened. Rook e8 now coming. Vincent all backs to the wall now, defensive job, and you know, he knows it's almost over.
It's almost over for Vincent as he's looking down the barrel of another defeat for Alireza, introducing a new pawn. He just wants to make a passed pawn. The king is going to make a beeline into the center. And for Vincent, just not going his way in Armageddon.
Now, when it rains, it pours, as they say, and something's got to change for Vincent. He had such a great game earlier, could have won in Classical. He needs to get the job done in Classical, it feels like, at this rate, because Armageddon, something's been off. And his bishop's on a nice stable square, but hitting nothing. A rook check. Alireza is going to pick up another pawn. Again, threatening mate. This is over.
He's doing this clinically, just move by move. And you can see it on Vincent Keimer that he knows that he's just delaying the inevitable here. Alireza Firouzja putting the finishing touches to it. Do you give a check? Start marching with the h-pawn up the board.
That's sufficient. It's good enough. He can also not rush with that plan as well. He can also take the time to centralize the king, get it into the action.
The f-pawn it is instead. Getting closer. Vincent looks like he's about to resign.
Yeah, this is so hard. Like, in no world do you really save this. Unless maybe you create a passed d-pawn and somehow trick your way past white's rooks. The white king can step over later to guard against this. Alireza first threatens a mate. Black's king is caught in the kill zone. It is a mating net. Thanks to the f-pawn coming up and the white rook swooping across to g7. It's the magic 3. a pawn now joining the two attacking rooks.
That's a beautiful technique right there by Alireza Firouzja. He set up the kill zone for Black King, and there's no fighting it. King to G8, the only move, or you resign.
And then F6 comes, Rook G7 check comes, Rook H8 mate. And I'm sure Jovanka knows the checkmating name, that pattern, which I don't.
Lawnmower, Rickroller. Has
Ladder.
many
I was going to
names.
say the ladder. I'm glad I didn't.
F6. No, the ladder is also one.
Okay. Gives a check, final few checks, but no one's defending the mate.
No, King is going to make a run for it. And this is it.
Yeah, the king escapes. The white king is going to step forward to F4 safely now, hitting the bishop. At least the black rook has guarded the G7 square, but white is now threatening the likes of F7 check. White can swap off the rooks if he really wants to. I think F7 is a forced checkmate here. There's going to be a beautiful finish to this game. The white rook can land on H7 with a check.
Oh, just sit back and enjoy. Watch it unfold.
Oh, he's going to play it. He spotted it.
Stunning.
Forcing move. Going to be a promotion with a discovered check and a mate incoming.
And Vincent gonna allow the checkmate, but there comes the knight, and that forces resignation from Vincent. Alireza Firouzja wins the Armageddon.
Wow, beautiful. A smile on Vincent's face. He allowed that. He set it up. He allowed a checkmate in 2 with that knight promotion. One of the rooks would deliver the kiss of death next. But Alireza, impressive in that Armageddon, despite Vincent's bad streak there, bad run of form.
Yes, and we're in the throes of time trouble. We're going to go to Zhuzhina, who is defending this position against Divya Deshmukh. Divya turning things around.
Wow, Divya again, we were calling the tiebreaker in this one. It looks like she's right back in form after that one-move queen blunder yesterday in this Armageddon with the black pieces, an extra piece, an extra pawn. An extra pawn in the position. The white bishop looks like a dead piece to me.
White bishop has to save itself or get defended by its rook. Yeah, this is where knights are so much stronger than bishops. The knight is so stable. Dark square, can't be kicked. Bishop staring at its own pawn. Empty board, no targets. And just pawns on one side of the board, that's where knights are superior to the long-range bishops.
Okay, pins that bishop. The king forced to unpin itself, defend, and now it's time that you start marching up the board with the g-pawn.
Yeah, then the king can follow it forward if the white rook ever moves. She wants to do it with her knight, though. Makes a lot of sense, maybe even stronger. The knight has a nice outpost. It's going to be a deadly check.
Bishop has to move.
And no happy squares. You want to keep that f-pawn guarded as well. The knight joining it in to assist the black g-pawn coming in next. Rook takes bishop, a huge threat on the board, with knight b4 forks to follow up.
King d2 would lose on the spot due to rook takes bishop. That fork was key, so the bishop had to run. But now the knight combined with the pawn, combined with the rook against the 3. A number 3 here should guide Divya to victory.
She attacks the bishop, also good enough. Where can that bishop go? It cannot step forward to d3 because of the tactic you guys have highlighted. Also, knight c3 is in the end. Knight f4 also in the equation.
You might be forced to put it to c2 then. And that's not a happy square either, with the rook jumping in to pin it and win it.
Yeah, and then rook b2, you just take it next. And again, this fork in the air. Bishop a2 might be the only way to keep that piece on the board.
And now Divya, who needs only a draw in the Armageddon, could jump in with the knight and simply trade the knight and the bishop and be guaranteed a draw. But she wants more. She wants the piece, and Zhuzhina resigns.
Wow, we have another decisive result. Divya winning in the classical. She survived what was a really tough opening. Just turned it around, walked away with 3 points. 3 decisive results.
That makes me a very happy commentator today. So it looks like I'm winning the prediction game. And here it looks like we've got a result. This one ends
in a draw, in a repetition. And that means that we will see these two again shortly. In a few minutes' time, Xu Wenjun unable to break the duck and get her first classical win. Humpy on the defensive the whole game, but holds strong. This is huge for the standings. We've seen such a bloodthirsty round. Tanya, you got your wish. But yeah, it's causing a real shake-up in all of the standings. I mean, we've just had a crazy few minutes.
Yeah.
You love to see it, right? I mean, all the Armageddon drama, the decisive chess. I think the shocker has been Magnus Carlsen with his third loss, going down in the classical to Wesley So. Not just that, Alireza Firouzja clawing his way back up in his matchup against Vincent Keimer, worse in the classical. You know, he came into round 5 with a lead. He keeps it. He keeps a grip on the tournament and is still the man to beat.
He's still very much the man out there in front as we recap on today's classical results. Alireza Firouzja drew the classical against Vincent, but he walked away with an Armageddon win. But as Tanya mentioned, the sensation of the round was Wesley So beating Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces in the classical to net a full 3 points. Gukesh, he just turned 20 yesterday and he celebrated, I would say not in style, but certainly in form as he walks away with 3 points. And in the women's, we saw our second decisive result as Divya Deshmukh won against Eugenia with the black pieces.
And this 3-pointer actually means that she leapfrogs in the standings, with Bibisara going down in the Armageddon. It's going to be Divya Deshmukh in the lead.
Divya will move to 8.5 points. Bibisara Asabieva on 8. Yes, we have a new leader.
Wow. For the first time in Norway Chess, a leader not named Bibisara Asabieva. It's Divya Deshmukh, the debutante, the World Cup winner.
Yeah, and it's a black day. All the 3 winners in classical, all with the black pieces.
Wow.
Very differing styles, I would say. Wesley just over the smooth positional outplaying of Magnus Carlsen. Divya rode her luck. She was busted in the opening, dead lost position, survived to a worse endgame. Worse. Zuzhina pushed too hard, and she countered, won. And, of course, the Gukesh game as well. Up and down and up and down. That was maybe the wildest of all.
Yes, talking about the wildest of all, it was cinema for a few moments. So what we're going to do is we're going to go on a break. When we come back, we're going to break down what exactly went down and how.
Wesley, congratulations on a masterpiece.
Yeah, no, it's not a masterpiece, but I'm very pleased to beat Magnus, who's the best player in the world by far, and probably go down as the greatest chess player who ever lived. I mean, he's clearly not in form here, but yeah, regardless, he's still. I think it's my second classical victory against him, so it's a huge win. I'm of course. I'm a big fan of Magnus, of course.
Well, I think that also the studio from us is a big fan of you today, because Hammer said at one point, Wesley did not misstep.
Did not misstep? Oh, good. Yeah, that's a good thing. That's a good sign. I was actually trying to remember my analysis. I had, for some idea, I thought I had prepared all the way until like Bishop E6 or something. But I could very well be mixing up my preparation. But yeah, regardless, Magnus, great chess player. Yeah, I mean, clearly it's not in form here, but still, yeah, I still have to play one game and really look forward to that. Yeah.
Congratulations, Wesley.
Thank you.
Gukesh, congratulations on the victory. Please share with us, how did the game go? First, we saw that you were surprised in the opening.
Yeah, this Queen C2, I had kind of seen it before, but I couldn't remember anything over the board. But yeah, I played Bishop D6, which luckily got him out of prep as well. I thought he had to go CD, ED, Bishop G5 with a slight edge maybe, but what he did was also interesting. And yeah, what can I say? Just a very complex game. Yeah.
And at the very end, both of you were very low on the clock. Tell us what happened those last moments when you were attacking his king.
Yeah, it was maybe a bit easier for me because I just needed to throw everything at his king. Yeah, and there were so many tricks that I got super nervous at the end. But like luckily the tricks kind of worked out for me. But I mean, even after he blundered E5, I felt like he kept finding these knight B6 resources, which was so tricky. I have no clue about the evaluation, but yeah, I'm just happy that I managed to get through.
And final question I have, how did you spend your rest day, also birthday at the same time?
I did a lot of fun things. We all went for a boat ride and I got to drive the speedboat. And I rested a bit, prepared a bit. Nothing special, yeah.
And it worked out. Congratulations one more time and best of luck for tomorrow.
Yeah.
We are back after an eventful round of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, and we are back and we're ready to dissect everything that went down. But we have a very special guest in the studio with us. It is Grandmaster Wesley So. He's joining us after his win against Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces. So Wesley, how are you feeling?
Oh, wonderful, ecstatic. What else? Yeah, I am. As I said in the other studio, I'm a big fan of Magnus. He's done so much to the chess world, but also to my chess career. So yeah, to beat him for the second time in classical is really a big deal.
And in Norway Chess again, because the very first time was in Stavanger, right?
Yeah, 2018. Yeah, Norway Chess.
Yeah, and how does this game compare?
Yeah, so maybe that's a good sign. I also beat him Oslo 2019, a different chess format. But I guess maybe that's his weakness, defending the home court. So sometimes a lot of pressure playing on your hometown.
Yeah.
Playing for your fans.
Yeah.
So.
And just walk us through your game, because it started out with Magnus developing the bishop out, and then you just went forward with this h6, g5. I mean, how were you feeling? Were you confident?
No. Yeah, when he played bishop g5 on the Italian, I realized this was going to be a long day, but I wasn't particularly happy because I didn't, it's kind of my weakness, all these bishop g5 Italians. I kind of don't understand the position, what's happening is so complex, so I was definitely worried at some point. But fortunately, I think he wasn't that super well prepared either, so he started using a lot of time and gave me some confidence. But I couldn't remember my analysis either when he played a4, bishop g3. Black has so many moves here, and so I couldn't remember anything. I think Pragg played a3 against me in the Singfield Cup.
Yeah.
The a4. So I had no idea what was going on. I was just hoping I would get I wouldn't lose right away.
Yeah, it's funny that you said that you couldn't remember your analysis, because Magnus went into the confessional, said he couldn't remember his analysis either.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so tricky. This bishop g5 Italian, I remember I worked with this for white, but then every time I played with white in Rato and Blitz game, I would get a worse position. So I would get a worse position with white, and I would get a worse position with black, and so at some point I thought I'd just play h6 on move 4, and maybe that's what I'm going to do next time.
And Wesley, where do you think the big turning points are? Where do you feel that Magnus maybe went wrong and you started to turn things around? When did you start getting confident in the game?
Well, when his time got really low, when he went to 6 minutes, I knew 6 minutes and he wasn't really better. I knew I had good chances because, in Norway you don't get additional time. With 10 seconds increment, it's really like a rapid game. So when his time started to tick, I knew that I was going to get chances. But actually, he could repeat moves. Like when he played knight g3, when I played queen h6, maybe queen h6 is okay. He could repeat moves with knight f5. Because if I take on f5, then at least the f-file would close. So I thought that's what he was going to do. But I wasn't sure if he was still playing for a win or what he was trying to do. But I think he should really make a draw there because black wasn't worse. And then when he retreated his knight to the passive f1 square, I was very happy. Yeah, so when he played knight f1, I was like...
Because it got really critical here, and you started really putting the pressure on, playing aggressively when he went knight to f1. And here, you didn't even bother defending b7.
Yeah, because he can take all my queenside pawns, because his king is you have to mate the king.
Fastest way to win the game.
That's the goal of chess, So when he played queen e1, takes, knight g6, like if you take rook b7, rook f4, and then I noticed I had e4 coming next, knight e5. Yeah, like e4 and knight. And I thought, okay, I'll just attack all out because my king's very safe. Yeah. Also, his knight's very passive, so so here he's already very passive position for him. He should really repeat moves earlier, knight f5 maybe. Yeah. That's now passive knight. But I feel, it's a difficult position.
And you finished it off beautifully. Wesley, looking at it, it felt like a very controlled performance today. On camera, you looked like Mr. Chill, very cool. Were you feeling as calm as you looked on camera?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, because I'm normally very nervous playing Magnus, but I knew he wasn't in his best form in this tournament. Like, I don't think he's. Yeah, something just feels a bit off. But normally I'm very nervous when playing Magnus. Like, oh, I'm gonna lose for sure. But as he said so himself. But yeah, I just wanted to play a good game. Try to learn from my games. I was a bit disappointed with some of the earlier games in this tournament. Like yesterday against Alireza. After my opening preparation, I messed up real quickly. I couldn't understand the position, so I was a bit disappointed. But I was trying to play some good chess and not to focus on results. Because as Vincent Keimer said, if you think too much about the results, then you just will mess things up for sure. better just to play some good moves. But I was actually, in the end game, in the night end game when I was a pawn up, I was of course very nervous because if I don't win this one, then I'll never beat Magnus again. So.
I mean, the way you played today, it felt like you were so in control of your game. And Wesley, I have to ask you this, that after all these years, when you're playing against Magnus, do you still feel, because we talk about this a lot in our commentary, is there still that Magnus aura sitting opposite him, or now it just feels like another top level challenge?
Well, I think there'll always be a Magnus aura. Because he's so good, not only in the moves, but also in everything else. In physicality, mentally, he's got a lot of stamina. So there's always be a Magnus aura. But also it depends on his form.
And was it useful for you to have a rest day yesterday, knowing that you were going to play Magnus Carlsen today?
Yeah, I'm not sure because we had the games, so it's not exactly a rest day. But we had a great time. Players had a great time. I wasn't sure if it's more useful to me or to Magnus because normally like in Wycombe, Magnus would lose a game and then there would be a rest day and then he'd win 4 in a row. So that's usually how he bounces back. So I wasn't sure if it was gonna help Magnus recover.
But you had a good time. You had a good time on the rest day, and you.
Yeah, where were you guys? You didn't join.
Who won the sailboat competition?
Us, of course.
Of course.
Who is us? Who is on your team?
Gukesh, the birthday boy. We have the experience. We have the experience team. We have Humpy, we had Anna, and we had Jinner. So we have like 3 30-something-year-olds. So we were very experienced. And on the other team, we have Magnus, Keimer. And Pragg.
Okay, was it your first time sailing or?
Yeah.
Okay, you enjoyed. You loving Norway?
Yeah, I love all these games. I mean, I'm very grateful Norway Chess has these games because it's a good experience for chess players. Also, like chess is a very individual sport, so it's a great time to spend time with your colleagues. That's why I love playing in team events. But I got to spend time with birthday boy Gukesh also. I got to know him a bit more. So
did you get a gift for him, Wesley?
You asked a hard question. Yeah, Tinderov didn't get him a gift either.
Oh. Not yet. Wesley, maybe we can pull up the leaderboard and ask how you're feeling about the second half of the tournament now that we're halfway. How confident are you about winning this event?
What's the standing? 8.5.
There we have.
Then
you're in second place now.
Well, anything can happen because everyone is very strong. So, anyone can beat anybody. You can't really be too safe until the very last round. But halfway looking great so far. I could never imagine I'd be 8.5 because before tournament they asked me how many points do you think you'd score, and I said 12.5, maybe maximum 13.
Okay, you're more than halfway there, and we're only halfway. Well,
maximum 13. So
maximum
I was
13. Okay. Well, how are you liking the scoring system?
Well, it's going well for me.
It's going well, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, if I lose too many Armageddon games, I would hate it.
And Wesley, you've been winning so many Armageddon games here, and today you get this big classical win in getting those 3 points. You have so much respect for Magnus. Does it make it even more special for you that you won the game with black in the classical?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, beating Magnus in any classical game is a great honor.
Yeah.
But yeah. But I will also want to congratulate him on his baby and
Yes.
also his wedding. So I mean, those are two really important big things in his life. And yeah, I'm hoping he bounces back, but just not against me. Also, after this, we're playing on the same team in Hong Kong, so I'm hoping he.
You need
does
him there.
Oh yeah, we're gonna need him there. Badim's team, yeah.
You hope he forgives you before that.
You should.
Yeah, Wesley, we love hearing from you. When are you going to join the confessional?
Yeah, that's true. Who usually joins? Magnus joins, yeah.
Bukesh did today.
Bukesh did. Ah. Yeah, I have to, yeah.
Yeah.
Round 6, maybe?
Yeah.
Are you superstitious, Wesley?
Not really, no.
No. Okay.
No.
So it's not like the confessional going, not going doesn't bother.
Yeah, I just don't know what to say, yeah, to be honest.
Okay.
Just give us a
Because
shout out.
then
that would be
I'm
enough.
not really the type of person who likes talking to myself.
You'll be
on
talking
my
to
own.
us, Wesley.
Ah.
You'll be talking to us.
Yeah, I just need to find a good topic. Also, I'm not sure how Magnus is feeling, but the Spurs standard, yeah, still at 2 in the morning tomorrow.
Mhm.
So I'm not sure if he's gonna stay up for it. Game 7.
Yeah.
Are you going to watch final, David? Game 7.
I'm always in bed by 2 a.m.
Yeah.
You look shocked. You look
Yeah,
shocked.
I'm probably going to be best game ever.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, thank you, Wesley, for joining us. Congratulations once again on your win against Magnus, and we hope you join us again. Yes.
Yes. See, we're bringing you the good luck, Wesley. So you need to come back to us.
You absolutely do need to come back to us, and we have liftoff in the Armageddon. So let's get tucked into the action that is happening.
Thank you, guys.
And as we see Zhu Wenjun with the white pieces, she started off with a time advantage, but she is in a must-win scenario as she faces off against Humpy Canary. Humpy has to hold tight. It's all about getting a draw or a win, and then she will walk away with 1.5 points.
Yeah, very early days here, but this was a Queen's Pawn opening that actually started as a reversed semi-Slav. So many games, such a big trend, this whole event of players playing black openings, just with the white pieces, with the tempo more. And after an exchange of pawns on the last couple of moves, Zhu Wenjun has broken out in the center, hoping to fight against black's nice formation here. Humpy, though, burning so much time on the clock, 2.5 minutes spent on only 9 moves. This is Armageddon. She's down to 4.5 minutes. She's got less than half of Zhu Wenjun's time.
And that's just a reflection of the struggles that Humpy has been having in Oslo pretty much every round. As she does brace herself, she does lean forward, she comes in with the bishop, pinning that knight on f3. But again, that's a huge time deficit for Humpy right out of the opening with all the minors still on the board.
Yeah, for Zhu Wenjun now, in light of that time advantage, she can just hold the tension. She doesn't need to do anything spectacular, just keep on forcing Humpy to burn the time.
But how easy is it to keep the tension? Because Humpy might be setting up the D pawn, moving forward, trying to create some inroads for her knight to jump into the game now that there's a pin along the diagonal.
Yeah, looks like that might be a positional threat in the near future. Normally when a pin comes out, the automatic response is to hit that bishop. I think that would be a very decent move. Ask a question. Do you retreat? Do you trade? That would at least force Humpy to burn a bit more time on the clock. She could try and keep the tension by moving her rook maybe, but then black will close the center. The other alternatives, the more forcing line, which she might be calculating, is to trade pawns in the center. But yeah, it's very much a stylistic thing. I don't think there's any right or wrong. But Zhu Wenjun at least thinking for the first time, that's going to give Humpy a little bit more confidence. She'll just need to speed up herself, though.
She'll have to use Wenjun's time thinking on the board to come up with her own moves. Humpy will. If you take that pawn on d5, the black queen steps forward. Ideas of the rook lining up at the center, the e-pawn moving forward. I think when you look at the position for black, it looks pretty healthy. The problem is the clock.
Yep, definitely the clock. Although the gap closing back down to around 3 minutes, that's the difference when they started this game. Humpy, a draw is enough, so she can just try to play super solid. But yeah, tactically, she's been vulnerable this event so far. She's got to make sure it doesn't become too wild, this position. She should control it.
And for Zhu Wenjun, it depends on how familiar she is with these type of positions playing the black side. because here you can, as David mentioned, kick away the bishop. You can centralize the rook. Usually the rook goes to the d1 square, and then you start applying the pressure on the d5 point. Those are kind of thematic ideas when you play this formation as black. But will Zhu Wenjun know that? I don't think she is a Slav player.
No, I don't think so. She probably has dabbled at some point, but she chose this opening with white. Very flexible. She got a big time advantage. Now she's been thinking for 2.5 minutes. Huge investment. That's a quarter of her start time in Armageddon, just on one move. Neither player has been informed. We should mention both players have really struggled this event. So yeah, I think it's going to be a nervy encounter, this one, as she does decide to trade pawns after a long think. Good move, but now she needs to back it up.
And she needs to be ready with her response. She's going to put the plant her knight at the center of the board. Knight to e4. If you take it, the bishop captures, hits the queen, and then white has time to develop further the bishop, the dark squared bishop, bringing the rooks into the game. A pretty reasonable way to continue for white, this one. Threatening knight takes knight if black doesn't do anything to destroy the pawn structure on the king side.
That's a big threat, so that's not something that Humpy will allow. She steps back with the bishop, but this simply allows the rook to slide over 2 squares and start threatening some uncovered attacks against the black queen.
Ooh, watch out. The queen doesn't have many squares. She might have to trade knights there or drop her queen back. I think this is maybe the only safe way to go. You could go to a5 as well, but you'll get hit by pawns. Yeah, that's an automatic. I think a Zhu Wenjun in form would play rook d1 without thinking. It's just the fact that she struggles so far this event, losing all her Armageddons, that slowed her down. And yeah, I'm surprised. This is only move 12, but the players have been moving at a snail's pace.
And I think this happens, right, when you haven't had a single win, when you're shaky through the tournament, confidence has a way of showing itself, or the lack of it. And right now, for both these players, second-guessing yourself, constantly checking, rechecking the lines, the moves are not flowing. And that's the internal battle you're fighting.
And Zhu Wenjun really sinking into thought, challenging the bishop. That's a good move.
She's gonna fall back with the bishop. You want to keep the tension on the diagonal rather than capturing it, allowing the white queen to step forward with some discovered threats on that black centralized queen. Bishop takes knight. I can't believe a player like Humpy would ever take that decision. She falls back.
Good move. Yeah, I think if Humpy were just devoid of any confidence, she might take that knight, but no chance. She wants the bishop pair to at least remain on the board for herself right now. At least one trend will be broken, right? Both sides, both players have lost all their Armageddons. Between them, they've, before today, lost 7 Armageddons. At least someone has to win today.
Yeah, something's gotta give. Bishop h5 on the board. Is this the moment Zhu Wenjun plays Jovanka's idea of lining up the rook against the white bishop, or does she continue with the other bishop coming out in the game? She reaches out, rook to d1 it is. Watch out for knight takes knight, bishop takes pawn.
Bishop takes pawn check, discovered attack on the black queen. A blue arrow appears. The queen has to drop back to the center. She goes long. She goes to a5, but bad things happen when queen's are so far away from the king side. She's so far away from the action. Suddenly, white is winning. That is crazy. The eval bar says almost a +2 advantage.
Wow. And it's just come from nowhere, and then she drops the knight back, and the evaluation goes back.
I think she wants to...
Yeah, I think the advantage was something to do with advancing on the king side with the pawns, putting more pressure, but here, this is already, knight is going to jump in.
Yeah, I love that g5 square eventually for the white knight to land on Jovanka, and then line up your queen on the h file as well, with all kinds of threats on the king side. b5 right now would win you a pawn instantly at the center of the board, essentially forcing an endgame if you were to capture it with your queen.
Yeah, and she's going to do this. That's the only justification. Zhu Wenjun could have gone for a kingside attack, didn't. She wanted to play more positionally here. She wanted to be materialistic, grab a pawn, so she has to continue down this route now. The downside is that white has overextended on the queen side. Black's going to get counterplay along the c-file, probably after a queen trade now, but then the rooks are going to come to life, and this is not over. Humpy's got great compensation.
In a must-win Armageddon, I'm slightly surprised with Wenjun's choice of cashing in with that extra pawn, but giving so much activity and easy moves to Humpy. Rook c8 coming in next. You could also break open with a6 some more files, but I love this approach. You hit that c3 pawn, the knight landing on c4, the knight landing on d5. Once you go rook d8 next, you could even start with it at this moment. Bring that knight to the center of the board, but watch out for c4. Wenjun setting up a sneaky trick.
Yeah, you got to watch out for c4. You also got to watch out for those hitting sounds, which makes you feel as though you're in the room. You can hear the players punch their clocks. You can feel the tension. There is tension as the players are in this very nervy Armageddon. And the time has really whittled down for both of the players.
Just at move 21, so we'll hear that clock being tapped a bunch more before the players get any increment. 1 second increment kicks in at move 40. Humpy has 20 moves to make in the next 2.5 minutes. There we go, the clock hit. But after a brilliant move there, hitting the knight, hitting the b5 pawn, double attack. She's going to win back her material. c4 might be forced, but then the knight's going to take that pawn. She's close to equality, close to that draw she needs.
She's about to win that pawn back. Pieces are pretty active. Wenjun defends that knight at the center of the board. And now some tempting options. You could double up on the c file. You could pick up the b5 pawn as well. But I'm always scared of the c4 idea. Rook takes pawn c4. You need to be really careful you're not losing big material.
Yeah, that is definitely such a big trick that Ju Wenjun has up her sleeve. If Humpy wants to play it safe, avoid any calculations, she simply just solidifies that knight. If not, she can just develop the rook, get the rook into the game. There's no rush with capturing the pawn on b5 because White's extra pawn on c3 is not that good.
She does it. She doubles down on that c pawn. Rook takes pawn, now a big threat. c4 will be met by knight takes pawn next.
It's a good move.
Great move. But, yeah, the clock situation, I'm worried for Humpy. She's not the fastest player, I think, in terms of blitz. Like, she's a great rapid player, former world rapid champion, but yeah, I mean, this is not easy. She's got just over 100 seconds to make 18 moves.
Humpy absolutely hates not having increment. To having to play for flagging or to defend your own self from flagging and sort of just putting those moves out on the board, it doesn't come naturally to Humpy, who's a very classical player.
Yeah, we've seen blunders from her when the clocks tick down. Last year here in Norway Chess, she hung a rook due to the fact it was only 1 second increment in the Armageddon. She just put her rook on prise, heartbreaking loss against Vachier-Lagrave. But okay, she's got a great position here with black. Great compensation for that pawn. She just needs to keep the speed. She's got around 10 seconds per move on average just to get to the time control.
And about a minute's deficit on the clock. She brings in that knight, which was on the edge of the board, wants to trade it off for Wenjun's most active piece in the center. And then eventually, after that trade, get your other knight to the center of the board. Really go for that c3 pawn.
And the trade is forced, because if you do not capture that knight, then black is simply threatening to play knight takes bishop and take the pawn on c3. And everything will be completely level, and with Ju Wenjun will be the one struggling to deal with black's activity.
It's again that queen exchange, the idea to go into an endgame, giving Humpy all this initiative that's coming to haunt Wenjun right now.
Ugh. White's pieces are horrible. The black knight's coming into the center. There's going to be a check. And White's going so passive. She's clinging onto an extra pawn, but when you have such passive pieces like this, it's hard to win a game.
And every move Humpy's playing, it's coming with a threat on the board. She's just forcing Wenjun into defense. Wenjun says, I've had enough. I'm going to get a few of my own attacking ideas on the board. Now going for Humpy's left flank pawns.
Well, first active move Ju Wenjun's played in ages, but Humpy kicks out that rook. Fantastic practical decision. She's going to kick out that rook, then she's just going to come back and say, you can't repeat. No way you put your rook back on d7 after the knight centralizes again.
And in Armageddon, a draw is as good as a loss for the player playing white. So Ju Wenjun has to try again. Rook to d5. Moving. She has to move. She has to keep ahead of the clock as well.
And that's barely any extra time now for Wenjun. As she does come back with the rook, Humpy instantly goes forward with the knight, repeating the position once. Wenjun has to find a way to keep the game going. The c3 pawn about to fall. Defends it.
She's setting traps here. Can black safely take that pawn is the big question. She does go in, Humpy. She feels it's safe. It looks safe according to the eval bar. She's calculated it well. If everything comes off the board, rook endgame, very drawish tendencies.
In fact, if anything, it's Humpy's rooks that are far more active on the open C line. Wenjun's pawns that are easy targets. The f4 pawn weak, the a2 pawn potentially coming into attack if we have a pure rook pawn endgame. So far, very clinical by Koneru Humpy.
She has to try and create some imbalance. Ju Wenjun Does she leave the knight on the board for the bishop? The bishop is quite strong though, and it might go back to a really nice diagonal, really nice squares. Taking it off might lead to a draw, but not taking it might lead to worse. Hard decision now for Zhu Wenjun, who's down to 40 seconds. Still 10 moves to make. 4 seconds per move now.
And she trades. Bishop takes the knight for the bishop, and now we're in a pure rook and pawn endgame. In comes the rook, attacking the pawns.
Those are 2 pawns under attack right now. Humpy has to save one of them. She's about to give up the other, but the black rook's activity will more than compensate for the pawn
the rook is going to come and to a3, and this is it. Humpy spotted the way to equality, and equality is going to net her 1.5 points.
That's it.
This is dead drawn endgame. Zhu Wenjun playing on because she has to, but not with any realistic winning chances. If the A and B pawns disappear, it's nothing to play for. Handshake should be a draw, but they're not getting the increment yet.
But Humpy has to keep an eye on the clock. She needs to play fast. Wenjun will try and flag her.
It's the only chance that Zhu Wenjun has as the pawns start advancing. She's throwing in some checks.
She's going to hide her king on h3. She'll have to hide her king on h3 if she wants any chances to continue this one. As Humpy cuts off the white king. Now Humpy's king is coming forward.
Great play by Humpy. Zhu Wenjun's keeping her king passive, which means Humpy can just wait. Here we go. No winning plan for white. The king can't walk away from its pawns without any risk. The black king...
Humpy looks up, makes that eye contact. And that's the sign. Are you ready for a draw? Wenjun says, I want to play on. She's going to put her king on h3 if she has to try to do anything.
And Humpy can continue what she's doing. Or she can just move her rook now.
7 seconds for Wenjun. She's the one who's got less time on the clock.
Great move. She's cut off the white king. The white king can't move now. Can't get back into the game. She can just wait. Just wait with her king.
Make a move. Now the players are on their seconds. It's all going to hinge on who can play the fastest.
Okay, don't move the black king. Don't move the black king. That would be checkmate on h8. She goes behind. She's trying now desperately, Zhu Wenjun, to break her king forward.
You could bring your king forward as well. Stop that king from getting in anywhere. Wenjun just trying to flag Humpy. Humpy down to 3 seconds on the clock.
Zhu Wenjun falls. She loses on time. Handshake. Humpy gets her first win of the tournament.
Well, someone had to break the pattern, and Humpy Canero is the one who wins the Armageddon and walks away with 1.5 points. It was, in the end, quite a nice game from Humpy, just keeping control.
Absolute control from start to finish with the black pieces. She lost a pawn in the middle, but had enough counterplay. I think Wenjun's best shot in this game was not to get greedy, try to create that kingside attack. She did have some chances there, but rushed into that. And after that, I think Humpy just was class.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to play the opponents in Armageddon, and Zhu Wenjun knows Humpy's style. They've met each other so many times before. Humpy actually has a better head-to-head against Zhu Wenjun, 5-2 in classical chess. So I think that was the mistake. Trading queens, allowing it to become technical. Endgame, dry. She needed to keep tactics alive, Zhu Wenjun, and something's up with her this tournament. Just no energy in her play, unfortunately.
Well, one thing though, we started the second half with a bang. 3 decisive results. Congratulations, Tanya, on successfully predicting that there will be 3 classical wins. 2-2, nothing for me. But let's recap on today's results. And let's see. Well, it was the big news of the day. Magnus Carlsen losing with the black pieces to Wesley So. Wesley So with that 3 points leapfrogs into second place. For Alireza Farujda, he continued his Armageddon winning ways with a victory in Armageddon against Vincent Keimer, who's not quite finding his Armageddon stride. And it was a massive clash between Pragg and Gukesh. We're going to break that down later on. And it was a victory for the world champion, Gukesh. And in the women's, we saw finally another decisive result with Divya Deshmukh winning against Zhu Genet to pick up 3 points and to overtake Bibisara Asaubeva in the standings. Now, one of the most wildest games that we looked at was Gukesh playing with the black pieces against Pragnananda. That looked like it was crazy.
And it was indeed crazy, Jovanka. It could have been very different. Pragg actually had a very promising opening, very promising middle game. And I'm just going to jump in and show the last half dozen moves where the players suddenly, low on time, started to make some mistakes, and it swung wildly back and forth. We jump in here, White's knights against the black bishops. Black's last move given an exclamation mark. Black has a 4 versus 2 pawn majority on the king side. White's king the target. Black however, is facing 4 versus 3 on the other side, and Pragg here found a brilliant sacrifice. Knight takes b6, double exclam, and here, Gukesh should have actually ignored this, should incredibly have left his rook and started going for the white king. Pawn to g4, anyone's game. Instead, Gukesh took the knight, took the bait. Pragg now showed the point, he stepped forward. White has such strong pawns here, and this was the last turning point, I feel, at least in a practical sense. Pragg getting greedy. I'm stunned by this move. It's uncharacteristic of him. I mean, the logical continuation is to push pawns. Pushing either pawn would have led to a winning advantage for White, about to make a new queen. Black's rooks are toast. They are going to fall victim to the pawns. Instead, though, playing a really strange move. Queen takes on b6, losing time, taking an eye off the ball, allowing counterplay. g4, Gukesh seizing his chance, and Pragg compounding the mistake by touching pawns in front of his own king. Unfortunately, it's nearly never a good idea to open up your own king. He should have left it. He should have continued pushing his pawns anyway, but he allowed now the black queen forward. Queen g5 even stronger, but the momentum had turned at this point. Things started swinging against this open white king, and we see the red cross, we see blunders appear. The black centralizing here. Queen takes pawn, the only move going to an endgame, but Pragg now no way back into this after he missed c7. Pass pawns are there to be pushed, he should have pushed, but now bishop takes d6, a brilliant sacrifice, and after the rook recaptured, the black rook swinging across with gain of tempo, hitting g2, and this led to a mating attack. And the final blow, rook takes f3, check, kiss of death. And the trio, the 3 pieces coming in, forcing resignation because this would have been checkmate. Pragg just, unfortunately, unable to handle the pressure when the clock ticked down.
And that's been the storyline in so many of the clashes between Gukesh and Pragg. Somehow, whenever it does get messy, we've seen it, David, we were talking about this at the candidates as well, that Pragg just always loses control in positions that are absolute chaos, and Gukesh seems to thrive on them. So another turnaround of that sort here, you know, when you're playing a player like Gukesh, you want to keep things more blocked, more chaotic, less chaotic, because Gukesh will be provoked regardless. And I think this time Gukesh just showed why you don't go into these kind of positions, try to keep more control. But for the world champion, this win, extremely important. At the bottom of the leaderboard, he gets those points to climb up, to try and be in the mix right now. And also, it's exactly the kind of confidence boost you need if you're Gukesh jumping up to that 3rd place. I think there are 2 very shocking stories. One is, well, less shocking. Alireza Firouzja continues his fiery run, but the shocker, Magnus Carlsen won once again at bottom place on the leaderboard.
Bottom place on the leaderboard, and just goes to show how a win in Classical can just propel you up the standings, and also a loss as well can shoot you down. So we saw a new leader in the women's, Divya Deshmukh, Magnus Carlsen at the bottom, Alireza Firouzja continuing his winning ways. We've had Armageddons, we've had chaos, we've had perfection. What a day. But let's look ahead to tomorrow's pairings. And, well, if you've seen these pairings before, well, look again, because this time we're going around the mountain, but with colors reversed. So which one of these are you looking most forward to?
You know, if it was anyone else, then we wouldn't bring this up, but because it's Magnus Carlsen, that's where my eyes go first. He's taking on the tournament leader, Alireza Firouzja, and let's not forget, Alireza started his campaign at Norway Chess with a classical win against Magnus Carlsen. Is this where Magnus turns things around, plays spoiler to Alireza, and restart his own campaign for that 8th Norway Chess title? And I'm also going to highlight, before David, you take it over, Divya Deshmukh versus Zhu Wenjun. Divya has suddenly taken the lead from Bibisara Asubayeva, and she's playing a very struggling women's world champion.
Yeah, that's going to be fascinating, huge for the standings. I'm also excited about Magnus against Firouzja. Top versus bottom. Firouzja top, Magnus bottom right now, and that could very much switch around. If Magnus wants to win the tournament, he has to win that. I'm also fascinated to see whether Vincent can break his duck, finally get that win that's eluded him so far against Gukesh after a very dramatic day for the world champion.
It was a dramatic day, it was a wild ride, and wow, we all have to take a breath and just relax and just process exactly what we saw. David, Tanya, you guys were absolutely incredible. What a fantastic day. And it was so good to have your expertise guiding us through every move, every moment. Thank you, everyone, for joining us and watching at home. It has been a blast. And we'll see you all tomorrow because we have big questions, and those big questions will be answered. See you then.